I have my own personality, I think, but I mean, other than that, I've got the skill to play hockey because of him.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
"37 cars roar to life in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania as we get set for the Champion Sparkplug 500 Winston Cup race on this Sunday afternoon. Last Sunday at Sears Point International Raceway in Sonoma, California, tensions ran high. The often bump-and-run tactics in road course racing turned into a collision course. On the next-to-last lap, Davey Allison had the lead over Ricky Rudd as the two came to turn 11 up bumps and Allison sideways. It looked as if Rudd would win the race, but NASCAR officials gave him the black flag. The crew and Rudd had to settle for a second-place finish. Allison got the checkered flag and his second win in 3 Winston Cup tries. At the beginning of May in Talladega, Harry Gant was winning on empty under the close eyes of NASCAR. Gant, the master of mileage and the defending champion here at Pocono, is hoping the Father's Day will bring him good luck again. He's set to challenge Pocono, the super speedway that drives like a road course. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, presents Speed World. Today, live from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania, it's the Champion Sparkplug 500 Winston Cup race. And it is a hot and humid Sunday afternoon. There is a chance of thunderstorms late this afternoon, but things are okay right now. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bob Jenkins, and welcome to Pocono, and happy Father's Day to all you dads out there. We hope you enjoy this afternoon's race. When we left the air last Sunday at Sonoma, we didn't know exactly how the final outcome would be because of the penalty to be assessed against Ricky Rudd. Now, here are the top 5 finishers from last weekend. Davey Allison was the winner. Ricky Rudd finished second, followed by Rusty Wallace, Ernie Irvan, and Ken Schrader. Dale Earnhardt finished in 7th position. However, in the quest for the Cup, Dale Earnhardt remains on top of the point standings. Ricky Rudd is 53 behind, followed by Ken Schrader, then Darrell Waltrip, and Ernie Irvan. Now, one guy not in the top 5 of points has won the pole for today's race, and he apparently is putting his season together. For more on that, let's go to the pit area and Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. You know, early in the year, there was a lot of speculation and possibly some internal turmoil maybe somewhere in the Roush team, and they really put a lot of pressure on themselves, wanting to win fresh out of the box here in 1991 after this a great year in 1990. But Jack Roush, in the past 5 weeks, you guys have really put this operation back on its feet. Your second pole in 4 races, a near win. You came so close at Sonoma last week. What's been the difference?
Well, I think it's just come together. You know, we kind of lost our measure of things last year late, and as we started this year, we were sure it would come right back to us. It didn't. We struggled with it some. We're all real bad losers. The one thing that's easy to overlook, you know, this Winston Cup program is more than 40 years old, and quite a number of the teams have been together 15 years or so. So you can't build a Winston Cup team in just 2 or 3 years. This is our 4th year right now, and we're still working on our chemistry and making the best compromise in all the different experience backgrounds that have come together. We'll be stronger this year, and we'll be even stronger in the future. I hope to win today. Certainly, if we don't win, we'll win very soon.
Well, Jack Roush, the team really coming together, and we might mention that there were rumors that possibly Martin would not be here. That is not the case. Martin will be here through 1993. And so from a new team with new life to a new tire further up pit road, where John Curtin is standing. John?
Well, Jerry, it's at least new here to Pocono. I'm talking about the Goodyear Eagle Radial. It is now being used on 9 tracks on the Winston Cup circuit. The results here at Pocono have been tremendous. 17 drivers broke the track qualifying record in practice on Friday. Now, the reason for the increased speed, very simply, these tires are a little bit softer, also better front bite. They allow the drivers to brake more effectively, and that also means that they can stay on the gas a lot longer around this track at full throttle, so thus the increased speeds. Now, also, the radial tire is very puncture resistant. And we have seen problems here in the past at Pocono with a lot of cut tires. That should alleviate some of that. Now, Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt have both tested the radial tire here. Of course, Mark is on the pole, but Dale had his problems. For more on that, let's go to Ned Jarrett.
Could have a tough time in the early going of this race. He had a poor qualifying run. We'll start back in 21st place. He thought he had a car capable of sitting on the pole, but afterwards he said that he wrecked in all 3 turns. This is a very tough racetrack to try to come up through the pack on, but if anybody's up to it, it certainly will be Earnhardt. Now, this track has 3 distinct turns, tough to set a race car up for, and a challenge for the driver once the green flag drops. As they go into turn 1, they have 14 degrees of banking in that turn. That's not too abnormal as for some of the other tracks that they run on. And then they go on a long straightaway to what we call the tunnel turn, and that's turn 2. There's only 8 degrees of banking in that turn. And then they have another straightaway going into turn 3 and only 6 degrees of banking there. But that perhaps is one of the most critical turns as far as speed around this racetrack is concerned. If you don't get off of turn 3 good, you don't go down the long straightaway very fast, and that can affect your overall speed. Now, another thing that comes into play here at Pocono is gas mileage. If you run out of gas going down the front straightaway into turn 1 or even into turn 2, it's almost impossible to coast back to the start-finish line. We'll see some drivers stretching it here today. The king of gas mileage is perhaps Harry Gant. And don't be surprised to see that father and grandfather pull it off here on Father's Day, Bob.
Thank you very much, Ned. And now let's take a look at the starting lineup for today's Champion Sparkplug 500, the die-hard starting grid. Mark Martin is the pole sitter, breaking the previous track record by more than 3 miles an hour at 161.996. He drives the Folgers Ford. Outside of row number 1 will be Alan Kowicki from Greenfield, Wisconsin, in the number 7 Hooters Ford. Starting in 3rd position, inside of row number 2, Ernie Irvan from Modesto, California, in the number 4 Kodak Film Chevy. To his right will be Ricky Rudd from Chesapeake, Virginia, in the number 5 Tide Chevrolet. Going to row number 3 now, it's Michael Waltrip from Owensboro, Kentucky, in the number 30 Pennzoil Pontiac, and then Derrike Cope from Spanaway, Washington, in the Purolator Chevy car number 10. In row number 4, it's Ken Schrader from Fenton, Missouri, in the Kodak Chevrolet car number 25, and Harry Gant from Taylorsville, North Carolina, in the Skoal Bandit Oldsmobile car number 33. Starting in 9th position will be Rusty Wallace in the number 2 Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac. He's from St. Louis. And then last week's winner, Davey Allison from Hueytown, Alabama, in the number 28 Haviland Ford. Starting in 11th position, inside of row number 6, will be Rick Wilson alongside Morgan Shepherd. Row number 7 is Darrell Waltrip in car 17 and Terry Labonte in 94. And as you look at the rest of the starting lineup, the field is now in between turns number 2 and 3. I believe they're going to take one more lap before we get the starting lineup, and 200 laps of competition on this 2.5-mile super speedway here at Pocono.
And it is a very demanding racetrack, Bob, not only of the drivers, but of the race cars themselves, because the turns are so different here. It is almost impossible to set a car up to where it feels good to the driver all the way around the racetrack. They normally have to compromise somewhere on the racetrack to get it to where they can get around at a reasonable speed.
They're leading the cars down pit road to give them an indication of exactly what speed they should travel when they come in and out of the pit area for their stops. Welcome to Pocono on this Sunday afternoon, as we get set for live coverage of this Winston Cup race from Pocono International Raceway. The Champion Sparkplug 500 is about to go in just one more lap. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you this afternoon by Champion Spark Plugs, the world's #1 selling spark plug, no matter what you drive. By today's Chevrolet, who invite you to see why more people are winning with the heartbeat of America. And by Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. Stand by. We'll be right back with the Champion Spark Plug 500 from Pocono, USA, right after this.
The same battery that has started 9 out of 10 NASCAR winners since 1977 also starts millions of cars all over America every day. Die hard. More power when you need it most.
Solo cups and plates, because life should be a party.
Well, today ESPN is presenting the ESPN Pick the Winning Chevy Sweepstake. You'll have your choice to win a 91 Chevy Lumina, the two-door coupe, four-door sedan, the APV, or the fabulous new Z34. To enter, call 1-900-933-9300 before the halfway lap. You'll be asked your phone number and the number of the Chevy car completing in the race which you think will be the first Chevy to finish. The winners will be selected at a random drawing of correct entries and announced in our next Chevy Sweepstakes coming up later this year. Call in to win right now, 1-900-933-9300. In-car cameras today. Phillips 66 in-car camera being carried by Lake Speed as he and the rest of the field now is approaching turn number 3, and the champion spark plug in-car camera also will be carried in Michael Waltrip's car today. Here comes the field off of corner number 3. A long front straightaway here, 3,740 feet. They begin to build up speed, led by Mark Martin. And here is the green flag, and the champion spark plug 500 is underway. This front stretch is not only very long, it's very wide, and we'll see 3, 4, and sometimes 5 abreast racing down through here, Ned.
Yes, but when they get into turn 1, they need to narrow down to at least 2 wide, preferably to 1 wide, but on the first lap, they are going to go 2 wide as Mark Martin gets out in front. Here comes Ernie Irvan trying to take the measure of Alan Kowicki.
This is the Long Pond straightaway, 3,055 feet in length, headed now for what they call the tunnel turn. There is a tunnel for cars to go in and out of the infield. Right there, you see them cross over it. Now they come on to another straightaway, which is 1,780 feet in length, setting up for this relatively flat turn number 3, which is only 6 degrees in banking. Mark Martin is the leader of the race. That's Ernie Irvan running up in second position as they come off of turn number 3 and head for the completion of lap number 1. Back in third, making a bid for second place is Ken Schrader, then Ricky Rudd, Derrike and Alan Kowicki. There's the champion spark plug in-car camera carried by Michael Waltrip.
And you can see how far back in the field Alan Kowicki from his outside pole starting position, Bob. He got on the outside going into turn 1 and just couldn't get back in line and dropped way back in the pack.
And there is Ken Schrader moving into second position, and Ricky Rudd will try to move into third spot, and he does as the number 4 car of Ernie Irvan is kicked back a couple of positions. And now Derrike looking for the spot.
Yeah, he did the same thing. He got on the outside coming off of turn 1. He gets a little high coming off of turn 2, and here Derrike gets on the inside of him. Apparently his car pushing a little bit, that of the car number 4.
And here comes the 7 car of Alan Kowicki. So Ernie Irvan having some problems here in the early going as he has lost 3 positions now just in this lap. Mark Martin continues to lead as they come down with about a 12 or 15 car length advantage on Ken Schrader. Back in third is Ricky Rudd, then Cope, then Irvan. Alan Kowicki is next, and then Rusty Wallace. Michael Waltrip right behind Rusty Wallace.
Looks like Ernie Irvan might have got his line straightened out a little bit in the car number 4 and is able to keep it a little bit lower on the track now. But Mark Martin trying to stretch it out a little bit. And Bob, he used in qualifying and setting the track record here a different kind of a transmission than what you normally see used on an oval course. Very seldom do you ever see them change gears once they get into 4th gear on an oval course. But because of the slower point up in turn 3, they used a Jericho transmission and had the gear ratio so that he's probably in 3rd gear coming off of there right now. Now he'll switch to 4th about the start-finish line.
And I believe he did the same thing last year when he qualified for this race. Well, as you probably have noticed, Benny is not with us today. His wife Connie is gravely ill at Duke University Medical Center in Durham, North Carolina. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you today, Benny. May God grant you the strength you need to endure these very difficult times. Now we begin to see Ken Schrader pull in on him. Oh, and a spin. There's Rick Mast down in the infield grass. In turn number 1, gets the car into the grass and off the racetrack. But Rick Mast has spun here, and it could bring out our first caution, but we don't see any movement to that flag down below us. Doyle Ford not making any movement, so we may not have a yellow.
Evidently, they're going to, since he got back on the racetrack, the only thing he might have kicked some debris up on the track, a little dirt and maybe some gravels, but as John Kernan mentioned, the radial tires are not as subject to puncture as the bias ply tires. Let's see if we can see what happened. Rick was the 2nd round fastest qualifier, and it looked like he got touched maybe just a little bit. Joe Ruttman in car number 75, as Rick was right on the back bumper of Bobby Hillen in the car number 42, the car normally driven by Kyle Petty. So it sends Rick around. Apparently no great damage to his car.
And we will have no yellow as the field comes down and completes another lap. And we are still under green. I was about to say that Ken Schrader was moving in on Mark Martin, and indeed he is. Meanwhile, back in the pack a little bit, there's the king of the mileage, Harry Gant in car number 33, and last week's winner, Davey Allison. But Allison sees some traffic in his rearview mirror as Terry Labonte and some other drivers sneak up on him.
Yeah, Bill Elliott tried to go on the outside of Labonte, but that didn't work, and now Elliott's going to lose several positions as Sterling Marlin goes by in car number 22. Here comes Hut Strickland in car number 12, moving on the inside of Bill Elliott. So, Bob, right now, the inside line is definitely the best line.
Harry Gant running in 10th position and Davey Allison in 11th. And in this group of cars, Terry Labonte and Bill Elliott and others. There's Hut Strickland on the inside line coming down the straightaway.
Bob, it looks like Rick Mast's problems are continuing. He will be black flagged. Apparently has a header dragging that perhaps was dragged off when he got on the curbing down on the inside when he spun around.
And there's Dale Earnhardt moving up. That's Geoff Bodine on the outside of him in 97, and Hut Strickland right behind him as they head toward turn number 2. Dale Earnhardt with not a particularly good qualifying effort, starting 21st, but already he has moved up to 15th.
That's no big surprise that he would move up that quickly, Bob. I mentioned at the top of the show that he said he wrecked in 3 turns. He didn't literally wreck, but to use the driver's turn, he said, when I got into turn 1, said I wrecked, but I got it straightened out. I got in turn 2, I wrecked twice, and I got in turn 3, I wrecked 3 times.
But you can bet that Earnhardt will be strong during the race, and there's 500 miles to go. Now we begin to see the drafting line form, so to speak, down into turn number 1. Here comes Harry Gant moving up a position. He goes to 9th, passing Michael Waltrip. There are your first 3, Mark Martin, Ken Schrader, and the number 5 car of Ricky Rudd. And now Schrader really closing in on Mark and may make a bid here in the tunnel turn.
Well, he has to back off once to get into that turn. He pulled the nose up there, but Martin goes a little high, so here he comes, just driving by.
Mark Martin got his Ford a little bit high coming out of the second corner, and he is being passed by now 4 cars. He drops from 1st back to 5th.
Apparently he got just a little bit high going into that turn, Bob, and maybe got his right side tires on the loose stuff. They really have only run in the bottom groove so far, so haven't worked too much of a second groove out, and he got a little high and it slipped. Look at him, 3, 4, and Breast jockeying around back there. We see Davey Allison, several other cars jockeying around for position.
So now Ken Schrader has the lead of this race, and Ricky Rudd is in second, followed by Cope, then Irvan, then Mark Martin. A great crowd on hand here this afternoon as the grandstands are full and several thousand more have jammed the infield here in Pocono. And we're riding with Michael Waltrip in the champion spark plug in-car camera. Here is the tunnel turn, now headed down the straightaway of 1,780 feet. Let's go to Jerry Punch with an update on Mark Martin.
Just spoke with Steve Mill a minute ago. He said the car is pushing significantly. The sun has gone behind the clouds. It has cooled off here about 10 degrees since the beginning of the race, and the car apparently pushing is very, very tight, particularly coming from the middle of the corner out of turn 3, so the car gets very high. He's going to be pretty easy to pass for a while until the car comes back to him. Bob?
All right, we'll continue to watch for that. And by the way, as we go to our in-car camera now and then, if the picture begins to break up, that's because our helicopter can't get very high here this afternoon because of what appears to be some storm clouds that are gathering on the horizon. So that will explain why the in-car camera won't perhaps be as clear sometimes as it normally is. You can see breaking up there slightly on the Phillips 66 in-car camera. Welcome to Pocono International Raceway, and again, happy Father's Day. We hope you enjoy our race this afternoon. We'll be back with more of our live coverage after this.
When you respond to people's everyday needs, show concern for their safety, and have an understanding of what an honest value really means, a very nice thing happens. They put you in their driveway. Last year, 1,364,096 people did just that. They made Chevrolet Geo the best-selling cars in America. Thanks. Or should we say, thanks a million?
The heartbeat of America, that's today's Chevrolet.
All of these championship-winning drivers have one thing in common: Goodyear Racing Eagles. The race-winning technology that's found in the Goodyear Racing Eagles can also be found in the world's best-selling line of high-performance street tires, Goodyear Eagle Street Radials. The champions know, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
It's one of the most technologically advanced, most rigorously tested fluids on Earth, relentlessly measured for maximum protection against the friction, the wear and tear, the heat and stress of today's engines. It is today's Quaker State. In Europe, in Japan, in America, Quaker State quality has passed the most demanding tests automakers can throw at it. At Quaker State, we don't just say we're tough, we're tested tough. The big Q is one tough motor oil.
There are different tests of human endurance. In auto racing, it's the 24 hours of Le Mans. See the start, plus an update, and the finish, beginning Saturday live on ESPN.
An enthusiastic gathering here at Pocono this afternoon for the Champion Sparkplug 500 Winston Cup race. They are cheering for the action on the racetrack. We have a new leader. Ricky Rudd has passed Ken Schrader, and Rudd has put the Tide Chevrolet at the front.
And here comes Rusty Wallace trying to make a move, and Darrell Waltrip going way down on the inside. Darrell had some anxious moments as they fired the cars up on pit road, Bob. His car didn't crank right at the beginning. They raised the hood on it and finally did get him fired up. And, of course, he's right there in the thick of this front group of cars.
Sure is. That's Schrader running in second spot, and in third is Ernie Irvan, as 11 laps have been completed out of 200.
Rudd had pulled away just a little bit after he made the pass on Schrader, but now Schrader is closed in once again.
So there are the front three. Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt continues to pick off car after car. He's moved now to 13th position. Dale Earnhardt up to 13th right now as he began from 21st spot. Right now he doesn't have any traffic around him, but you can see that Sterling Marlin is not too far ahead, and that'll be the next car that he hopes to pass. Meanwhile, up front, we see Schrader moving to the inside of Rudd in turn number 1. Let's see how this goes. Schrader's going to go back in the lead.
Yeah, he was on the inside going in there, and that's the place to be. He picked up the draft of Rudd going down the front straightaway and pulled up beside of him, and then just went right on the end of the turn. Ernie Irvan looks much better now, Bob, than he did the first few laps. He was a little getting too high. I think he realized that. Thought the car might be pushing a little bit, but he's doing okay now.
There's Sterling Marlin, and right behind him there is Dale Earnhardt, headed for turn number 2. Dale Earnhardt. Of course, everybody is on radials this weekend, resulting in the first 17 qualifiers to break the track record. Is everybody getting more comfortable with the radials, Dale?
I think so. Guys have had time to work with the chassis and fine-tune and whatever on them, and the drivers also have sort of got the reaction time down with the tires. You know, they're a little bit quicker to do something when you get a little bit out of shape. So, you know, I think everybody's gotten more used to it.
Earnhardt appears to be very comfortable on the radials. Here you can see how he and Sterling Marlin are both catching this front group of cars.
You can see how low they run on the turn. In fact, just all 3 turns, they get as low as they possibly can. Get those left wheels right down there. They put some ripple strips in here last year to keep them from kicking the dirt and the rock up on to the racetrack so they wouldn't cut as many tires. But they still get down on that part of the ripple.
Looking back on the car of Lake Speed from Michael Waltrip's Champion Spark Plug in-car camera as they race down the straightaway between turns 2 and 3.
Michael lost his chief engine builder this week. Kenny Wilson left that team and had him a little disappointed, but all the other people were still intact, and Michael said if they all stayed, then everything would be okay. But he was a little disappointed because Kenny Wilson was a big part of bringing that team to where they are today.
Now we're riding with Lake Speed, the Phillips 66 in-car camera, as he challenges Michael Waltrip. They have a good battle going into turn one that Waltrip wins. Meanwhile, back up front, we can see that Ken Schrader has begun to separate himself a little bit from Ricky Rudd and Ernie Irvan.
3 Chevrolets up front. They're a good pace, Bob.
Yeah, they are. They're about to put a lap on Rick Mast, who did spin down in turn number 1 a few laps ago.
As a matter of fact, that'll put Rick 2 laps down because they did black flag him. He came in, they had to remove an exhaust header, and he lost a lap during that encounter, so now we'll go 2 laps down. So a tough day for Rick, who was the second round fastest qualifier yesterday. We understand that James Hilton also has been black flagged. James making a rare appearance now in Winston Cup racing. He has never officially retired. He sometimes has gone a year or 2 without driving any, but he says, I've never officially retired. But James scheduled to come in the next time around for consultation.
Ernie Irvan now just a few car lengths behind Ricky Rudd in second spot. Irvan closing in, coming out of the second turn. Here's 97. That is Geoff Bodine in the Flossie Johnson car. He's 12th, and Bill Elliott, in number 9, is running 13th.
Now, Bodine won the July race here at Pocono last year, and certainly knows how to get around this racetrack. Bill Elliott does too, because he is a several-time winner on this racetrack.
Matter of fact, if you combine the 2 finishes last year here at Pocono, Geoff Bodine has the best average. He finished 3rd in the June race, and then, as you said, he won the July race here at Pocono. So certainly a guy who knows how to get around this 2.5-mile super speedway, Geoff Bodine.
And he's happy to be back after having to sit out a couple of races because of the injury during test at Charlotte Motor Speedway back in May. Says he's feeling good now and ready for a victory.
The 22 car of Sterling Marlin continues to run just ahead of Dale Earnhardt. Now Marlin is in 10th and Earnhardt is now in 11th.
Now the cars that, he passed, 10 cars already to move up into 11th place. That's Dale Earnhardt we're talking about. But these will get a little bit tougher to pass now as he gets closer to the front, because these cars all qualified well and normally run well. And he's been following Sterling Marlin for a number of laps. Hasn't been able to do much with him. But you can see they're just the back of this pack. There's the first 10 or 11 cars are running pretty close together.
Harry Gant running in 8th position, and Rusty Wallace is in 9th. We'll notice that single file formation down the front straightaway here, which is one of the longest in all of racing. They can pretty much hook up in a draft down through here, can't they, Ned?
Yes, they can. Drafting is a definite part because they're running about 185 or so miles an hour when they get to the end of that straightaway. And I think anytime you get over 140 or 150 miles an hour that there is effect from the draft.
Top 3, Schrader, Rudd, and Irvan. Ernie once again closing in on Rudd here in turn number 3. He may make a challenge as they come off the corner and come down this long straightaway. The yellow flag is out. Yellow is out. Must be something on the racetrack. We don't see any car in trouble. Doyle Ford is waving the yellow flag for the first time this afternoon on the 18th lap here at Pocono. It is for debris on the racetrack, so the cars will slow down and the pace car will come out onto the racetrack. Jerry, any indication as to what might the yellow be for?
Well, we're down in the Ricky Rudd pits, and apparently Ricky Rudd and Ken Schrader, both of the Hendrick cars, have reported seeing a turkey in turn 1. Now, they thought they were joking, but in fact, Kenny Schrader thought his crew was calling him a turkey, but that's not the case. There is some sort of fowl, a chicken, a turkey, or something that is indigenous to this part of the area that has climbed the fence and has been strolling around the inside of turn 1. So apparently they'll put the yellow flag out, which the crews will welcome to get a chance to come in and make their first pit stop and sort of gauge their fuel consumption and tire wear with these brand new radial tires.
Well, Jerry, I misinterpreted. I heard you say there was a turkey in turn 1, but I thought you were talking about our producer, so I let it go. But I understand now what we're talking about.
Well, we've seen deer on this racetrack. We've seen rabbit. We've seen all kind of things. And here they are chasing a fowl, I guess.
We had a heck of an experience with a rabbit here a few years ago. Remember that, Ned?
Oh, yeah, the front straightaway.
There
the
it
fans
is.
got to see it. Well, by golly, they were right.
I don't know whether that's a turkey or not, but it's some kind of bird. But anyway, he appears to be in good shape. They'll release the thing, and we'll go back to racing here in just a few moments. Meanwhile, we do have pit stops occurring here in front of us as nearly everyone comes in for a pit stop. John Kernan.
Ken Schrader is in the pits. It will be a 4-tire change. While some of the cars have complained of having a push, being just a little bit tight, Kenny has not been one of them, and it is shown out on the racetrack. The Richard Broom-led crew will go to work now on the left side. Now let's go down pit road to Ricky Rudd's pit and Jerry Punch.
Likewise, Rudd has already had right side tires put on. John, they have put the left side tires on, finished fueling the car, importantly cleaned the windshield. Ricky gets a drink, and they're watching a little bit of bumping down pit road between Harry Gant and Darrell Waltrip, so a lot of cars shuffling down toward turn 1. It is a race to the end of pit road, and NASCAR will be watching those speeds very, very carefully. The 25 car makes it back out in good shape. That, of course, the leader, Kenny Schrader.
This is one of the longest pit areas in all of racing. Everybody has apparently finished their work, or just about everyone, as they go back out onto the racetrack after our first caution of the afternoon because of an animal in turn number 1. Back with more of our live coverage of the Champion Sparkplug 500.
ESPN Home Video presents Bill Elliott, Racing into History. The only video that shows you why this man became a racer and how he became a champion. Hosted by ESPN's Benny Parsons, you'll feel the excitement of driving with Bill as he wins NASCAR's biggest prize, the Winston Million.
Bill Elliott gets the checker flag. Bill Elliott has won an additional $1 million in 1985.
Get an insider's look at the Dawsonville shops where Bill's cars are made. Ride with him at over 150 miles an hour and listen in as he and Ernie plan their race strategies.
Okay, about 2 rails away to the left rear.
Order your copy for only $19.95. Call 1-800-533-1800. That's 1-800-533-1800. Bill Elliott is one of America's premier NASCAR drivers and most popular heroes, and Racing into History lets you enjoy the excitement of driving with Bill again and again. Call today, 1-800-533-1800.
Still under caution here at Pocono because of an animal on the track in turn number 1. Here comes the field down the main straightaway. Under caution behind the pace truck here at Pocono. Well, right after our live coverage of this race here at Pocono this afternoon, join us for Davis Cup Tennis from Newport, Rhode Island. That comes up right after our live coverage of this event here this afternoon on ESPN. Davis Cup Tennis coming up next. Moments ago, this is what occurred down in turn number 1 as the safety crew dashed off their truck and began to confront.
And they were not even playing the music, Bob, and doing all that dancing around, trying to catch that foul, whatever it is.
There it is.
Not a foul ball either, although they were next to the fence.
It doesn't look like a turkey. It looks like some kind of, I don't know, pigeon or something. John, are you the bird expert among us?
No, I'm not really a bird expert, but you guys said that they captured it and they took it away. Well, I told Richard Broom, Kenny Schrader's crew chief, that, and he says, hey, I'd like to get that guy to go hunting with me because I have no luck in getting hunting turkeys, even with a gun. They can go and walk up and just pick them right up. He wants the guy to meet him afterwards.
There have been many occasions here at Pocono where we've had deer on the racetrack. In fact, I remember Neil Bonnet hit one on the back straight not too long ago. What in the world is that's the famed jackalope? But it and all of us are wishing all of you dads a happy Father's Day here as we're live at Pocono International Raceway for Winston Cup Racing, and we'll be right back.
The technology developed on the track for the awesome 650 horsepower Lumina NASCAR Champion goes into cars like this. The new 200 horsepower twin dual cam V6 Lumina Z34. Sorry, decals not included. Z34. Powerful proof more people are winning with the heartbeat of America.
That bites. Capital of this afternoon's
That bites.
Average was.
That really bites.
It doesn't really bite. It just sort of bites.
You really bite.
You really bite.
Hey!
Only one root beer has bite. Barks Root Beer.
Now that bites.
Crisp, cold, straight ahead. Barks Root Beer will have you thinking differently about root beer.
Hey, Barks Bites!
Keep it down.
That bites.
Barks Root Beer, the one with bite.
If it happens in baseball, you'll see it on ESPN.
There he goes. He leaps. He makes the catch.
See Tuesday night doubleheaders, Wednesday night excitement, Friday night twin bills, and exclusive Sunday night action. Pittsburgh's killer bees are putting the sting to the rest of the National League. Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla lead the first-place Pirates against the Giants, live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Around the world, over 1 million miles of award-winning coverage on ESPN Speed World. Today from the beautiful mountains of eastern Pennsylvania, where there is all kinds of activity year-round. Of course, some great mountains for skiing, but within all of those beautiful mountains, a 2.5-mile super speedway called Pocono International Raceway, and that's where we are, about to go back to green in the Champion Sparkplug 500. 21 laps have been completed, and the lights on the pace truck are out, and we will be going back to green here in just a moment. Here are the top 10. Ken Schrader is the leader of the race, followed by Ernie Irvan, Mark Martin, Darrell Waltrip, and Harry Gant. 6 through 10, Dale Earnhardt, Derrike, Ricky Rudd, Rusty Wallace, and Bill Elliott. The standings jumble just a little bit because that's how they came out of the pits.
Yeah, it looked like Ricky Rudd might have been the big loser in that, Bob. He was running second when he went into the pits and came out running 8th.
Field now moving into turn number 3. 6 degrees of banking. Coming on to the main straightaway, the pace quickens as Ken Schrader stands on the accelerator. The green flag waves, and we're back to racing at Pocono. Green comes out on lap number 23 as Schrader leads them down into turn 1.
Of course, interesting to see all those cars that we saw spreading out and trying to jockey for position, but yet they go down into single file when they get to that turn.
And that's the way they run down the Long Pond straightaway, pretty much in single file formation. Schrader separates himself from Irvan.
Of course, Schrader's having a great year. Already 2 victories.
And only 196 points out of the Winston Cup quest for the Cup points lead. He is 3rd right now.
Another driver's having a good year is Harry Gant in the car number 33.
Darrell Waltrip, we ask him how he rates Pocono compared with other racetracks.
Well, you hear the word compromise, a lot when you come here, and that's basically what we do. 1 and 2 is a very fast, banked, somewhat turn, and you run it about like you would, maybe a Michigan turn. The car kind of goes in there and settles down. You can get back in the gas real hard and run off of there, and you really get up a big head of steam going down the back straightaway. That's actually the fastest part of the course, is going down the back into turn 2. Turn 2 is all brakes. I mean, you run there until you run there and then go, hold your breath and kind of slip it and slide it through there. That's where that turn is. So it's a lot of braking, and the car has to have a softer spring there to make it go around that corner because the track is so flat there. Turn 3, it's slow. You just kind of wrestle the car through that turn also. So you kind of make up your mind going in. It's a lot like a Riverside. We used to work real hard on turn 9. Here you either work hard on 1, 2, or 3. Preferably I work hard on turn 3 because that gets me out here to the start-finish line first.
And Darrell wrestles the car down through the main straightaway and into turn number 1 again with a pretty good description of what it's like driving here at Pocono. Now, Harry Gant and Dale Earnhardt are suddenly in the thick of things here, right behind Darrell.
They both had good pit stops. They came out, Darrell in 4th place and Gant in 5th place. There's Earnhardt in 6th place right behind them, but they're running good. You see Darrell move in a little bit on the car number 6 of Mark Martin.
So Earnhardt has moved up to 6th position from his 21st start.
Some of that came in the pits. His crew always makes good pit stops for him. Now Waltrip really putting the pressure on Mark Martin.
And this is for 3rd spot. See if Darrell drops to the inside and tries to make a move on the Folgers Ford of Mark Martin. They cross the stripe. Darrell still locked in behind him. There you can see Rusty Wallace leading the second group of cars down the straightaway. Rusty now running in 7th spot.
Running 8th right now would be Ricky Rudd, and then Sterling Marlin. Bill Elliott's 10th. Derrike Cope 11th. Alan Kowicki, the outside pole sitter, is in 12th.
Here is that second group of cars being led by Rusty. The third place finisher last weekend at Sonoma.
Looked like a first place finisher until he had a problem. Here's Sterling Marlin now making a move on Ricky Rudd.
And Bill Elliott will come right along as they get very close in turn number 3. But Elliott has the inside line coming down the straightaway. Alan Kowicki moves in behind Bill Elliott. Now he picks up 3 wide.
Yep, he picks up the draft, and here comes Ernie Irvan trying to take the lead.
And Ernie Irvan does take the lead away from Schrader. The Kodak crew loves that. Tony Glover and the rest of the crew pleased with Ernie Irvan's performance so far.
Well, the Fords are in qualifying, but so far in the race, the Chevrolets have been the dominant ones. Of course, it's still a long way to go.
There's Earnhardt in the GM Goodwin Chevrolet. Ernie Irvan leads him down right now, and it doesn't appear that anybody's in a great deal of hurry at this moment to challenge anyone else, but they're settled into a nice groove here, so to speak.
Well, Bob, they know that it is a long race, and this track can be demanding, as we've said before, on the driver and the race car. So you certainly don't want to take any unnecessary chances early in the race. So sit there and ride. Don't take any unnecessary chances, and just feel out everybody else and
stay on the lead lap and move when you have to later in the race.
Exactly. Because Ernie Irvan, he likes to run up front. In fact, any driver, if their car's capable of it, they like to get up there so they can get those 5 bonus Winston Cup points.
Terry Labonte and Derrike Cope right here.
Derrike had a good qualifying run. I talked to him just before the race started at the driver introductions, and he said, I said, Derrike, looks like you're running good. He said, yeah. I said, finally. He said, we've had such a tough year so far this year. He said, the car feels good. Said, the motor runs good. He's looking for a good day.
13th and 14th there. And the line forms down the main straightaway. Derrike Cope with a great starting qualifying performance today. And this is the whole field as it comes down and completes another lap. And that would be lap number 27. From Pocono International Raceway, you're watching the Champion Spark Plug 500 with Ernie Irvan leading Schrader, Waltrip, Earnhardt, and Gant.
Where can you go on Goodyear Wrangler radials? So where can you go on Goodyear Wrangler radials? Just about anywhere you want. Put on a set of Goodyear Wrangler radials, and you'll know why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
The same battery that has started 9 out of 10 NASCAR winners since 1977 also starts millions of cars all over America every day. Die hard. More power when you need it most.
Kelly LeBrock reveals the essence of man.
Hard to define, easy to know. It's in the way he holds a drink, the way he wears his clothes, the way he talks, the way he walks, the way he smiles, looks, and kisses. And when he holds you close, it's in the way he smells. Brute, the essence of man. Come on, put it on.
Up here, the days run long.
Sometimes the job is all uphill, but you keep on going. And once you've made it all the way to the top, the mountains will take your breath away and remind you there's no place you'd rather be than right here, right now.
In the beautiful Pocono Mountains here in eastern Pennsylvania, we just received the news that we didn't want to hear, Ned.
Yes, you mentioned at the top of the show that Benny Parsons' wife, Connie, was very gravely ill. Unfortunately, just moments away. Moments ago, Connie passed away. Our condolences and best wishes go out to Benny, Keith, and Kevin, their sons, and the whole family. Betty, hang in there. God bless each of you.
Just like Connie and Benny would want us to do, we continue the race. It goes on and life goes on. And Ernie Irvan has a lead. Ken Schrader looking to make a move there, coming down the straightaway into turn number 1, but Irvan holds him off. About a 5-car length advantage now for Ernie Irvan as the others come out of that turn number 1, the 14 degrees of banking, and head down that long straightaway, 3,055 feet. Into the tunnel turn. It's been a very controversial area of the racetrack ever since it was built back in the early 1970s. A lot of drivers have complained that there has been a big bump there over the years, but they pretty much got it smoothed out right now where it isn't a major problem, as the Mattioli family has done a tremendous job of working on this racetrack and all the facilities surrounding it. And I'll tell you, every time we come back here, there's more improvements at Pocono, and we have seen a great many just in the past year.
And many of those improvements have benefited the drivers on the racetrack itself, Bob. Of course, there have been many improvements made for the fans around the racetrack as well, so they do a good job here. Ernie Irvan's car working very well now. He is able to keep it low in the turns. Of course, so is Kenny Schrader and Darrell Waltrip hanging right in there. Darrell has had a good year so far with a new team. A lot of people thought, well, it'd take him a while to get things to going, but he has basically the same crew he had last year. They built all new race cars during the winter, so that certainly helps when you have new race cars, and they have come together. Of course, he has one victory already.
And of course, Ernie Irvan also has one victory. That came in the opening event of the 1991 Winston Cup season at Daytona. But he has had some other good finishes. As a matter of fact, he has 3 straight top 10 finishes now. He was 7th in the Coca-Cola World 600, was 4th at Dover, and finished 4th last weekend at Sonoma. And that's one of the reasons why Ernie Irvan is right in the middle of the points battle in 5th position, just a little more than 200 out of first place. Well, we've already had a pit stop in which the guys were able to come in and fill up their tanks with fuel. But again, we say that that could be a determining factor in this event as the race goes on. More with John Kernan.
Well, Bob, we all know how important it is to find out how much fuel that you use in a car. What some of the teams will do, they will weigh the can before they send it back to the pumps, and they will have a scale set up here. They can tell how many gallons of gasoline were used by how much the empty can or the not so empty can will weigh. Then they divide that into by the number of laps, or into the number of laps that have run, so they can get a baseline, so they can figure out how many laps they can run under green, because we didn't have any caution. They didn't run any caution flag laps on the last one. And I'm in Kenny Schrader's pit, and I did just some quick math. He used about 9.5 gallons of gas through the first 19 laps, so he should be able to go under green conditions somewhere around 40 to 42 laps. I don't know, Bob, if you got your calculator up there, you might want to figure that one out for me.
I don't have it with me.
Well, I'll tell you, that is good gas mileage on a track.
It is, yeah.
On an oval track. Even though it is 2.5 miles in length, they have to run a much lower gear ratio here than they would at Daytona, because the speeds are lower in parts of the track. And, of course, the overall speed, their qualifying speed was 161, almost 162 miles an hour. But that still would be stretching it pretty far. But certainly that 25 car and Harry Gant and a few others have been known to get exceptionally good gas mileage. And while we were talking, Darrell Waltrip went around that car, number 25, moved into second place.
And I wouldn't be a bit surprised right here to see Dale Earnhardt move to the inside and try to make a bid for third position. Maybe not, but he looked like he was going to make that move. Here he goes. into the corner, but nope, he doesn't have quite the momentum build up to go into third position. So Earnhardt remains in fourth, but Darrell Waltrip has moved to second behind Ernie Irvan. And Harry Gant is right there on Dale Earnhardt's back bumper.
He's running in fifth place. You see the second, third, fourth, and fifth place cars in the screen, and just up in front of Darrell Waltrip is Ernie Irvan. There are Chevrolets and an Oldsmobile. In fact, there are 4 Chevrolets running in the first 4 position. Gant and an Oldsmobile running in fifth place. Then 6th is Mark Martin in a Ford. 7th is Sterling Marlin in a Ford. Bill Elliott in another Ford is 8th. And 9th is Rusty Wallace in a Pontiac. And Alan Quick in a Ford is 10th. And then 11th is Ricky Rudd. Hutch Strickland is 12th. Terry Labonte 13th. Derrike Cope 14th. 15th is Geoff Bodine. Davey Allison is 16th. Then comes Lake Speed, Brett Bodine, Bobby Hillen, and the car number 98 of Jimmy Spencer. That's the top 20.
And here is Earnhardt looking to the inside of Ken Schrader out of the first turn, and Schrader is going to go into third position as he passes Schrader. Earnhardt moves to third. Here comes Harry Gant trying to make a bid, but he'll have to lay off the accelerator going over the tunnel turn.
Schrader's car maybe not working quite as well as it was before they made the pit stop. He jumped back out into the lead. But here's a good battle among the rookies, Bob. The car number 55 of Ted Musgrave, he just went around Bobby Hamilton. Musgrave currently leads the rookie points with 120. Bobby Hamilton has 114 points. So a very good battle going on for Rookie of the Year honors in the Winston Cup Series. Musgrave led a lap during the caution. He stayed out on the racetrack, didn't make his pit stop when everybody else came in, so he picked up 5 bonus points for leading. Now, that doesn't count as far as the rookie points are concerned, but he did get 5 Winston Cup points bonus.
Meanwhile, back up front, it is still Ernie Irvan leading Darrell Waltrip with 36 laps completed here at Pocono out of 200. That will make up this champion Spark Plug 500. Irvan able to keep the advantage here over Darrell Waltrip. Now Waltrip moving in just a little as they head for turn number 3.
Darrell appears to be getting through that turn very well, and he said in the interview we did with him that's where he would like for his car to work best, and that is very important.
So from Pocono International Raceway, we'll take another break and be right back with more of our live coverage on Father's Day 1991.
Do you know what open-end mutual funds are?
The Wall Street Journal Guide to Understanding Money and Markets tells you in clear, simple English.
Do you know how to spot trends in stocks?
And what stock options are?
And zero coupon bonds?
And the difference between Treasury bills and Treasury notes?
Everything you want to know about the sometimes baffling world of money and investing is in this remarkable 120-page book. And now it's yours free when you subscribe to the Wall Street Journal. Call now and you can have 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and this valuable 120-page Guide to Understanding Money and Markets. That's 13 weeks of the Journal for the news and ideas you need every business day. And this guide free, which tells you everything you want to know about money and markets, all for only $37, a 24% savings off the newsstand price. Call now, toll-free, 800-642-7400. That's 800-642-7400 for today's Wall Street Journal.
Bob Jenkins, Ned Jarrett, Dr. Jerry Punch, and John Kernan back at Pocono International Raceway. And once again, here's how to enter the ESPN Pick the Winning Chevy Sweepstakes. Call 1-900-933-9300 before the halfway lap. Then stay tuned to see which car is the first Chevy to finish. If your entry is selected and you have given the correct Chevy winner, you will win your choice of any Chevy Lumina, including the fabulous Z34. 1-900-933-9300. The ESPN Pick the Winning Chevy Sweepstakes. Chevy's doing well here at Pocono. Irvan has the lead, followed by Waltrip, then Dale Earnhardt. Now, this is not the same contest as the Gillette Right Guard halfway challenge contest, so please note the number that you're supposed to dial. And the contest is set up differently, whereas you have to pick who you think is going to be the first Chevy across the line. So this is not the halfway challenge. It's different from the halfway challenge, and please make note of that.
They all seem to be pretty well content where they're running there now, Bob. Of course, Ernie Irvan comfortably out front. Car working well for him. Waltrip trying to reel him in. Earnhardt in third. Schrader in fourth. Gant stays in fifth.
Let's go to Jerry Punch on pit road with more on this fuel mileage story. Jerry?
Well, we heard John Kernan a little bit ago talking about how the crews calculate their fuel mileage by actually weighing the fuel from the cans and then what's left over after a pit stop. But, you know, a lot of the teams up and down pit road will see a wide variation in the kind of mileage they'll get today. Some of the teams may go as much as 42 laps, as you heard John Kernan say. Now, I'm in the Ernie Irvan pit, and they're probably figuring around 34 or 35 laps for fuel stops. Why? Because some teams are running a different gear ratio. The lower the gear to get the cars off of turn one and off of tunnel turns, that burns a lot of fuel. And of course, some teams are running a little higher gear, being a little more conservative with the engine, and that makes a big difference too. So Ned, I guess a lot of people changing gears yesterday in the garage area, trying to roll the dice a little bit with regard to fuel mileage.
Jerry, I believe there was as much gear changing going on in the garage as I've seen in a long time, and certainly fuel mileage was one of the considerations. Another was some of them might sacrifice that fuel mileage just to be able to get off of these turns a little bit better. So it just depends on what concept you want to go with. Do you gear it low so you can get off of those turns and run a little bit faster, or do you conserve that fuel? So we have a variety of it out there today.
Coming up on the quarter mark, a quarter way of this race, there is Dale Earnhardt, who's running in third position. Right behind him is Schrader, and then Gant. And Sterling Marlin is there also.
That's Bill Elliott back there in sixth place, Bob, isn't it, in the car number 9?
Maybe you're right.
They both have
Marlin
blue cars. Yeah,
yep.
There he is.
Yep.
So Bill having a good run here today. He, too, has had a tough week. His mom had somewhat of a setback. She's had a problem for a couple of years now and is not doing well. His grandmother was put in the hospital this week with a heart attack, and she's certainly not doing well. So it's been a tough week for Bill Elliott.
And there was some concern that he may even leave the racetrack before the event started to be with members of his family, but he is here and says he will go all the way in this event. Let's go to Jerry Punch with an update on that story.
Obviously, it has not been a good week here in the garage area for a lot of people involved in the motorsports. We just mentioned the terrible loss of Connie Parsons. And, of course, you just mentioned that Bill Elliott's grandmother at 93, in fact, some people say she's 94 years old, Grandma Reese. And as late as 3 weeks ago, she was still working in her garden just outside of Dawsonville, Georgia. Apparently, they found her in the house, Bill was telling me, and she had 93 years of wonderful life. They had her on a ventilator on life support up until on Friday, and they took her off the ventilator, and it's just a matter of time. But Bill decided he would stay and run the race because that's the way she would have wanted it, and the family would have wanted him to go ahead and run the race and then go home. And, of course, Bill Elliott not having a great day as the car number 9 showing some smoke now makes an entry on the pit road. And let's check in where he will pit, where John Kernan is standing. John?
Bill Elliott is pulled in. The motor is shut off. Ernie and the crew will raise the hood. They will look in. We haven't had much of a chance to talk to them. They're asking Bill to try and turn it over, but it looks like they're having no luck at all. This looks terminal. They put the hood down, and a very disappointed Ernie Elliott climbs over pit wall. It looks like Bill Elliott's day is done.
Moved up to 6th position from his starting spot of 15th, but it appears as if the Coors Light Ford is finished for the day as the crew will push it behind the wall. Well, it's Father's Day 1991, and the leader of the race, Ernie Irvan, is definitely a father. You can see the advantage that he has over Darrell Waltrip as he comes down the straightaway. We asked Ernie Irvan earlier in the weekend about a favorite Father's Day story. Do you have one, Ernie?
No, but I got one coming up. I'm going to buy my dad a ticket to do a parachuting deal. He's been telling me he wanted to skydive, so I'm going to go buy him a gift certificate for one skydive. And I asked him if I could pack the parachute for him, but he won't let me do that. But it's something he keeps saying he wants to do, so I'm going to get the certificate. He doesn't even know about it yet, and I'm going to let him do that next week, I hope.
I can't wait to hear the outcome of that.
Yeah, that's an unusual gift.
Ernie Irvan, the leader of this Champion Spark Plug 500 at the end of 45 laps here at Pocono International.
Of course, his dad, Vic Irvan, was a race driver on the West Coast. Never ran in Winston Cup to my knowledge. I think he ran some Winston West races for a number of years and maybe even participated in a few Winston Cup races at Riverside or some of those West Coast races.
Our Phillips 66 in-car camera giving you the shot of Lake Speed, who is running in 16th position. Back with more live action after this.
Once again, winning at Indy has come down to this. Chevrolet. You can't win without it.
The same battery that has started 9 out of 10 NASCAR winners since 1977 also starts millions of cars all over America every day. Die hard. More power when you need it most.
Attention, advanced photographers. You're witnessing something never possible before. The miracle of microfine grain for the sharpest detail in color print film. Kodak presents Ektar Film.
I sit there and I look at him. I take a good look at him, and you can see how happy he really is. And because his son is doing this, and he gets to go home, and that's my boy.
Just about 1 o'clock Eastern Time, and if you're just joining us, welcome to the Champion Spark Plug 500 Winston Cup race from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania. We're 47 laps into this event, and Ernie Irvan in car number 4 has the lead. Mark Martin fans out in full here this weekend. Mark currently is running in 7th position. He has been battling with the 22 car of Sterling Marlin for the last few laps. Marlin is 6th and Mark is 7th.
They almost got beside him a couple of times, Bob, but just couldn't quite make the pass, but he has been putting the pressure on.
The Maxwell House Ford and the Folgers Ford going at it. Oh, a crash. Bobby Hamilton has hit the wall, slides across the track and into the infield. That is coming out of turn number 2. The front end of that Country Time car is smashed up pretty good, and Bobby Hamilton's car has come to rest on the infield, and the yellow flag comes out for the 2nd time today.
Well, that's a great shot for his sponsor there, Bob, but not the way he wanted to get it.
For sure. There's Doyle Ford waving the yellow flag, and Bobby Hamilton's car sits at the exit of turn number 2. Let's see if we can see what happened.
Okay, we're looking at the tunnel turn 2, and it looks like the back end just went around on the car and slams hard into the outside wall head on. Jimmy Means and the Alka-Seltzer Pontiac gets by. A couple other cars gets by as he slides down onto the grassed area.
So Bobby Hamilton involved in our first crash, but he has gotten himself out of the car and is walking to the ambulance. So that's a good sign that Bobby was not injured in that crash. John Kernan is with Bill Elliott.
A very disappointed Bill Elliott, I might add. Bill, you were running so well out there, and then did the engine just stop on you?
It just started messing, and then it started smoking, and I don't know what happened to it. It's been one of those years, all the circumstances happened this past week and all, and I'm just ready to go home and get out of here.
Well, you will be taking off now. Have you heard any further reports on your grandmother?
No. As far as I know this morning, she was still alive, but from now, I don't know.
Well, Bill, we'll be changing clothes shortly and heading to the airport to fly back home to Dawsonville.
Bill Elliott. A lot of speculation as to what Bill might do next year, whether the a team will still be intact or whether Bill will choose to go to another team, as the silly season rumors are beginning already here, and we haven't even reached the halfway point of the 91 season. So the fans here at Pocono are now settled in to watch some pit stops. You can see how slowly the field comes down pit road. Now this is, of course, the NASCAR edict that the drivers must pace themselves and discipline themselves as they come down pit road for their stops.
55 miles an hour is what they're scheduled to come down pit road. And after running upwards 185 or 90 on the racetrack, that seems awfully slow.
All of the front runners have come in. Jerry Punch is in the pit of Ernie Irvan.
And Bob, this caution turned out to be a big break for Ernie Irvan. They were going to have to make their scheduled pit stop in about 4 laps, and now they get to do another caution. They will change all 4 tires, and they'll also make a chassis adjustment here in the left rear. Earnhardt is coming out. He has already gotten his service from the 4-time world champion pit crew. The Kodak crew now putting left side tires on Ernie Irvan's car. They have taken some bite out of the car. And here Earnhardt, Darrell, Waltrip, Harry Gant, and then Ernie Irvan in that order exit pit road and head for turn 1.
Kind of evens things up, though, Ned, because Dale Earnhardt and the others had to come down pit road so slowly. That allowed Ernie Irvan, who was pitted toward turn number 1, to fall in, I believe, 4th place, 3 behind.
That's true. It can be a little misleading sometime when we see somebody get off the jack.
So the yellow is out for the 3rd time this afternoon here at Pocono, and we'll return with more of our coverage after this.
All of these championship-winning drivers have one thing in common: Goodyear Racing Eagles. The race-winning technology that's found in the Goodyear Racing Eagles can also be found in the world's best-selling line of high-performance street tires, Goodyear Eagle Street Radials. The champions know, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Brett Bodine, one tough driver, talks about Quaker State, one tough motor oil.
At North Wilkesboro, that Carolina asphalt was hot enough to fry our King Racing Buick. Our engine was running hot, 240 degrees, and I had to keep pushing it over 8,000 RPM. Now that's when you start worrying about your oil's viscosity breaking down. But when the going got tough, the same Quaker State you can buy right off the shelf was tough enough to get me to the finish line first.
Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
If only your tires could talk.
It's so tiring. He babies the car, then abuses me with messy vinyl cleaner. Hey, I'm rubber. No-touch tire care. Ooh, nice foam.
Introducing No Touch Tire Care, the first product to clean, shine, and protect tires in one easy step. No scrubbing, no dirty rags, no mess.
Yeah, clean and shiny. Oh, no, bad doggy, go away.
Treat your tires right with new No Touch Tire Care.
Pocono International Raceway near Long Pond, Pennsylvania, the site of today's champion Spark Plug 500 Winston Cup race. And we've got it live for you here on ESPN. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Goody's, the South's #1 headache powder. By Ektar Film from Kodak. For advanced photographers, the genius is in the details. And by Wagner, power painting that's not just a whole lot faster, but a whole lot better. Caution out over the racetrack for the 2nd time today. It's our first crash of the day. It involved Bobby Hamilton as he got the car a little bit sideways coming out of turn number 2 and slid up into the outside retaining wall, damaging the car quite severely, Ned.
Yes, as he came off of turn 2, he was following another car. That might be Larry Pearson. It's another yellow car, and all at once the back end goes out from under him. It spins around, and then we'll see the front end of it go head on into the outside retaining wall as a couple of other cars takes evasive action, and Hamilton hits the wall hard, bounces back to the inside of the track down on the grassed area, but he did walk away from it. Of course, they did take him to the infield care center just for a checkup, which is mandatory by NASCAR.
But as we talked about the rookie point standings, it is going to perhaps mean a loss of some points. Ted Musgrave 6 ahead of Bobby Hamilton going into this event. Now, Michael Waltrip's Pennzoil Pontiac number 30 is also showing some signs of damage on the other side of the car. There's quite a black mark.
Yes, there was quite a black mark. And in fact, he stayed in the pits a long time, Bob. They had it jacked up on the left side. He was in for quite a while making some sort of adjustments or something. That was on the left side where they were working. The black marks we're talking about, we'll perhaps see him when he comes down the front straightaway here. Dale Jarrett was in the pits quite a while also in the sit-go Ford. They either put a rubber in the right front spring or took one out. There you can see those black marks on the Pennzoil Pontiac of Michael Waltrip. So he's been running a little close to somebody out there.
John Kernan on pit road.
I've just talked with Billy Engel, the crew chief from Michael Waltrip. He says, yeah, he did get together with somebody out there. He said, but that is not affecting the car. What has been affecting the car, it has been very tight. So they've tried to stiffen up the rear, and they put a rubber in the rear spring to try and loosen the car up a little bit. So they hope that this is helped to alleviate that problem, but they've got another rubber standing by to stick in if they need it on the next pit stop. Dale Earnhardt is your leader as 52 laps are on the board here at Pocono, and we will be right back after this.
I believe when you give people the best price, they'll give you their business. Seems my approach has been picked up by a credit card company.
Introducing Price Protection from Citibank Visa. If you buy something with your Citibank Visa, then see it in a printed ad for less, we'll refund you the difference up to $250. So you can get the best price no matter where you shop.
Offering the best price has kept my customers happy. I'm sure it'll do the same for Citibank's customers. Stand by.
Not just Visa, Citibank Visa.
What you're about to see is a sim. Brushstrokes, runs, streaks. Now consider the new Wagner Power Painter. It has patented controls for precision, a convenient backpack for big jobs. It paints smoothly and evenly over cracks and tough surfaces. Why did we ruin this beauty? So you wouldn't ruin this one. Wagner, not just a whole lot faster, a whole lot better.
The same battery that has started 9 out of 10 NASCAR winners since 1977 also starts millions of cars all over America every day. Die hard. More power when you need it most.
The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment for drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track. STP.
They have just taken the green flag on lap number 54 to resume the action here at Pocono, and Dale Earnhardt is the leader of the race. Darrell Waltrip running second. Harry Gant is third. Ernie Irvan fourth, and Sterling Marlin is fifth.
So it took Earnhardt 25% of the race, basically, to get up front from his 21st starting position.
We have talked all day about how strong Harry Gant is on this racetrack. He's the defending champion of this event, and he is right there in third position, closing in on Waltrip and Earnhardt.
Well, they are closing in. While we watched that battle, Bob, did Jimmy Means lead a lap during that?
Yes, he did. For the first time since July of 1989, Jimmy Means has led a Winston Cup race.
Well, good for him, the Alka-Seltzer Pontiac.
And here is Dale Earnhardt's progression up through the field. On lap 10, he was 12th. Remember, he started 21st. Then he moved to 11th at the end of 15 laps, and he is then 4th, and now finds himself in the lead, leading the others off the first turn down into the tunnel turn.
And part of that progression was helped by the work in the pits. On both of his pit stops, they picked up some positions for him.
So often the pit crews go unheralded, but they do play a major role in winning a race.
I'll tell you, Waltrip looks strong here today.
Sure does.
He has been right up there in the thick of this thing from the drop of the green flag.
They're the top 5, and they are running very close together.
Looked like Kenny Schrader perhaps was the loser in that round of pit stops. He dropped a little bit farther back than some of the others.
Look at him fan out coming off the third turn. Wow. They go 4 wide on this very wide front straightaway. The King Richard Petty is in there, and Davey Allison also is in this group of cars.
But look how they break down to get into that turn, and no more than 2 of them. Here's Joe Ruttman making a good run on Davey Allison, the Denverville Oldsmobile of Joe Ruttman.
He goes into 14th position, and Davey Allison drops back to 15th. And right behind is the Phillips 66 car and the in-car camera carried by Lake Speed.
He's following Terry Labonte just ahead of him. In fact, we saw them together earlier, so they've been running together most of the day so far. He's in turn 3 now.
Now down this long front stretch. They're the top 5 cars once again, led by Earnhardt. Now Ernie Irvan trying to move to the outside of Darrell Waltrip as they go down Long Pond straightaway. Battle for second position. Ernie can't make the move, but Waltrip is going to go inside of Earnhardt and take the lead. Darrell Waltrip takes the lead. Ernie Irvan goes to second, and now Dale Earnhardt and Ernie Irvan battle for that second spot, and Earnhardt gets it.
And it looked like Harry Gant might get by the car number 4 of Ernie Irvan. They race side by side. Here's Sterling Marlin trying to stick his nose up in there as well. There's an opening, and he gets the Maxwell House Ford down on the inside. Look at Rusty Wallace on the inside of Kenny Schrader. And then look at Alan Kowinka. He's going to make it 4 abreast down this front straightaway. Somebody will have to back off when they get into turn 1. Mark Martin looking for a place to go back there. He's
going to make it 5 wide.
No, he thinks better of that.
Yeah.
Now they peel off and get down to 2 wide going into the turn. Boy, that is exciting racing.
It really is. That will be the thing that Pocono Raceway is remembered for, if nothing else. The wide front straightaway and the long front straightaway in which they can. And Brett Bodine
there's a car.
And the yellow flag is out.
Yeah, Brett Bodine apparently has blown an engine in the Quaker State Buick. As he went into turn 1, there was a lot of smoke down there.
The Quaker State Buick, owned by Kenny Bernstein, smoking badly and bringing out our 3rd caution of the afternoon.
And they race back to the start-finish line. Darrell Waltrip leading this race for the first time today.
And Waltrip will cross the line first. Earnhardt will be second. Then Gant, Irvan, Sterling Marlin, Derrike, Ken Schrader, and Rusty Wallace, as on lap number 58, the caution is out once again on Pocono International Raceway.
I watched what I ate, worked out on my Easy Glider, and lost 75 pounds.
This is actual footage of Keith's home video showing his dramatic weight loss. All across America, people have found that 20 minutes every other day works to firm all major muscle groups and helps to lose weight aerobically.
I'm using my arms, my shoulder, my back, my tummy, my thighs, my leg. I get it all.
Dual resistance allows you to adjust tension for both legs and upper body.
I have tried bikes, jogging, even racquetball, and Easy Glider is definitely the best.
And this handsome unit folds down quickly for easy storage.
Call toll-free like I did to shape up and slim down with Easy Glider.
Call toll-free 1-800-972-3400. We'll bill your credit card 3 easy payments of $19.95 each. You get a full 60-day home trial with a money-back guarantee. The total price, $59.85 plus $9 shipping and handling. Call 1-800-972-3400 now.
If it happens in baseball, you'll see it on ESPN.
There he goes. He leaps. He makes the catch.
See Tuesday night doubleheaders, Wednesday night excitement, Friday night twin bills, and exclusive Sunday night action. Pittsburgh's killer bees are putting the sting to the rest of the National League. Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla lead the first-place Pirates against the Giants. Live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Still under caution here at Pocono as the track safety officials check the surface for any oil that might have been laid down by Brett Bodine as something let go in that machine. There's the 98 car of Jimmy Spencer, the Banquet Frozen Foods car. And when you talk about a hometown guy, this is the hometown guy. From Berwick, Pennsylvania, Jimmy Spencer, trying to make a good showing here this afternoon. It's a special day to honor those who shaped our lives. In the world of stock car racing, no greater praise than the father of Jimmy Spencer.
Success in racing requires almost continuous sacrifice and ultimate commitment. For Jimmy Spencer, these values were instilled long before he set foot in a race car. Ed Spencer, Jimmy's dad, knew what it took to be a winner behind the wheel. But for him, the choice was simple. Family always came first.
My dad was one of the greatest drivers I think that ever lived. I know that he could be a Winston Cup champion, but he raised a family, and that meant a lot, you know. I mean, he raised 7 children, and that's what he gave up his racing career for. And now he's living his second life, so to speak, with me. And that's every race my dad's with me, and he's protecting, supportive, and still helps me, gives me ideas and things to do at the racetrack.
Through the early years, the family stayed together and played together. This makeshift racetrack through their salvage yard proved a fitting arena for the Spencer boys to hone their skills.
When we were racing back in the 70s with my dad, a lot of the people that worked on the cars, they wanted to sort of have fun driving cars around the junkyard, and it sort of materialized into a situation where my dad built a little racetrack down there, and I got a lot of experience there racing.
Pursuit of the Winston Cup required Jimmy Spencer to do something no one else in the family had ever done. He left home. The lure of Travis Carter's ultra-modern North Carolina race shop, coupled with his desire to be involved with the day-to-day operation of the team, forced him to move south. So it would only seem fitting that on this Father's Day, Jimmy Spencer's quest for the Cup would bring him back to where it all began. For this weekend, the Spencers are once again a family, only now with a very famous favorite son.
Jimmy Spencer, former modified champion, trying to make his mark in Winston Cup racing, finds himself running 21st at the moment. And we salute Mr. Spencer and all of the fathers on this Father's Day of 1991. We're glad you could join us for our live coverage of Winston Cup racing. The Champion Spark Plug 500. Back in a moment.
Nothing beats a winning team, pushing hard, reaching for the dream. Nothing beats clean, crisp and cold. Got the king of beers, you're on a roll. Nothing beats the Bud, Budweiser. Nothing beats the Bud. Nothing beats the Bud.
Ever wonder what I do when I'm not racing? I'm at Western Auto, kind of checking things out, and you should too. Hey guys.
Hi, Darrell.
Because now you can enter our exciting We Win, You Win $1 Million Racing Sweepstakes. There's monthly drawings for Chevy Luminas, race trips, plus if I win the championship, one of you will win $1 million.
While you're at Western Auto, pick up Ray Bestis Raymo brake shoes and pads for as low as $9.99. Ray Bestis, the best in brakes.
Yeah.
Back at Pocono, still under caution for the third time today. Brett Bodine losing an engine on the racetrack, checking it over for debris and other liquid that might have been put down, but we should be going green within a lap and a half. Just a few moments ago, Kenny Schrader made a pit stop, and it was a pit stop. He was there for a long time, and a major chassis adjustment made on that car. John, what was the story on that?
Well, Bob, you know, some cars that you drive and you buy out on the street have self-adjusting or adjustable suspension systems. Well, the right rear jack bolt decided it wanted to do that on Kenny Schrader's car. It had come loose somewhat, and it was spinning around. It was tightening up the car on its own out on the racetrack. Now, they have worked on it a whole bunch out there, and I've got Richard Broom, Kenny's crew chief. Did you get that problem fixed? I noticed you had to put a pair of vice grips in there to hold that thing in place.
Well, John, I tell you what, we really got some problems. Jack screw backed off about 1 1/4 inches, so the car must have had 4 inches of bite in it if it had anything in it. So, you know, I'm going to try to reset it right now, and we're going to lock it down. I think it'll stay in place.
Well, Kenny is coming back into the pits right now, so they're going to have to make another major chassis adjustment. I mean, I haven't heard of that happening too often. Have you guys?
Not really, John. That is unusual for the adjusting screw to adjust itself. It has happened a few times in the past, but when I looked down there and saw the number of rounds that they were turning that thing, I said, my goodness. But I understand why now if it had done that, and so it had to be a booger to drive.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you relate on how difficult that must have been for him to drive a car like that?
Well, fortunately, it was backing off the right rear, which would be, he said it had a lot of bite in the car. You can see the crewman in and out the car there, putting that vice grip on the screw jack, but it was tightening the back end up, which would make it push. That's not as bad as if it had been the other way around, making it loose.
Right. Well, we're getting closer to the halfway point. Call now to enter the ESPN Pick the Winning Chevy Sweepstakes. Call 1-900-933-9300 before the halfway lap. And we're on lap number 61 right now, so you got 39 more laps to go. If your entry is selected and you have given the correct Chevy winner, you could win a new Chevy Lumina Z34. Stay tuned to see which car is the first Chevy to finish. Now remember, this is different from the Right Guard Halfway Challenge. There is no Right Guard Halfway Challenge for this event. This is the ESPN Pick the Winning Chevy sweepstakes, and the number is different than the Right Guard Halfway Challenge. The number to dial is 1-900-933-9300. Well, they're lining up two abreast, getting set to go back to green. And a resumption of the Champion Sparkplug 500. Darrell Waltrip is your leader, with Earnhardt running in second, Gant third, Irvan fourth, Marlin fifth, then Cope, Kowicki, Wallace, Martin, and finally the number 12 car of Hut Strickland is running in 10th position. Waltrip leads him down off of corner number 3, looking for the green flag. There it is, and we are back to racing.
Well, there are 29 cars still in the lead lap, and Kenny Schrader is the last car. He's got a lot of cars to come through before getting back up front.
Chad Little and Dave Marcus lining up to the inside. They have already been lapped.
In fact, they had just been lapped the lap before that first caution came out, and they have not been able to get them back. But that was a little ill timing as far as they were concerned.
Marcus drops to the inside as the rest of the field. Ooh, here's some side-by-side racing. It's Alan Kowicki on the outside, and Rusty Wallace taking over that position.
Yeah, Kowicki, once Rusty got out there, he didn't challenge him too much. He backed off and let him go on into that turn, but he might have backed off too much, because here comes Mark Martin down on the inside.
And that's Hut Strickland in car number 12 that will try to follow Mark Martin through. If Mark is able to make the pass, they head for turn number 3.
This is almost like coming off the turn at Martinsville, Virginia. In fact, there's not quite as much banking there as there is at Martinsville.
Goes to 4th position. Irvan back to 5th. Action back in the pack. That's Mark Martin and Hut Strickland and Kowicki and Bobby Hillen in the 42 car.
Marlin sure Junior Johnson back in Rhonda, North Carolina, watching the race here this afternoon, and he'll be back.
I was going to say, this is his 4th race, isn't it?
That's right. After the penalty that was imposed on he and crew chief Tim Brewer on the Budweiser Ford, that they'll be eligible, we'll say, to come back next week at Michigan, and I'm sure that we'll see number 11 on that Budweiser Ford next week, and we'll see Junior and Tim Brewer back in the pits, and it'll be good to see them back.
Sure will. Of course, the 97 car has been entered by Flossie Johnson for the last 4 races, still driven by Geoff Bodine, and there it is, the Budweiser car right in the middle there. Now let's take a look at the serial of Darrell Waltrip. Started 13th, moved to 7th, 3rd, 2nd at the end of 45 laps, and here on the 65th circuit, he is the leader, but being challenged by Earnhardt.
Well, that is steady progression. And here's Gant.
Yeah.
Moving right up on Earnhardt. Looked at the outside, now looks at the inside.
And yeah, Gant is going to pick up the spot, I believe, going into turn 2. He does. Harry Gant goes to 2nd.
Now let's see if he slides up and Earnhardt gets back under him. No, he was able to hold it down. Earnhardt is notorious for that. If the car passes him and slides up a little bit, he'll drive right back under him. But Gant is fast right now.
He sure is. This is his 21st start here on this racetrack. 2 wins. He's the defending champion of this race, and he also won the July event in 1984.
Sterling Marlin is working on Earnhardt now, trying to make a move on the front straightaway here as the fans voice their approval.
Now here's Sterling Marlin looking for 3rd position as he'll draw alongside of Dale Earnhardt and pass Dale. Sterling Marlin is 3rd, Earnhardt back to 4th.
So Earnhardt, maybe his car not working quite as well as it did a little bit earlier when he was up front.
He's lost 2 positions here in the last 2 laps. Excuse me. Gant beginning to move in on Waltrip. May have a challenge for the lead here before too long. Here's Ernie Irvan wanting to pass Dale Earnhardt. And he will do so. So, yeah, it does appear as if something is not going particularly well with that GM Goodwrench Chevrolet of Earnhardt's.
Well, he's not staying down on the bottom of the racetrack like he needs to, and like most of the other cars are. And then he slips up a little bit, and that gives them the opening, and they just drive right in there. Well, look at them there again, spreading out back in the pack as they try to draft each other and jockey around for position.
John Kernan, do you have any late word on what might be wrong with Earnhardt?
I just talked to Richard Childress, Earnhardt's crew chief, or I should say car owner, Kurt Shelberdine, the crew chief. He says Dale hasn't said a word to him. He kind of shrugged his shoulders. He's not really quite sure exactly what's going on with the 3 car right now.
Well, he certainly is not dropping too far back, but has lost a few positions here in the last few laps, but now closes in on Ernie Irvan once again. Earnhardt has fallen from 2nd back to 5th. Good run for Derrike so far. He's 6th. That's the car on the far right of your screen, the red and white number 10 Purolator Chevrolet. Derrike in one of his best performances of the year. Look at this crowd that has gathered for this first of 2 Winston Cup races here at Pocono. Great race fans in this area. They love modified racing. They love sprint car racing. Let's see if Nope. Thought maybe Sterling Marlin was going to pull inside and take a 2nd spot away from Harry Gant, but he did not.
Marlin's car seems to be strong today, handling well, and that is a key factor on this racetrack.
I believe he's going to get it here, Ned.
Moving up on the inside. Yes, he does. Move right on by.
And here comes Earnhardt to 4th.
Well, maybe we'd given up on him too early.
Look at Derrike now challenge Ernie Irvan in number 4 as they make it 2 wide down this backstretch.
Boy, I'll tell you now, passing on the outside is a difficult chore here today, and he couldn't quite make it stick out there. He had to back off, fall in behind Ernie Irvan.
Boy, the crowd is just on its feet. It's been standing virtually since the drop of the green flag, and Mark Martin and Alan Kowicki raced their Ford side by side across the line. Look how low Sterling Marlin and Rusty Wallace are. Now they go back up into the groove, and Sterling Marlin is, rather I should say Hut Strickland is looking good.
When one car pulls out coming down that straightaway to try to pick up the draft maybe of a car in front of them, and then if someone, in that case where Hut was trying to pass Rusty Wallace was, moving down on the racetrack, and it just carried Hut that much farther inside, but he had the momentum and moved right on around. I tell you, that's another car that's running good there today is Hut Strickland.
They're the cars that have dropped out of competition. James Hilton, Bill Elliott out with a mechanical problem, as is Brett Bodine. Bobby Hamilton crashed coming out of turn number 2. That has been the only crash of the day so far. Darrell Waltrip leads Sterling Marlin, Harry Gant, Dale Earnhardt, and Ernie Irvan here. Single file formation at the end of the straightaway, and they dive into turn number 1, single file. So we will be back now with more of our live coverage of this Winston Cup event in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania after this.
It's one of the most technologically advanced, most rigorously tested fluids on Earth, relentlessly measured for maximum protection against the friction, the wear and tear, the heat and stress of today's engines. It is today's Quaker State. In Europe, in Japan, in America, Quaker State quality has passed the most demanding tests automakers can throw at it. At Quaker State, we don't just say we're tough, we're tested tough. The big Q is one tough motor oil.
Getting to know you.
Geostorm. Great way to get away. 16 valves. Hello, road. The turns, the hills. This is it.
Get to know Geostorm and tame a wild road.
Now this could be contagious.
Catch one now at your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
Getting to know you.
He's the last one on Earth she'd expect to protect her son.
Come with me if you want to live.
He's a Terminator like you, right?
Not like me.
And the only one in the world who can. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Trust me.
Terminator 2, Judgment Day, rated R, starts Wednesday, July 3rd at a theater near you. The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment for drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track. STP.
Around the world, covering over 200 events this year. ESPN's Speed World and 1 million miles of award-winning coverage today in Pocono, Pennsylvania. And when you come to this area of the country, there's all kinds of things to do and see. Some beautiful scenery here in the northeastern portion of the great state of Pennsylvania. And also Pocono International Raceway, where Sterling Marlin has gone into the lead, passing Darrell Waltrip.
Well, we said his car was strong, and certainly he has proved it here.
Sterling Marlin becomes our 9th leader of the event. And in 12 starts, Sterling Marlin has never led a lap here at Pocono until now. And there's Larry Pearson, who has brought the Jasper Transmissions car slow on the racetrack and maybe headed for pit road. Car moving very slowly toward turn number 3. Jerry Punch has a report.
Well, gentlemen, a minute ago, Randy LaJoie came down pit road, and the car sort of rolled to a stop. Now, the reason is, this is the throttle pedal. It fell off the car. The throttle pedal broke off. Now, they're going to push the car back to garage area. I'm going to give this throttle pedal back to one of the crew members, and they're going to run in the garage area and try to weld it back on the car and get Randy LaJoie back on the racetrack. So, anything can happen here, and they're going to have to hustle.
Well, I tell you, that is an unusual occurrence, and that's one piece on the car. You can't do it that if you're going to race.
Larry Pearson has made it to pit road. He takes the number 41 car behind pit wall as the front of the field comes down the straightaway. And now running in second position is Harry Gant as he has passed Waltrip.
Here comes Geoff Bodine pulling out in the Flossie Johnson car, trying to take a position from Alan Kulwicki. Is he going to be able to do it? As Darrell Waltrip looked on the inside of Harry Gant once again, but he could do nothing there.
Geoff Bodine running back in 11th position, and this is how Harry Gant took over the position from Darrell Waltrip.
Going into turn 2, he just pulled right on the inside of Darrell. Darrell got up a little bit high coming off of turn 1, and Gant drafted right past him and took the position.
Most of the passing we have seen today has been going into turn number 1, but in that case, he used the Long Pond straightaway in turn number 2 to take the advantage. And here is Ernie Irvan making a pass on Dale Earnhardt. But now they touch.
Yes, they do. And Earnhardt is going to come back on the inside. That's what I was talking about a while ago. Earnhardt is notorious for if a car passes him and slips just a little bit. But look at Hut Strickland. That gave him the momentum. And Derrike Cope coming on the inside. Here comes Irvan back on the outside. Somebody's got to give going into that turn. Who will it be?
Derrike Cope wanted to go between Hut and Dale Earnhardt, but didn't have the room, so he had to back off. And now Cope and Ernie Irvan are side by side into the turn, and Dale Earnhardt is saying, move over, guys. I'd like to pass both of you.
Oh, boy, you can't do that. 3 abreast into this turn. That won't work.
Somebody's going to have to give, but I don't think it's going to be Earnhardt. He's looking Mark Martin. He's going to make it 4 wide through there.
Boy, I have never seen him do that going through that turn. Of course, Ernie Irvan finally backed off. He knew that that was not the thing to do.
Smart guy. Wow. There is Mark Martin going to the inside of Ernie Irvan.
You know, when Earnhardt goes into that turn 2 and turn 1, it doesn't enter his mind that this track has produced 2 of the most serious accidents that he has had in his career. He was injured in both of them, once down in turn 1, I believe, and over in turn 2.
And, of course, that tunnel turn 2, was the scene of Bobby Allison's tragic crash that ended his career. I'm telling you, Ned, we are seeing some great racing on this place.
We really are. It's not unusual, really. We always see good racing here at Pocono, but this is some of the best that we've seen in a long time, and some of the best that we've seen this year.
Just seems like that so many of the cars are equally matched today, and nobody can pull ahead of anybody else for any length of time.
Well, you know, I asked Harry Gant during the driver introduction down there, I said, you running good? He said, yeah, along with about 20 other cars, about the same speed, and by golly, it's showing here.
There's the single file progression now through turn number 2 and onto the back stretch. Now the 42 car is being driven this weekend by Bobby Hill, and here comes Ken Schrader. Now remember the major chassis adjustment and the problem they have on the jack on this car? Well, he has moved up to 14th position, and when we went back to green from that caution period, he was what, about 28th or 29th, Ned?
29th. There were 29 cars on the lead lap, and he was the last one, so he has really made some progress through the field. Passing Ricky Rudd
and Morgan Shepherd back there in car number 15.
And he's pulling away from them. So apparently Richard Broom and the crew got the car dialed back in and locked that screw jack where it couldn't be moving again, and he's motoring back to the front.
And there is the 42 car, and here is a field summary as of lap number 72. Run down the entire field the way they are running. Now that is Bobby Hillen driving the 42 car in substitution for the still ailing Kyle Petty. Now, of course, Bobby Hillen will not be driving this car on the road course at Watkins Glen. Tom Kendall will take back over the cockpit when we get to Watkins Glen a little bit later in the year. But Bobby Hillen, for right now, has the chore in the 42 car.
And he's doing a good job in it today. See Davey Allison way back in the field. Those cars, some of those cars out of the race.
Yep.
Bill Elliott being one of them.
J.D. McDuffie and James Hilton also out of competition.
Here's Schrader just continuing to go to the front. He moves around Bobby Hillen in the mellow yellow Pontiac. Hillen comes back up on him a little bit, but Schrader didn't take long once he caught him to move around.
This has to be a real break for Bobby Hillen getting this 42 car, which of course has proven itself, and working with Gary Nelson and the other people associated with this crew, the owner Felix Zabatas. Is this a make or break point in your career, Bobby Hillen?
It's definitely that time. This car's run up front. Kyle led more laps in Winston Cup racing before he got hurt than any other competitor. So the team and the car, Gary and all the guys are very capable. It's going to be up to me to adapt to their style and to get up front and to win races. And I know that, and it's a good feeling to have that, you know, assurance and that confidence that you're in a car and you're in a team that has already proven, I mean, just recently that they can get the job done. So it tells me you have to do what you need to do to get the job done.
Bobby Hillen currently 14th in the mellow yellow Pontiac, car number 42. Bobby, of course, the youngest driver ever to win a Winston Cup race at Talladega a few years ago.
Since he was driving for the Stavola brothers then. Some shakeups in the Stavola brothers team this week. We mentioned that. A number of the team members are going other places. Here's Ernie Irvan trying to move around Derrike Cope, and does so.
That moves him into 6th position, and Derrike back to 7th. The leader of the race is Sterling Marlin, car number 22. Harry Gant about 4 or 5 car lengths behind him in that 2nd position, as 79 laps have been completed. Here at Pocono International, hot and sticky day. There you can see Sterling Marlin's progress through the fields from 16th to 10th to 6th to 5th and to the lead on lap number 79. Hot and sticky day in the Pocono Mountains. The fans love it, though. Great racing here at Pocono. Back after this.
Attention, advanced photographers. You're witnessing something never possible before. The miracle of microfine grain for the sharpest detail in color print film. Kodak presents Ektar Film.
No better way to face the day.
The morning belongs to Skin Bracer Aftershave. Its cool, brisk tingle really gets you going. And what a great scent. Skin Bracer.
No better way to face the day. Find it.
The way I worked, I sure appreciate my new Suzuki King quad. It's great for fishing, too. Caught 9 bass last week. It hauled all the wood to build Martha's chicken coop. took me hunting. Spent all day shooting geese.
Check out the new King Quad ATV at your Suzuki dealer now.
You plowing tomorrow, Wayne?
Yep.
Don't forget your fishing gear.
Suzuki recommends all riders take a training course. In fact, it's on us. See your dealer for details.
Fast. Easy. You're done.
Yeah.
Beautiful. It's Kit. And it lasts.
Back at Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania for the Champion Spark Plug 500. We're riding with Lake Speed, the Phillips 66 in-car camera. He's right behind Morgan Shepherd out on the racetrack and Ricky Rudd. There's Morgan in 15 and Lake in number 66. And there's Rudd on the left of your screen in the number 5 car. And Bobby Hillen just ahead of Ricky.
We're still coming off of turn 3 now. Almost a 90-degree turn when you come off of there.
Lake Speed running in 16th position. Morgan is 15th, Rudd 14th, and Hillen is in 13th.
This 4 cars seem to be pretty well evenly matched, Bob, on the straightaway and even through the turns.
There is the leader and second place Harry Gant. Now Gant really closing in on Sterling Marlin. Marlin, of course, has never won a Winston Cup race. He came close to winning the Daytona 500 this year. He finished second. In fact, he has finished runner-up on 3 different occasions. This race, he would like very much to record his first Winston Cup victory. The 28 car of Davey Allison is struggling on the racetrack. He is running in 23rd position. This is the car that has won the last 2 out of 3 events, or at least the driver, John Kernan, has an update.
Well, Bob, updating the situation, talked with Larry McReynolds just a few moments ago. I said, Larry, you guys aren't running like you did last week or in previous weeks, like a few weeks ago at Charlotte. What's the problem? He said, well, we blew it. They did anticipate a little bit hotter weather down here. They've got the car set up for that, but the car has very tight. It has developed a massive push, and he says they have not been able to get rid of it. They're just going to try and ride it out, stay on the lead lap, and make some more adjustments and pit stops, which should be coming up shortly.
Well, John, he's running about 20 seconds behind the leader. That's not quite a half a lap, but it is pretty far back. In fact, he's losing ground every lap.
Normally, this guy joins us for our modified races that we do at Martinsville, and we're not particularly glad to see you, Brett, because we know you're out of the race, but thanks for coming up. Brett Bodine, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, under the circumstances, my pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, we were out of the race with the Quaker State Buick.
What happened?
A real strange circumstance. I don't quite understand how it could have happened. I was following a couple cars down the front straightaway. I believe Joe Ruttman and Mike Waltrip, and evidently one of the cars kicked something off the racetrack and put a hole in the bottom of our oil pan from the outside in, and we just can't fix it. There's no way to fix a hole in a pan like that.
Just one of those racing things. Now here's Hut Strickland going to the inside of Dale Earnhardt and picking up the spot.
Ernie Irvan headed to the pits.
I think that helped aid the pass there a little bit. I believe Ernie was probably signaling to Dale. He was going down pit road. Dale might have checked up just for a second, and Hut was able to sneak by.
Okay, this might be a scheduled pit stop because he had already told our pit reporters, Belby Hillen coming down pit road also, that he was not going to get the gas mileage today that some of the others were concerned. So Ernie Irvan goes all the way down to the end of pit road, and the crew go out, go to the right side to change tires. You can see them also loosening the lug nuts on the left side, cleaning the windshield, cleaning the grill. Now that's being done from back across the wall because they're only allowed 7 men over the wall to do the work. But you can see the gas man doing his job. Now the crew's around on the other side, changing the left side tires. They should be able to do this, Brett, and still stay in the lead lap on this racetrack.
Yeah, I really believe so. It's takes such a long time to get around here under green. But, you know, the pit road slowing down as much as we have to for this race. This is the first time at Pocono we've had to go through that. It really does make a huge difference on track position you lose.
Boy, it's a long way down the pit sit, and you're going 55 miles an hour. You can really lose and gain a lot.
That's for sure.
Well, Ernie Irvan did get back out in front of the leaders. They're perhaps 4 or 5 seconds behind him, but he has fresh tires on there, so that should allow him to pull away. And, of course, they'll have pit stops coming up before long. Richard Petty coming down pit road right now in the STP Pontiac.
Him and Ernie made the first really pit stop of the front runners. It'll be interesting to see after the leaders right now do make their pit stop, how much position he gained by putting those fresh tires on maybe a couple laps early. I think that could be a very big key in gaining track position as the race goes on.
Because new tires will gain you at least a second a lap.
There's no doubt about it, and a second a lap is a long ways down these straightaways, and it makes a big difference in that track position like I spoke of.
And the new radials obviously are quite fast on this racetrack, as evidenced by, and here is Harry Gant challenging Sterling Marlin for the lead. They can cross the stripe side by side, and Gant, I believe, is going to have the lead going into one. Oh, they almost touch, but Gant does come out with the lead.
And we understand that maybe Sterling Marlin might be coming in the next time around. I think his crew is out there ready for him. You mentioned Joe Ruttman, Brad, in your little situation. Joe has slowed dramatically on the racetrack as Morgan Shepherd and Rusty Wallace come down pit roads. But apparently Joe Ruttman has lost a cylinder on the Dinner Bell Oldsmobile, so he's circling around at a much slower speed as we watch Rusty Wallace come into the pits for his stop. And let's go to the pits and Jerry Punch.
This will be a scheduled stop, man, but they do have a problem. I just spoke to Jimmy Maycar a minute ago. They have a mess in the engine, and apparently the engine not running on all 7 cylinders. Actually, it's cutting in and out. It is on 8 cylinders. They weren't sure whether it was possibly a voltage problem. They checked the voltage, had Rusty check it in the turns when you take a look. And apparently they had a concern there that they may have to come in under caution and look underneath the hood. But right now they changed all 4 tires as Sterling Marlin will peel off and head down pit road, and John Kernan is standing by. John?
Under the last pit stop, this crew clicked off a 4-tire change in just over 20 seconds. Sterling is in now. It will be right side tires only as this is the first pit stops made under green. We can see just a little bit of damage in the front air dam of Sterling Marlin's car, but apparently it is not hampering the car in any way. The lights have changed. Gas is in. Sterling is away. A pretty good pit stop.
Long way down pit road for Sterling, though. He keeps it under 55 miles an hour. Dale Earnhardt is in. So are several other cars, including Derrike. The work finished on Earnhardt's car, and he goes back out onto the racetrack. Derrike has completed service on his machine and also gets up speed going down pit road and onto the racetrack.
Somewhat of a surprise. They only changed 2 tires on Sterling Marlin's car, Brent. That's a little unusual.
It really is. And, you know, maybe Harry Gant and the Skull race team here is going to get a chance to kind of see what happens if Sterling's lap times pick up just as good as 4 tires will. Maybe they'll elect to do only a 2-tire stop since they are getting, it looks like, a little better fuel mileage, and kind of get the catbird seat here to see what might be the best plan of attack.
Hut Strickland had moved into 3rd. Now he is on pit road.
Hut Strickland is there. John Kernan reports on this pit stop.
Well, we talked about the 2-tire change of Sterling Marlin. How about a 4-tire change over here for Bobby Allison's car? Hut Strickland sitting in, getting a nice cool drink. It's a very humid day. It's not quite as hot as it normally is this time of year here at Pocono, so the humidity having something to do with it. I'm telling you, they smoked that one. That was a 4-tire change for Hut Strickland, and he is down and away.
Good stop for Hut Strickland and the Raybestos Buick. Moves back out onto the racetrack. Here comes Ricky Rudd back out. The leader continues to be Harry Gant. And Brett, we talked at the beginning of the show about how Harry is the mileage master, and he's proven it because he's gone now 2 more laps than anybody else, and obviously getting good gas mileage again with that car.
Well, I'll tell you, here at Pocono, that really could be a determining factor late in the race. He just keeps stretching it every time to get that extra lap, 2 laps, sometimes three laps here at Pocono on a 1 tank of fuel, and that adds up by the end of the day, and it could mean the difference of sitting in victory lane or having to make a stop and go real quick for a splash of gas.
Here's Lake Speed coming in for a pit stop.
Dale Jarrett and Rick Wilson are on the pit road as well. And you got the 4 mileage kings in the first 4 position now. Harry Gant, Darrell Waltrip, Geoff Bodine, and Ken Schrader. All 4 of those teams have been known in the past to get extremely good gas mileage, and here they are again today, right up on the leaderboard at the moment.
Changing right side tires on Lake Speed's car, now moving over to the left side. This will be a 4-tire change for Lake.
And the chassis adjustment there on the right rear.
And here comes Harry Gant finally in the Skull Bandit. Jerry Punch is right there.
Well, Harry Gant will have run now 41 laps, over 100 miles here at Pocono. Remember, you talked about him being the king of fuel mileage. That could certainly come into play later in the afternoon. Gant now brings the car to a halt as the Skull crew will go to work and change all 4 tires. Gant getting full service in the pits, and he had to be very, very slow entering and exiting pit road because just moments ago, NASCAR called Alan Kowicki back in and will penalize him 1 lap for too fast on pit road. So Harry Gant's crew called Harry and said, make sure you are not over 55 miles an hour. Left side lot tires on. He is 22.1 seconds. He is down and away.
Harry Gant from Taylorsville, North Carolina, moves the Skull Bandit down pit road, keeping it under 55 miles an hour. Then he crosses the line and begins to stand on the accelerator and pick up speed as the car reaches the racetrack.
And as Harry just goes into the first turn, Dale Earnhardt passes and gets even with him.
And here comes Darrell Waltrip in for a stop. The Western Auto Chevy in for service.
Of course, he had taken over the lead when the car number 33 came in. Let's go to the pits and Jerry Punch.
Well, you talk about fuel mileage. He went 1 lap further than Harry Gant. He went 42 laps, basically 105 miles. And the Western Auto crew now working on the car, and they try to get the water bottle in the window, and it won't quite fit with all the air vents there. So that, never mind, we'll be all right. 1 can of fuel going in, 2nd can going in. Jeff Hammond dances around to the left side of the car. We'll change the left side tires. Doug Reichert puts the left front on. Lug nuts being put into place. Hammond ready to pull the jack. Waltrip down, back in gear, and away.
22.2, so just a tick of the watch slower than Gant's pit stop.
Now, fellas, Geoff Bodine has taken over the lead. He has yet to stop, and in 2nd place is Ken Schrader. He hasn't stopped either, but Ken Schrader's going to be able to go a little bit farther because, see, he pitted under that quick caution flag that came out after most everybody had pitted, and they'd run 7 or 8 laps or something, so he is going to be able to run a little bit further, and it looks like both of them, though, are coming in, so that there he goes right out the window as he follows Geoff Bodine down pit road.
Here's Geoff Bodine looking for his pit, and Jerry Punch is in the pit occupied by Ken Schrader.
Well, Kenny Schrader brings the Kodiak car in, and we just got a signal from Richard Broom that apparently that vice grip they put to hold the right rear ratchet in position as far as the ratchet bolt is doing pretty well. Kenny still taking it somewhat easy. They changed the right side tires. Now come around to the left side. A routine 4-tire change. A little trouble with the left rear tire. Now they finally get it off. They have fueled the car. Schrader sitting very calmly in. Clean the wing seal. Whoa, and the car is not in gear. It will not get, now it gets back into gear. And they're showing Geoff Bodine's car as the crew has changed only the right side tires for Mike Hill, Pete Rudd, and the rest of the Budweiser crew. Possibly a strategy move there, gentlemen.
Well, okay. Geoff Bodine got out quite a bit ahead of Ken Schrader, and there is Darrell Waltrip passing Geoff in turn 1.
So both of the Johnson cars only taking on 2 tires.
We're live at Pocono International Raceway in the Champion Spark Plug 500.
Which publication tells you about hundreds of great jobs open across the country right now? High-paying professional, managerial, and technical jobs. The National Business Employment Weekly. Which publication helps you land one of those jobs with articles on how to sharpen your resume, how to shine in interviews, how to market yourself. The National Business Employment Weekly. Which publication helps you do better after you land a great job, get along with your boss, get a raise, get promoted. The National Business Employment Weekly, published by the Wall Street Journal. It's all you need besides your own ability to land and do well in the kind of job you've been looking for in a part of the country you'll enjoy at a salary you can be proud of. It's all you need. Get the National Business Employment Weekly at your newsstand or order by credit card and get 8 issues by first-class mail for $35. Call 800-372-3000. 800-372-3000. The National Business Employment Weekly. Don't make a career move without it.
Ricky Meyer, a knockout artist looking for respect. Donald Allison making his mark in the junior welterweight division. 2 rising stars on a collision course. Top Rank Boxing, Thursday night, live on ESPN.
Back at Pocono International Raceway, Bob Jenkins along with Ned Jarrett, John Kernan, Dr. Jerry Punch, and Brett Bodine, who has unfortunately dropped out of the race but has joined us up here in the broadcast booth. Sterling Marlin, the leader of this event, over Harry Gant by about 6 seconds. Third place belongs to Dale Earnhardt. Fourth is Derrike, and in fifth spot is Ernie Irvan.
Of course, Sterling only taking on 2 tires laid him out of the pits about 5 or 6 seconds ahead of the other drivers. But what will the 2 tires do for his speed on the racetrack? We'll keep a clock on him each time around and see if Harry Gant will be able to pick up any on. The last time around, it was 6 2/10 seconds.
There is Harry Gant coming out of turn number 3.
And this time around, he had picked up considerably, 5 6/10 seconds, so he picked up over half a second on that lap. So those 4 tires are definitely helping him.
So Harry Gant beginning to close in on the leader, Sterling Marlin. As we are less than 4 laps now away from the halfway point, and our helicopter pilot indicates that there may be some bad weather approaching. Here's John Kernan with Mike Beam.
Mike, we were just talking about how you decided to take only 2 tires while everybody else took 4. Why go with 2 tires on that last pit stop?
Well, last couple of days we've been looking at the tire wear, and the tire wear was good. I knew they'd run a little bit faster, but hopefully Harry and them will use them up by the time they get to us. And, you know, and we want to stay out front, hopefully, as long as we can for the Maxwell House and the Ford people, because they really support us, and we want to do them a good job. And Sterling, he said the car's really great, so, you know, we'll just play it by ear. And I thought they was going to pay halfway money, but it's our luck or not. So, but maybe if we win the race, Maxwell House will give us an extra 10 grand. I don't know, but we'll just see what happens.
Okay, we'll be checking back with you to find out if Maxwell House does come up with the halfway money.
So the real truth came out in the end of that conversation. They thought they was going to get the halfway money.
Things not looking good for Rusty Wallace. They've got the hood up, they've got the trunk up on the car, working at both ends of the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac as Rusty sits helplessly on pit road.
Kind of looks like they're not sure where the problem is. You know, it might be a fuel problem or it might be an ignition problem. They're looking at both aspects of possibly those problems.
He was down in 22nd position, and now they continue to work on the car on pit road.
Now we're going to clock Sterling again this time by. He comes across the start-finish line, and here comes Harry Gant. Now remember, 3 laps ago he was 6 2/10 seconds. Now it's 4 6/10 seconds. So Gant is picking up more than a half a second a lap on Sterling Marlin.
Definitely closing in on the leader, Sterling Marlin. Running third is Dale Earnhardt. We mentioned how for the first time Goodyear radials are being run here at Pocono. We asked Harry Gant, do you like the radial tires?
Yeah, I like the radials. When you go back to the Bi-Star now, you kind of wish you had the radials. Now everybody got used to them, and they also developed a lot better than when they first came out. And they're really good. You know, they don't blow out. They don't seem to wear out on you, and that's great.
Harry Gant getting everything out of the tires that he can, trying to close in on Sterling Marlin. Jerry Punch has a report on Rusty Wallace.
We mentioned Rusty had a pretty bad miss out here, and he just came in the pits. Jimmy Maycar's coming back over the wall, and maybe we can get a quick comment from Jimmy, who's talking to Rusty, see if they may have fixed a problem. Jimmy, what was the problem?
We're not really sure. We're not sure if we got a filter stopped up in the fuel system or if we got an ignition miss, but for some reason the motor's missing. We're trying to find out what it is right now.
So they changed some of the ignition wires that time by. I thought it might be a fuel pump, but they'd figured it may be probably in the ignition. The car's still sputtering a little bit. Rusty Wallace not having a great day here at Pocono.
We're watching the 4th place battle on the racetrack. Ernie Irvan and Derrike as they go at it. 22 cars, by the way, are on the lead lap. Here, just a half a lap from the halfway point of the race.
Mickey Gibbs is the last car on the lead lap. He is running in 22nd place. Dale Jarrett is 21st, and Davey Allison back there in 20th place. We'll give you that 22 cars here in just a moment, how they are stacking up those in the lead lap.
Here's an interesting statistic. Only one of 9 drivers leading at the halfway point has won. That was in 1983 with Bobby Allison. Also starting on the pole is not particularly the good place to be here either, as only I think about 3 pole sitters have won here at Pocono. So starting position does not necessarily determine finishing position. Halfway point has been reached. 100 laps, 250 miles into this event.
And Sterling Marlin is the leader. Harry Gant second. Third is Dale Earnhardt. In fourth place now, Ernie Irvan. Fifth is the car number 10 of Derrike. Darrell Waltrip is sixth. Hut Strickland seventh. Eighth is Geoff Bodine. Ninth is Ricky Rudd. 10th is the car number 6 of Mark Martin. Kenny Schrader has moved up to 11th. Morgan Shepherd is 12th. Bobby Hillen is 13th. 14th is Terry Labate. 15th, Lake Speed. 16th, Jimmy Spencer. Michael Waltrip is 17th. 18th is Rick Wilson. Richard Petty still in the lead lap in 19th. Davey Allison 20th. Dale Jarrett 21st. And Mickey Gibbs in 22nd.
Those are the cars that are on the lead lap at the halfway point of the Champion Sparkplug 500. We'll be back with more of our live coverage after this.
Not long ago, one of the first Lumina sedans was bought by a family of 5. They said they liked the gas mileage, all the room it had, and they liked the price. Since then, the Lumina sedan has quickly become the best-selling new car name in America. Apparently, a lot of people are winning with
the heartbeat of America. That's today's Chevrolet.
Now it's easy to win with a heartbeat.
Yes, you might win a new Pontiac Grand Prix in the special days of Summer Sweepstakes. Plus, 4 special days in sweet tickets for the Winston Cup race in Charlotte, October 6th. Plus, airfare and special days in will throw in accommodations. How about 10 cruises for 2? Want to know how to win one? Register where you see this sign. Want to enter your name in the special days of Summer Sweepstakes? Call 1-800-CMC-DAYS. By the way, what is your name? Jerry. Don't just sit there. Enter now.
There aren't any fax machines or PCs to help you at this job. And your career path is largely determined by the mood of your horse. So why would anyone choose to work up here in the mountains? Maybe it's the fringe benefits.
Back at Pocono, where Sterling Marlin leads the Champion Sparkplug 500 in the Maxwell House car, and he is only now less than 2 seconds ahead of Harry Gant. As a matter of fact, it's down to just car links now. Harry is that third car back there. Mickey Gibbs positioned between the two.
And Harry Gant has opened up a big margin at Dale Earnhardt. When they came out of the pits, they were right together, and Ernie Irvan has caught Dale Earnhardt. So it looks like Dale's handling's gone away a little bit.
Here's Mark Martin making a pass on Geoff Bodine. Gets the measure on the inside and looks like he'll take it away. And there's Ricky Rudd right behind them. J.D. McDuffie comes back into the pits. J.D.'s been in and out several times. Rusty Wallace is back in the pits with the hood up on his Pontiac again.
And not too far behind this trio of cars that are heading into turn number 2 is Ken Schrader, who has just made a phenomenal march through the field after a very long pit stop for a chassis adjustment and the correction of a broken ratchet in the rear end of the car.
And now Harry Gant has caught Sterling Marlin.
Mickey Gibbs has gone a lap down, and now Harry Gant is within 2 car lengths of Sterling Marlin coming out of the corner. Now here is the Big A Auto Parts on-track interval. 5 consecutive laps, and you can see how Gant just really cut down the interval between himself and Sterling Marlin. It was 4.9 on lap 97, and the interval decreased to 2.7 by lap 101. Look at the lap times. Gant was consistently, or most of the time, was quite a bit faster than Sterling Marlin.
And I think you can attribute that to the difference in the tires. Gant taking on 4 tires and Marlin only taking on 2.
There's no doubt about it, and we'll see if what happened. Oh, Mike Beam was wrong. It looks like Harry Gant's going to have enough tire to get by him when he does catch him.
The fans stand up and cheer for their old favorite Harry Gant as he drops that car to the inside of the racetrack, makes the pass on Sterling Marlin at the end of the front stretch, and Harry Gant goes back to the front.
You can see right there in the middle of the corner, Harry Gant was able to get in the throttle much sooner than Sterling Marlin. And here at Pocono, with those long straightaways, it makes such a big difference in how quick you can get off the corner to how soon you'll get down to the other end. And you can see that just turn into many car lengths by the end of the straightaway.
And the winner at Talladega on the Super Speedway stretched the fuel mileage at that event. And now we have Geoff Bodine and Ken Schrader battling for position.
And Mark Martin hasn't pulled too far away from Geoff Bodine once he got around him, but Schrader has caught both of them. And there's Ricky Rudd in the picture as well on the right of the screen.
Schrader had gotten by Ricky Rudd. Ricky's dropping back from that trio.
Yeah, Schrader really moves in.
Martin is 8th. Geoff is 9th. 10th now is Schrader, and then comes Rudd. But let's see if, I thought Ken was going to maybe pull to the inside and try to take that spot away from Geoff, but falls in behind him going down the straightaway. A little damage there on the right side of Martin's car.
Yes, he has bumped someone. Probably on one of these restarts when they all pan out coming down the straightaway here and get tight.
Here's Schrader again looking inside of Geoff. And I believe he's going to be able to get the spot going into turn 2. Yep, Schrader passes Geoff Bodine.
Brett, it looks like you can pick up, we talked about the draft here on the front straightaway, but it looks like you can pick up some draft on that straightaway from turn 1 to 2.
Tremendous amount of draft on these straightaways. What's really nice is if you think you've got a run on somebody, if someone up ahead will pull out a line, maybe making a pass on somebody else, it helps you make your pass. And, without that help, you might not be able to complete it. Drafting is a very, very big part of getting by someone at the end of these straightaways.
And you're hearing the voice of Brett Bodine, who was an early retiree from this event. And Brett was nice enough to make his way through the crowd and join us here in the broadcast booth, taking over the duties normally held by Benny Parsons. And, of course, we repeat again the very sad news that we received just after this event started. Benny's wife, Connie, passed away this afternoon at Duke University Medical Center in Durham, North Carolina.
And certainly our prayers and wishes go out to the family as we continue to watch Harry Gant pull away from Sterling Marlin.
Well, let's jump in Michael Waltrip's car. What do you think? The Champion Spark Plug in-car camera. Let's take a ride around Pocono International Raceway. This is a tunnel turn, isn't it, Brett?
Yes, it is. Coming up out of the tunnel turn, it's very easy to get a little wide there and just get too close to the wall and slap it. You want to be very careful. Entering turn 3, an extremely flat corner. You got to get in there and get real tight down to the ripple strips on the inside. Actually, maybe bumping them with the left front to get the car to turn. Now you're accelerating up off the 3rd turn onto this long front straightaway. Michael's trying to stay right in line with the cars ahead of him, take advantage of that draft all he can. He doesn't want to get out of their draft at all. Checking his gauges. Now he's getting to the first turn, really gaining on Jimmy Spencer as they dive down into that first turn.
There's Harry Gant continuing to lead this race at the end of 108 laps. He comes off the 3rd corner.
Feels pretty well strung out right now, Bob, after those green flag pit stops.
Yeah, Harry has pretty much separated himself from 2nd place Marlin.
Yeah, now Dale Earnhardt and Ernie Irvan have both moved around the Sterling Marlin car and have taken over 2nd and 3rd. So Marlin continues to drop back. There they are. Earnhardt has just gone around Rusty Wallace, who's back out on the track. But Rusty had some problems, but looks like he might be running pretty good now. They might have found his problems, but he's way down several laps. Ernie Irvan there, the yellow car, 3rd car in your screen, the car number 4. He is in 3rd place now, the Kodak Chevrolet.
See, it looks like he's got some sort of small engine problem. He lost a lot of ground on that straightaway. He ran well through the corner with him, but as soon as they get on the straightaway, he loses that ground. It's like just a nagging miss or just something not quite right on that engine.
Well, that's got to be frustrating for him, but that's part of this game.
It makes for a long day, that's for sure.
So at the Champion Spark Plug 500, Harry Gant continues to lead. A lot of things to see when you visit the beautiful Pocono Mountains. A lot of recreational activity, including auto racing. Back after these messages.
Look for the sign.
Top-of-the-line parts.
The red, blue, and white.
Expert advice.
It's a good sign.
Your Big A Auto Parts store.
Keeps your car running right.
Where the pros go for auto parts.
Big A. The sign that keeps your car running right.
Someone to depend on when you need to depend on your car.
Brett Bodine, one tough driver, talks about Quaker State, one tough motor oil.
At North Wilkesboro, that Carolina asphalt was hot enough to fry our King Racing Buick. Our engine was running hot, 240 degrees, and I had to keep pushing it over 8,000 RPM. Now that's when you start worrying about your oil's viscosity breaking down. But when the going got tough, the same Quaker State you can buy right off the shelf was tough enough to get me to the finish line first.
Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
What do I know about kitchen stuff?
Small appliances.
Plug.
Outlet.
Want to know any more? Ask Ace.
This Windmere 12-inch 3-speed oscillating fan only $13.99, and the Host King hose wheel is just $19.99.
Hey, Ace is the place for me.
Let me tell you.
If it happens in baseball, you'll see it on ESPN.
There he goes. He leaps. He makes the catch.
See Tuesday night doubleheaders, Wednesday night excitement, Friday night twin bills, and exclusive Sunday night action. Pittsburgh's killer bees are putting the sting to the rest of the National League. Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla lead the first-place Pirates against the Giants. Live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment. For drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track, STP.
And from many people in the pit area and all of us here in the broadcast booth and all around the ESPN area, happy Father's Day from the Champion Spark Plug 500. And father and grandfather Harry Gant is leading this event with 112 laps completed. And we have exceeded the halfway point. The phone-in entries for this week's ESPN Pick the Winning Chevy Sweepstakes now closed. The winner of the sweepstakes will be announced in our next Chevy Sweepstakes race. You can call 1-900-933-9300 in 10 minutes to enter the next ESPN Chevy Sweepstakes. Now, Hope Boyette from Brunswick, Georgia, was the winner of our most recent Pick the Winner contest. Of course, she gets her choice of any of the Chevy Luminas, and she chose the Z34. So congratulations to Hope Boyette from Brunswick, Georgia, winner in the ESPN Chevy Pick the Winner sweepstakes.
We see Sterling Marlin continue to drop back, Bob. Derrike Cope has just gone around him. In fact, he has dropped back to the 6th position from being more than a 6-second leader not too long ago.
Sterling Marlin is falling back, losing positions. Derrike Cope runs in 5th, and Marlin is back in 6th. There's Derrike. Has won a race so far this year, won 2 last year. John Kernan has an update on the situation regarding the 22 car of Sterling Marlin's and the halfway money. John?
Well, Bob, this is very serious. You know, Mike Beam had talked about the fact that they thought there was a halfway money up for grabs, and that's why they took the 2 tires and stayed out there. Well, I went to, and then Mike said when he found out they didn't have it, he said, well, maybe Maxwell House will give it to us for leading the halfway point. So the closest I could come to a Maxwell House representative was Chris Browning, who handles their PR. I said, Chris, how about that $10,000 y'all just won from Maxwell House for leading at the halfway point? Well, he threw up his arms and looked at me and turned about 3 or 4 different shades of red. I told him I was just kidding. Got those guys really worried. But Mike says that, yeah, he thinks they can hold on. They're going to pit around lap 30 and come in and take on 4 tires and should be okay from there.
All right, Sterling Marlin now running in 6th position. Lead held by Harry Gant. Here he is coming down the straightaway.
Now, Ernie Irvan has passed Dale Earnhardt for 2nd.
And our Western Auto race recap showing that Harry has led 15 of the 115 laps. We've had 3 caution periods, total of 12 laps. There are still 21 cars on the lead lap of the original 37 that started, and the average speed is 135 miles an hour. Those that have dropped out of the race include James Hilton, Brett Bodine, who was with us for a while here in the booth, also Bill Elliott, Bobby Hamilton, and Larry Pearson.
And here's the car number 1 we see up there in the screen, Bob, that's slowing down.
That's Rick Mast. There are the lap leaders: Schrader, Martin, Musgrave, Rudd, Irvan, Allison, Means, Earnhardt, Darrell, Waltrip, Marlin, Gant, and Bodine, and the yellow flag comes out here at Pocono for the 4th time this afternoon. The Western Auto Mechanic of the Race standings at this point. Kirk Shelmerdine from Dale Earnhardt's crew is on top. Andy Petrie from the Gant crew is second, followed by Waddell Wilson, Tony Glover, and Larry McReynolds. So the yellow is out, we presume, because of Rick Mast slowing, and there's also some debris on the racetrack that could be just some tire rubber that is worked off of tires. But anyway, the yellow is out.
And a welcome caution for many of these drivers, Bob, because there were some of them that were struggling back there, and it'll give them a chance to come in as Rick Mast continues to go slow. He might have, is there smoke coming from that car?
No, I think he's got a
left rear tire's flat.
Rear tire,
for sure, and there is smoke coming from back there, but that's from the tire, and it's throwing debris all over the track.
Yeah, it's disintegrating and coming apart while Rick makes his way toward pit road. He's got a ways to go.
Yeah, that happened, I think, going into turn 1. So it is a long way back to the pits for him. And there's a big chunk of rubber that came off the tire.
So the safety officials will be going out to pick up this piece of tire that has come off of Rick's car. Meanwhile, he has made it on the pit road, bringing the Skoll Oldsmobile in. They'll get some new rubber on that, and hopefully Rick will be able to go back out in competition.
Yeah, he's had a rough day today. Got spun out there early in the race and then had to come in to get an exhaust pipe fixed and just have been playing catch up. And now the leaders are all headed down pit road. No surprise here.
The pace truck and a few stay out on the racetrack, but most of the field comes down pit road for another series of stops. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's in Harry Gant's pit, and he is right there, Jerry.
Indeed, Bob. Harry Gant bringing that car down very deliberately at 55 miles an hour. And Andy Petrie and the rest of the Leo Jackson crew will go to work. Charlie Presley and Andy Petrie working on the right side of the car. Now Charlie Presley dances around to the left side, puts the jack beneath, and they will pull off the left side tires. And, of course, Sterling Marlin now getting 4 tires. Remember, only those 2 tires before didn't allow him to run up front. Gant off the jacks. He is down and away. And the car number 4, Ernie Irvan, also getting 4 tires. All these cars getting 4 tires exiting pit road. Harry Gant moving toward turn 1. Ernie Irvan trying to get out. Behind Gant will be Dale Earnhardt, Kenny Schrader, and Darrell Waltrip.
A lot of activity on pit road. Everybody coming out smoothly, though. Ernie Irvan, pitted down toward turn number 1, is going to get out ahead of everybody else. So we're going to stack them up and restart here in just a moment, coming up our 3rd yellow flag of the afternoon. We're live at Pocono International Raceway, and we'll be right back.
Ever wonder what I do when I'm not racing? I'm at Western Auto, kind of checking things out, and you should too. Hey, guys.
Hi, Darrell.
Because now you can enter our exciting We Win, You Win $1 Million Racing Sweepstakes. There's monthly drawings for Chevy Luminas, race trips, plus, if I win the championship, one of you will win $1 million.
While you're at Western Auto, pick up Ray Bestis Ray Mold brake shoes and pads for as low as $9.99. Ray Bestis, the best in brakes.
Yeah.
Cut right through the toughest dirt around. Chase the grease and grime right out of town. When you have the toughest stain and it's giving you a pain, zip it off, zip it off.
The Suzuki Dual Sport 350S cleans up on any surface.
Wow!
Introducing the fastest way to stop athlete's foot itch. New Absorbine Junior. The leading remedy claims relief begins in 24 hours. Absorbine Junior takes seconds. Absorbine Junior now contains tolnaftate, a proven fungicide to cure athlete's foot. Add an environmentally safe pump spray and a money-back guarantee if that itch doesn't stop in seconds. And you've got new Absorbine Junior antifungal liquid spray. The fastest, guaranteed.
Kelly LeBrock reveals the essence of man.
Hard to define, easy to know. It's in the way he holds a drink, the way he wears his clothes, the way he talks, the way he walks, the way he smiles, looks, and kisses. And when he holds you close, it's in the way he smells. Brute, the essence of man. Come on, put it on.
The Suzuki GSX 1100G. Fly without excess baggage.
Track facts are brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
In NASCAR racing, you often hear the phrase dry sump oil system. What this is referring to is the oil pump and the oil pan that we run on our racing engines. Most automotive cars have an oil pan which contains approximately 4 to 6 quarts of oil. In our racing engines, if we have over 1 or 2 quarts in the oil pan, then we feel like the oil pump is not doing the job that it was designed for. What we have here is 2 pickups in the oil pan that are connected directly to the oil pump that scavenge oil out of the oil pan and sends it back to the oil tank, which is mounted in the rear of our car. We also have a pressure section that picks the oil up from the tank, brings it back through the oil filter, through the oil cooler, and then back into the engine at this point here.
Boy, that is a far cry from the oiling system we had in cars when I drove them, Bob. We did have the deep oil pans, and of course that took a little bit of horsepower away as your crankshaft was turning in that oil. You had that extra friction there, but we carried about 7 or 8 quarts of oil, but now in those big tanks they have in the back, they'll carry upwards of 20 quarts of oil, so they very seldom ever have to add any oil to the engines now.
Things are a lot different. Ernie Irvan is the leader of the race now with Harry Gant second after these pit stops. Earnhardt is third, followed by Mark Martin, then Ken Schrader, Hut Strickland, Derrike, Sterling Marlin, and Ricky Rudd. John Kernan has Ricky Rudd's tire.
Well, when Sterling Marlin's pit, Bob, and we talked about he'd only changed right side tires the pit stop before this last one. You were looking at his left front, and you can see it is almost worn right down to the cord right here. This tire is almost worn out. Now, when that caution came out, Mike Beam looked over at me. He went, boy, we really needed that. Yes, he did.
A great timed caution flag that came out there for debris. This has been a strange day, hasn't it, Ned? I mean, it's Father's Day, but we had evidence of this jackalope here earlier that had an unfortunate accident. The first caution flag of the day, and there he made it, by the way. Earlier in the race, the first caution flag was brought out by a bird on the racetrack, and now look, we have a bull on the racetrack.
Now wait a minute.
Oh, wait.
Wait a minute. I believe our cameramen are playing tricks on us. Surely there's not a bull out there with the tail in his tail. I mean, with the flag in his tail.
That's an optical illusion, but it looks like we got an animal standing right in the straightaway there. Anyway, there he is. That's a little different perspective. And that's
but
no
don't
bull.
ever be surprised what you might see here.
Anyway, the field is getting realigned for a restart. We go back to racing on lap number 120.
And there are 20 cars on the lead, 21 cars on the lead lap. Richard Petty now finds himself as the last car on the lead lap.
I'd like to say hello to all the fans that have gathered here, and Doyle Ford, one of the NASCAR officials and fathers. He has the green flag in hand as the field now moves out of turn number 2, and the pace truck has pulled off of the racetrack, and they will come down being led by Ernie Irvan, and we'll restart this race.
And we'll see some of that good, hard, close racing that we saw earlier in the race. They got scattered out there after they had that long green flag run, but this has bunched them up again. We see Alan Kowicki down on the inside. He lost a lap when he came out of the pits too fast on his green flag pit stop, so he's going to be trying desperately to get that lap back. He qualified second for this race. Hasn't been a factor really since then.
Here comes the field off of corner number 3. Rather slow restart as Ernie Irvan waits just a little while to pick up the speed, but now he does, and we go back under race conditions. This is the lap number 121. Davey Allison takes his car to the far inside in the straightaway. Meanwhile, going into turn number 1, I believe that Alan Kowicki did managed to get his car ahead of Ernie Irvan. So for the moment, Kowicki goes back on the lead lap at the tail end of such.
Boy, he would love to see a caution right now in the next lap or so while he's out in front. And he's moved out to a pretty good distance in front of Ernie Irvan.
The rest of the field comes off the course corner and goes into turn number 2. Look at this. Leader 16, that's the record. Today we have had 12, so we are on a record-setting pace for different leaders in this race here at Pocono.
Harry Gant now moving up on the car number 4.
Here's Mark Martin, Ken Schrader, also Darrell Waltrip right there. Now, Mark Martin is eligible for $53,200 in Unocal bonus money. He was the pole sitter, but right now is falling back. He goes back to 6th position.
Been a little surprising, Bob. I thought he would run better than that. He was strong in the first part of the race, but since then he has settled back in there from 6th to 10th in that area and hasn't challenged too much up towards front since then. Maybe it's just sort of holding back and waiting and springing on him towards the end of the race.
Meanwhile, up front, the first 3. Now that car again on the left of your screen is on the tail end of the lead lap. That's Alan Kulwicki. But here is Ernie Irvan, Harry Gant, and Dale Earnhardt running 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And Gant closing in for the lead.
Alan Kulwicki still able to stay out in front of him. He makes it 22 cars in the lead lap. But he is almost a lap down. And certainly Ernie Irvan would like to get up there and pass Alan Kulwicki because they see how strong he is now and know that he could be a factor if he gets back in the lead lap.
This is Ernie Irvan's 7th Pocono start. Won the pole for the race here a year ago.
You can hear those cars, they come up with a pretty good clip off of that turn, even though they're coming off of the slowest, well, not the next to the slowest part of the track.
Alan Kulwicki runs 22nd. Richard Petty runs 21st. He has been able to stay on the lead lap. And now Irvan looking to the outside of Kulwicki, but can't make the pass. First 3 continue to run in the same order. Irvan, Gant, Earnhardt. There are the statistics regarding number of cars still out there. 31 remain on the track out of the 37 that started. Boy, what a story Richard Petty is. He got beat up pretty bad in a wreck at Charlotte, and now last weekend he goes head on into a cement barrier, just absolutely destroying the car, and we all held our breath while Richard got out of the car, but he did so, and although he is rather beat up and banged up, Richard Petty is in competition this afternoon and on the lead lap well past the halfway mark. Richard, how are you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling pretty sore all over me. I guess had a lot of accidents. It's probably hurt worse all over than most wrecks. Most time you just got 1 or 2 places hurt. I've just bruised up all over. But other than that, I'm doing pretty good. I've recovered a whole lot quicker than what I figured I would.
Well, I spoke to Richard a little bit ago, but actually before he climbed in the car this morning, he was still a hurting puppy. He's been walking around on crutches pretty much all week in the garage area. A large area underneath his left arm here, a big bruised area. There were no ribs broken, but it was so sore we couldn't even wrap it this morning. It was just too uncomfortable for him even to have an ace wrap or possibly a rib belt on. But most importantly, he has a fracture inside the left leg, the large bone, the tibia. There are 2 bones in the lower leg, the tibia and the fibula. The tibia is the big weight-bearing bone. The inside shelf of the tibia is cracked off. Now, he is planning to have surgery possibly Tuesday or Wednesday this week. They will insert 2 screws here to hold the bone together. But meanwhile, he just keeps right on plugging. Doesn't want to miss a race. He's out here. He goes to the car on crutches, gets in the car, and will run 500 miles if he can this afternoon. A tough old guy.
And Jerry is running good. He was in 21st place when the green flag waved. He has moved up to 16th and is coming up on some other cars. Davey Allison right in front of him on the racetrack, so he's having a good run here today.
I tell you, it is unbelievable. A man at his age can be as competitive as he is. Just ahead of him, Davey Allison. Also, Geoff Bodine is there, and Michael Waltrip. Guys that probably grew up idolizing King Richard. Now back up front, it is still Ernie Irvan leading Harry Gant, and Alan Kulwicki remains ahead of Irvan, and so is still on the lead lap. Boy, what a great advantage it would be if he could catch a yellow right here. He'd be able to go around the entire 2.5 miles and put himself back in the contention.
Now, fans, there you just saw a shot that you could see the first 16 cars. Here comes Hud Strickland has slowed, Bob. He's down on the inside of the track there, the car number 12. He was right up in the thick of this thing for a long time, but we saw him just as we were going into the Richard Petty situation there that he had slowed down as Petty went around him.
So we'll check on that and see what the problems that Hud Strickland might be having as we take another break, and we'll be right back with more from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania.
Brett Bodine, one tough driver, talks about Quaker State, one tough motor oil.
At North Wilkesboro, that Carolina asphalt was hot enough to fry our King Racing Buick. Our engine was running hot, 240 degrees, and I had to keep pushing it over 8,000 RPM. Now that's when you start worrying about your oil's viscosity breaking down. But when the going got tough, the same Quaker State you can buy right off the shelf was tough enough to get me to the finish line first.
Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
Stand on it and break out of the pack with Dick Wallen's exciting Sprint and Champ Car Classics Volume 4, just $59.95. Wheel bang and bone-jarring heads-up racing with the best. Call 1-800-992-VIDEO. Ride the wild cushion, dodging rocks and eating dust with Big Al, AJ, Mario, Mosley, McCluskey, and more. Call 1-800-992-VIDEO. Dick Wallen's Sprint and Champ Car Classics Volume 4, just $59.95 each. Visa and MasterCard welcome. Call 1-800-992-VIDEO now.
Live, Top Rank Boxing on ESPN. The place where fighters have stepped into the ring as unknowns, made the right connection, and emerged as champions.
You gotta knock him out to win this, all right?
Ricky Myers, a knockout artist looking for respect. Donald Allison making his mark in the junior welterweight division. Two rising stars on a collision course. Top Rank Boxing, Thursday night, live on ESPN.
The Champion Sparkplug 500 live here on ESPN Speed World today from Pocono International Raceway near Long Pond, Pennsylvania, and we're 128 laps into this 200-lap affair. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by today's Chevrolet, who invite you to see why more people are winning with the heartbeat of America. By Kit Car Wax, goes on fast, wipes off easy, shine and protection that lasts. And by Smooth Busch Beer and easy drinking Busch Light. Here comes the leaders down through this long straightaway with Ernie Irvan continuing to set the pace in the number 4 Kodak Film Chevrolet, followed by Harry Gant and the 33 Skoal Bandit car. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Rusty Wallace.
Well, it has not been a good day for Rusty Wallace. Of course, he has climbed out of his Pontiac and sitting on the back of the truck here. Rusty, what put you out?
I really don't know, Jerry. It's either a battery, it's shorted out, or else we've got a problem with the external fuel filter. We've changed everything on the car. We've changed the carburetor, the ignition systems, everything. The motor run great. It had good horsepower and everything was fine, but this time it was something external outside the engine, you know. I just like to thank all the fans for sticking with me through all this mess. I'm telling you to stay there, stay with me. We'll get it fixed. I'm confident. We're running too good for something like to sit back, and it's been a terrible day so far. I heard Benny Parsons' wife died, and we all agree for him. And it's just it's too bad, but we're not down. We're up, and we're gonna come back and get this. This has been happening for the last year and a half now. This crazy thing's happening, but the performance of this vehicle's there. Trust me, it's running good, and I just like to thank Miller Genuine Draft, Pontiac, Goodyear, AC, Mobile, all those people that are sticking with us, because I'm telling you, I'm not the type of cat that rolls over and plays dead. We're going to get it. We're going to get it, and we're going to really get it good.
Rusty Wallace making a promise to all the fans watching today. Bob?
Yellow is out for debris in turn number 1, and so this is a real break for Alan Kulwicki.
Yes, it is. He continued to stay out in front of the leader, Ernie Irvan, so now he will get to make up that 2.5 miles and come back around and will be in the lead lap.
We've got 70 laps to go, so it's certainly not over for Alan Kulwicki, but we are under caution for the 4th time this afternoon. Riding in the Champion Sparkplug in-car camera with Michael Waltrip, who takes a deep breath and relaxes here a little bit as the field is under caution. Michael finds himself in 12th position at the moment.
And I suspect we'll see most of them coming into the pits again, Bob, because they like those new tires.
They feel so good, don't they?
Yes, they do. Makes a big difference. And, of course, when one comes in, everybody else has got to do it, too. And plus the fact that they were going to be awfully close on making it on 2 more pit stops. Now they can come in now, and they can make it on 1 more pit stop after this with ease.
And, indeed, the field, almost the entire field coming down. John Kernan is in Harry Gant's pit as they come down pit road ever so slowly.
We had talked about Harry being the king of gas mileage. Actually, as crew chief Andy Petrie said, it would be very close. They would have had to have gone 80 or 40 laps and 40 laps with 1 pit stop to go the rest of the way. So this is a welcome for them, a welcome opportunity to come in, take on 4 tires, and take on a full tank of fuel. In fact, by my calculations, I thought Kenny Schrader might have been able to have made it with only 1 more pit stop. Ernie Irvan is also in, but Harry is down and away. Right side tires are going on Ernie. 4 tire change for the Irvan car. And Geoff Bodine likely getting a 4 tire change. Ernie is out of the pits. Mark Martin also joining him, going out back on the track. So is Waltrip. Everybody is out on the racetrack right now, all the leaders.
Mass exited off of pit road. Alan Kowicki, the only one that remains on pit road right now as they continue to change the tires on that car. ESPN's award-winning coverage of Winston Cup racing continuing here from Pocono. Back after this.
There are things in this life we can all count on. Qualities that we have come to know and trust. Pride, good friends, and simple, honest values. These are the things we know we can depend on. Chevrolet. The cars more Americans depend on.
The heartbeat of
No matter what you drive, no matter where you drive it, or under what conditions, you can rely on Champion spark plugs to help your engine run smoother and more efficiently on or off the track. Champion spark plugs. No matter what you drive. There are different tests of human endurance. In auto racing, it's the 24 hours of Le Mans. See the start, plus an update and the finish beginning Saturday live on ESPN.
Around the world with over 1 million miles of award-winning coverage, ESPN Speed World today in northeastern Pennsylvania, the Pocono Mountains. In the wintertime, you can snow ski here, but hey, you can ski any time of the year. Grass skiing big here in the Pocono Mountains. It seems like that there is a lot of varied recreational activity in this part of the country, and right in the middle of the Pocono Mountains sits Pocono International Raceway. You can see how dark the clouds are off of turn number 3, and we understand that bad weather is moving in with 132 laps to go. Let's hope we don't get rained out, though, in baseball tonight, as at 8 o'clock, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball will be on hand at Pittsburgh at San Francisco for a big game there at 8 o'clock tonight, Eastern Time. Pittsburgh at San Francisco, Sunday Night Baseball.
And the fans having a good time here today, Bob. You know, we talked about this area, and we mentioned earlier that this is considered the honeymoon capital of maybe the country or the world or whatever. We should have mentioned Brett Bodine. He has left us. I'm sure the fans have not heard his voice here in the last little while and know that he's not with us. But anyway, he said that he met his wife, Diane, here at the Pocono Raceway. I said, well, did you get married? Did you come here on your honeymoon? He said, no, they didn't come here, but he had fond memories because he did meet her here at this racetrack.
It's interesting.
Just for your information, Pat.
There you can see 18 caution laps so far of the 132 that have been completed. Now the yellow lights continue to flash on top of the pace truck that you see there on the extreme left of your screen. So it's going to be at least one more lap before we can go back to green. We are under caution because of debris on the racetrack. Back after this.
This minivan goes shopping.
gets the kids to school, carries camping gear. When I need brakes, I can't wait for my dealer to fix them.
Then come to Midas.
Hey, this is a minivan.
Hey, this is Midas. Cars, trucks, vans, and minivans. We're the brake experts. We do the job right with a written estimate up front, Midas-trained experts, and a great guarantee.
What about price?
You get a good price and a lot of value. For brakes done right, nobody beats Midas. Nobody.
The technology developed on the track for the awesome 650 horsepower Lumina NASCAR champion goes into cars like this. The new 200 horsepower twin dual cam V6 Lumina Z34. Sorry, decals not included. Z34. Powerful proof more people are winning with the heartbeat of America.
It is from Kodak. It is for the advanced photographer. It delivers the highest resolution. Microfine grain. Superior image structure. It is called Ektar. Sounds like the most impressive color print film ever made? It is Ektar film by Kodak. The genius is in the details.
As the field gets set to return to racing action, we are in the Lake Speed Car with the Phillips 66 in-car camera. Just ahead of him is Dale Jarrett in the Citgo Ford. Right now, the 66 car shown in 20th position, and Dale is in 19th, but both of them are still on the lead lap.
And the fellow that's up front is Jimmy Spencer, the hometown boy here. And evidently, Bob, I didn't watch, we couldn't, everybody was on pit road at the same time, but he apparently only took on 2 tires, and I'm sure that Travis Carter, his owner and crew chief, looked at those skies over there and said, hey, it might rain before that green flag comes back out. Let's throw the dice here and gamble a little bit. Well, I don't know how it'll pay off because that green flag is about to come out again. If he only has 2 tires, we've already seen what can happen as far as that is concerned, but we understand that maybe there's going to be another lap of yellow.
And maybe could that be because rain is being felt in parts of the racetrack? Spencer may have, they may have called it right here because our cameramen and spotters have indicated that it is sprinkling in some areas of the racetrack. We'll stay with the in-car camera here and try to see if we can see any drops on the windshield now inside the Michael Waltrip car, champion spark plug in-car camera.
Well, there's something that appears to be drops there, Bob. Those dark spots looks to be raindrops because they're pretty evenly scattered over the windshield. And I'm sure when he came in for his pit stop, Michael, that he got, yeah, there you can see it.
There we go. Well, in any case, it is definitely threatening here, and the weather forecast was for scattered showers and thunderstorms late this afternoon. And it's now almost 10 minutes of 3 Eastern time, so they're just about on schedule if they predicted them at the mid to late afternoon point. And so the pace truck will turn on its lights and go back out onto the track and keep the field under caution. There are the dark clouds that are gathering all around the racetrack.
Of course, it's very early in the afternoon, a long time until dark. And, you know, if it does rain and they have to even stop the race, I don't think NASCAR would call it immediately. They'll wait and see if they can get this thing finished before dark here this afternoon.
Jerry Punch has an observation in one of the nicer parts of the track here, Jerry.
Well, you know, the Mattiolis always do it right here at Pocono. One of the reasons the fans love coming here, and one of the reasons the corporate sponsors really enjoy the 2 races they have here every year in Winston Cup. It's because of these tower suites. Now, actually, I'm just about directly across from the start-finish line here. I'm on the top level of the tower suites, and the champion people here sponsoring today's race are all enjoying the view up here. A wonderful view up here, and of course, we have some very special guests we'd like to talk to who have been enjoying some great afternoon of racing. Jerry Godwin, the president of Champion Spark Plugs and a fellow NC State Wolfpacker, and Jerry and his wife both going to the same school that yours truly went to. And Jerry, it's great to have Champion so heavily involved in motorsports and continuing your involvement. It's good to have you here at Pocono.
Well, thank you, Jerry. It's a great event for us. NASCAR racing is it gives us a good return. We enjoy it. Our customers enjoy it. We hope the fans enjoy it as well. It's been a nice day. Maybe the rain will hold off.
Now, everywhere I go in every sport, whether I'm at Indianapolis or I'm at stock car racing, I see Jerry Grant right here. This guy never ages a day. What do you do to this guy? You just have some kind of antifreeze in his blood?
Well, we just try to keep him busy, but sometimes that's difficult to do. But Jerry does a good job for us.
Now, we have another special guest here, and that is Pat Ryder. And Pat, of course, is one of the absolute special friends of NASCAR. She is the wife of Chuck Ryder, who owns the Pennzoil Racing Team. And, Pat, I know you've been struggling the last couple of months and tremendous courage fighting this illness. It's great to see you back.
Thank you very much. And mainly, I want to say thank you to Champion, Jerry, and all the other men. As you know, most Grand Marshals are chief executives. And I'm quite different from that, so I do want to thank them for giving me this honor.
Pat Ryder, the first lady Grand Marshal of a 500-mile event. She grew up in Newton, North Carolina, my hometown, so it's sort of like old home week here as we're enjoying these shower suites with some very special friends here at Pocono. Bob?
Well, Pat and Chuck Ryder certainly are fine people and assets to the Winston Cup circuit.
Well, they really are. And let me add my name to that Newton, North Carolina list, too. So we got 3 of us here today that grew up in that area. And Pat has just, I talked to her last night. The racing world knows that she's been battling cancer. And she has the greatest attitude about it of any person that I have ever seen. And I think I've always heard that attitude goes a long ways. And I'll tell you, it's going to take her a long ways because she says she's going to whip it.
And our best wishes to her. Well, the field is still under caution, and the skies begin to darken even more. Now, the Banquet Frozen Food team is loving every minute of this because they're the ones that rolled the dice and kept Jimmy Spencer out there in the lead. And right now, it is raining hard enough that the NASCAR officials have decided to keep the race under caution at this moment. And if it continues to rain harder, Jimmy may have pulled off a real coup here this afternoon. We'll take another break and be back after this.
It's one of the most technologically advanced, most rigorously tested fluids on Earth, relentlessly measured for maximum protection against the friction, the wear and tear, the heat and stress of today's engines. It is today's Quaker State. In Europe, in Japan, in America, Quaker State quality has passed the most demanding tests automakers can throw at it. At Quaker State, we don't just say we're tough, we're tested tough. The big Q is one tough motor oil.
Auto Parts. From coast to coast, your local Pronto Auto Parts store features friendly service and quality auto parts at lower prices. For nationwide auto parts protection, ask the pro at Pronto. Your Pronto Parts professional offers nationwide warranty coverage on thousands of parts for your car or truck. Pronto stores have the parts, the knowledgeable people, and the prices you will like. Take advantage of the Pronto Protection Plus nationwide warranty.
When you need to know about auto parts, ask the pro at Pronto.
Water helps your garden grow. Want to know any more? Ask Ace.
This Ace 60-foot garden hose is just $8.77, and Ace 5-star acrylic latex house paint is only $8.97 a gallon.
Hey, Ace is the place for me.
Let me tell you.
When you consider everything the mountains have to offer, it's not surprising why anyone would want to work up here. Come to think of it, it's not surprising why they'd want to hang around after work either.
Well, that shot right there tells the story. It's been sort of a familiar sight to us, especially when we were at Talladega and got rained on, and now we're being rained on here at Pocono. We have completed 136 laps of this event, so we will have to pass the halfway point. We won't come back tomorrow, but the question is, are we going to be able to resume things this afternoon, and exactly how much is it going to rain? The skies are very, very dark here. It isn't raining hard, but it is raining hard enough to keep the field under caution. Let's go to the pit area.
I'm down here with Jimmy Spencer's crew chief and car owner, Travis Carter. And Travis, as I walked down here, I kind of expected to see you out here and your guys doing a rain dance or something out there to get a little more rain falling.
Well, John, you know, when you get in a situation like this, I guess you look to the elements to help you. But we have no control over that. We just have to wait and see what develops here.
Hey, you thought you didn't have as many laps on those tires as as some of the other guys. So is that why you decided to come in and take on fuel only?
Well, we no better than we were able to run all day. We only had 8 laps on the tires. We wanted to take on fuel and maybe lead a lap in the race to get some extra points. We didn't feel like that would hurt us that much because we pretty much were going to run anywhere from 13th to 17th anyway. That's about where we were running on the racetrack and about the best we could run today.
Well, right now what Travis and those guys were looking for was a radar report. We got anything to help them out? Have we heard anything more about this rain in the area, guys?
Well, I haven't, but all you have to do is look toward whatever that direction is, the west, I guess, and you can see how dark the clouds are, indicating that we may be in a rain situation here. Well, earlier we saw an installment on a little feature about Jimmy Spencer, who is a local boy making good. Although he's never won a Winston Cup race, the folks in this part of the Poconos believe that his day is coming very, very soon.
Jimmy Spencer grew up just outside of Berwick, Pennsylvania, almost within earshot of Pocono Raceway. His house, which borders the family junkyard and used auto parts shop, afforded him almost unlimited access to used cars and crumpled sheet metal. It was from this salvage that Jim's father, Ed, constructed their first race cars. The routine was quite simple. Work all week, then race all weekend. Jimmy ran his first race at age 17, and like most teenagers, he had his heroes.
It was always Cale Yarborough. You know, he drove I remember him driving for the Hawley Farms people. I always drove for Junior Johnson, drove for the Wood Brothers. It was always that guy I wanted to sort of set my pattern after, and it's sort of coming true now, being a Winston Cup driver.
Jimmy quickly earned respect on the short tracks, running the NASCAR Winston Modified Tour. Twice he was crowned the national champion of that open-wheel division. Then he set his sights on the big leagues, NASCAR's Winston Cup. Jimmy, you've made it to Winston Cup racing. Now, something a lot of people back in the modified ranks and other forms of racing would love to do. What are your goals now? What's ahead for Jimmy Spencer?
Well, I'm where I want to be. I want to be a Winston Cup driver, and I am that. And I want to become a Winston Cup champion. I've been a champion in the modifieds. That was the goal that I set all my life. That's what I wanted to do. But now there's higher things for me, and someday I'm hoping I'm a Winston Cup champion. Someday I hope I'm more than one time Winston Cup champion.
The folks back at the family junkyard are patiently waiting for Jimmy's first Winston Cup win. And there will be no better place for that to happen than right here at Pocono International Raceway, virtually in his own backyard.
Well, Jimmy Spencer has come a long way toward the top of the Winston Cup charts, and now Jimmy Spencer finds himself the leader of this race. And boy, what an incredible story it would be if Jimmy is declared winner of this race and takes home this trophy for winning the Champion Sparkplug 500 here at Pocono.
Well, that's a beautiful trophy. Of course, a lot of money goes with it, and even more than that, though, the prestige and the satisfaction of winning a Winston Cup race.
We are going red, I do believe. By the way, Jimmy Spencer won a modified race here at Pocono, the Race of Champions, in 1983. The race is being stopped because of rain. So, Ned, we may have this situation playing out here. Jimmy Spencer may have won his first Winston Cup race. Now, they're not going to postpone this race or call it off for a while, so don't go away. We could resume the action here, but for the moment, Jimmy Spencer leading this event, and the red flag coming out because of rain.
Yeah, I think it would have to rain for a couple of hours before NASCAR would call it off. They'll just wait to see if this cloud moves over, and I should say cloud. There are clouds in the sky, and see if it moves over and the rain stops, and see if they can get it restarted.
For the most part, the fans are staying in their seat. John Kernan is making his way to the NASCAR trailer where the NASCAR radar is located, so maybe he can have a report here in a few moments as to how extensive this rain delay may be. For the moment, however, we are under red. The rain has been stopped. The race has been stopped because of rain.
Planning. Where'd I get the capital to start this business with my daughter? By investing for the long haul. And forget full commission brokers. I called Charles Schwab. Munis, mutual funds, blue chips, and I saved plenty with Schwab's low commissions. Every day I tell my daughter, think long term. Make your own decisions. Be your own man.
Choices. Dad's conservative, and that's okay, but I'm after high return. At Schwab, I can be aggressive. I just bought some high-growth mutual funds and an undervalued stock I know will take off, all by computer and at Schwab's low commissions. Dad says, plan ahead, get there first. Maybe that's why my name's on the door first.
For a free Schwab Fact Kit, call toll-free 800-322-3700. That's 800-322-3700.
We give you more ways to succeed.
If it happens in baseball, you'll see it on ESPN.
There he goes. He leaps. He makes the catch.
See Tuesday night doubleheaders, Wednesday night excitement, Friday night twin bills, and exclusive Sunday night action. Pittsburgh's killer bees are putting the sting to the rest of the National League. Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla lead the first-place Pirates against the Giants, live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
We are back at Pocono International Raceway, where the event has been stopped because of rain. Now, coming up, after our coverage of this event, we'll be going to Newport, Rhode Island for ESPN's coverage of the Davis Cup Tennis. That's right after this event is over here at Pocono. And then tonight at 8 o'clock, most of you will see the Pittsburgh at San Francisco game from the Stick in San Francisco. That's at 8 o'clock tonight, Eastern Time, live here on ESPN. But for those of you in the New York City area, available to you will be the Yankees and the Rangers. So all kinds of baseball activity coming up tonight. Sunday night baseball here on ESPN.
Bob, the safety vehicles have been put out on the racetrack to have as much of a drying effect as they can, as the cars have been brought in on pit road. You can see the safety vehicles there now coming around, and the rain, as you said, is still not falling hard, but too much to race.
No, the track I would not consider to be very wet at this point, and if it doesn't rain anymore in the next few minutes, it's going to be okay, but we don't know. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who is with Ernie Irvan.
Well, the drivers have climbed out of their cars, and Ernie Irvan was kind enough to stop by for a moment in this little rain shower and talk. And Ernie, the car looked to be running pretty well early on, but there was a big shutdown in turn one. A couple, 3 cars got together. You were involved. What happened early in the race down there? Oh, that's your buddy Earnhardt patting you on the head. I think he was one of the guys involved.
Really, turn one wasn't so bad. It was turn 3 that was the bad one. But now we're just all racing hard. You know, our car is handling real good. Kodak car is, and you know, I really couldn't ask for it to handle a little better. We made a chassis adjustment this time, first time we've done one all day, and we think we can just, you know, run a little faster now. We're running just about as fast as anybody, but we think we can pick the speed up a little now.
Harry Gant seems awfully strong out there. You know, is he just getting off the corners that well, or does he think it's just the gearing he's got in the car and he's able to pull people off one?
Well, I don't know. You know, my car is geared real high because we didn't want to take a chance of blowing it up. So we're giving up a little there, but I've been real tight. So I think if I get loosened up, you know, anytime I'm in front of Harry, I can outrun him. But if he's in front of me, he runs a little quicker than I do. So, you know, I hope it comes down between me and Harry. I'd like to race him.
Ernie, we'll let you get out of the rain. Thanks for stopping by.
Okay, thanks.
Ernie Irvan currently 6th on the field as they are under a red flag condition here at Pocono Raceway, and many of the drivers now scurrying for shelter. Bob?
Yeah, it's beginning to rain even harder. We can see it falling outside our broadcast booth now, and the track is beginning to turn that dark gray that indicates that it is becoming very, very wet, and you can see the raindrops on our camera lenses. The field is lined up along pit road waiting for a possible restart to this event. John Kernan is with Michael Waltrip.
Well, I tell you, all Michael and I needs a little shampoo down here. It feels like we're standing in a shower down here. It's coming down quite a bit. And Michael, you had some problems today, but did you get those squared away? Because it looked like you had started making your way up.
Yeah, this figures. When the day started, we just didn't handle right. And man, Bill Engel and all the guys on the crew worked overtime on those pit stops. We changed, made the rear spring stiffer, took wedge out, changed the sway bar around a little bit, messed with the floor. We did everything to make it better, and I think we had finally gotten it to where we could go, and then it starts raining. So I'm not surprised at all. This wasn't a very good day for the Pennzoil Pontiac, but hope I gave y'all some good pictures. Probably cloudy and you couldn't even look out of my camera.
I believe we got to see some. Now, this year is really, you've come on like gangbusters. You got your first pole. You won the Winston Open. I mean, you guys just seem to have some momentum rolling in your favor.
Yeah, and, you know, I told the guys just now we might not run much better than 16th or 17th. today, you know, that's where we stayed most of the day, but I knew we were going to finish better than that. We'd gotten our stuff together, and we were headed toward the front, or at least part of the way up there, and then it starts to rain. So I like rain, you know, it's a necessity. Jimmy Spencer lives up the road. If I have to finish 17th or 18th, I hope he's the one that wins.
Very gracious. Michael Waltrip will let you get back to your truck and where it's dry.
Hi, Mom, and happy Father's Day, Pop.
Thank you, Michael. And now let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, we caught up with both of the Hendrick Motorsports drivers, Ricky Rudd and Kenny Schrader, standing with us. And first, Kenny, your car running awfully well early on. Then you had a little bit of a problem with the ratchet in the rear end. Has that ever happened before?
Well, the jack bolt just started jacking itself up, and just the car kept getting tighter and tighter, the right rear jack bolt. So we finally got it locked up. But we sure don't need this rain right now. We're back there 13th and don't have a 13th place car. But it's good for half our operation, that's for sure.
Well, let's check in with your buddy here now. Ricky, you guys came in and caught a couple of tires, but you didn't quite get back out because Jimmy's up there, Spencer.
Well, Jimmy elected to stay out and just stay on those scuffed tires, and, you know, the whole pack will reel him in pretty quickly if they throw the thing back to green. But you never know. He can win this race. You know, we're not a second-place car. Kenny's got a chance at a first-place car, and he's back. I'm about a 10th-place car, and I've got a shot at finishing second. So you never know about this racing. But thought we were going to have fun early. Kenny and I went 1-2 there for a while to that first caution, and then he's been out front or something. I haven't seen him the rest of the day.
Now, Rick Hendrick has to be smiling the way these two cars have been running now. But just let me ask you about last week. You've been able to smile all week and put everything into perspective. I know it had to be a tough pill to swallow last week at Sonoma, but have you been able to digest the situation and just put it behind you and say, hey, that's history and nothing I can do about it?
Well, Jerry, really, like I say, it's not a whole lot at all we can do about it. My rear end's still a little bit sore from last week, but not a whole lot we can do about it. It's next week. This is Pocono. The Hendricks teams are doing great. I'm just tickled to death to be a part of them, and, you know, we're not going to let something like that get us down. I know Kenny's running good, got a chance at winning, and the season's still pretty long, so we got a lot of things to try to accomplish, and can't look back. You got to look ahead.
Indeed, Ricky Rudd looking ahead for a possible Winston Cup championship, and one of these guys may be able to look ahead later today to a win here at Pocono. And let's check in with a driver who thinks he's got a shot at winning, and he just might do that. He's standing by with John Kernan.
Well, I'm with Darrell Waltrip. I'm looking at your umbrella here, Darrell, and it kind of reminds me of years gone by. Is this any indication?
Vintage 81 here, 82. Matter of fact, I won the race here in both those years in that particular car. So, but the Western Auto Chevy's running awful good today, and you know, like I told you, there's only one guy here who's hoping it keeps raining, and he's sitting up there in the lead right now. So have to see what happens. We got an awful strong car, and I've been saving a little bit, and I want to get back out there and get after them.
Well, you guys have had a pretty good day. You had some work in the pits, and you guys kept working at it, and you were running up front, and it's just an indication of where the team is now heading. You're at that level, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. We're a contender every week, and I have a great crew with Geoff and Doug and everybody working in the pit and on the car, and the cars are running fantastic. Hendrick Motorsports doing the engines. This is just a dream come true for me. I never thought that the team would perform the way it has, and I'm so proud of everybody, and they're doing a great job. And I want to say happy Father's Day to all the dads out there, and tell Benny Parsons that we love you.
Bob?
That says it for the whole family of racing.
And now our condolences to Benny Parsons, whose wife Connie passed away earlier today. We'll be back here at Pocono International Raceway after these messages.
No matter what you drive, no matter where you drive it, or under what conditions, you can rely on Champion spark plugs to help your engine run smoother and more efficiently on or off the road. Champion spark plugs. No matter what you drive.
It has armor. He has armor. It is cunning. He is more cunning. You've met the disease, roaches. Now meet the cure. The Orkin Man, armed with one of the most sophisticated pest control systems in the world. He zeroes in on roaches and other pests, destroys them, and prevents their return, guaranteed. The Orkin Man. One call destroys them all.
Still a very enthusiastic crowd remains here at Pocono as the rain continues to fall, but even our jackalope has found some shelter inside the back of a van. And so the rain continues here. Again, it's still not raining very hard, but it has rained hard enough to wet the track down, so it's going to be quite a while before we can resume this event. Now, we were in a caution period because of debris on the racetrack. Jimmy Spencer chose not to change the tires, and you'll watch on the left of your screen as he is the one that gets the fuel in the car first, choosing not to take on any tires, and he wins the battle out of pit road, and that could spell the difference, Ned.
Well, it has put him up front right now, and should this race be stopped right now, well, of course, he would be the winner.
And the top 5 at this point under a red flag at the end of 138 laps. Spencer is the leader. Ricky Rudd is second. Rick Wilson third. Morgan Shepherd is running fourth, and Harry Gant is fifth. Here's Jerry Punch.
Well, I'm with Jimmy Spencer, and no, he's not doing a rain dance, but you couldn't blame him if he really tried to, because Jimmy Spencer at the top of the field here. And Jimmy, you guys came in and took a calculated risk, I guess. You came in, did not take tires on, just put fuel in the car.
Well, you know, Jerry, the Banquet Frozen Foods car just wasn't up to par today. We were about a 10th or 12th place car, and Travis Carter saw some rain clouds over there over the tunnel turn, and he thought that if we could get in there, get fuel, only get up in the front, maybe it rained. Maybe it won't. Right now, it seemed to quit. I don't know what's going to happen exactly.
Now, you're from this area. You grew up in Berwick, just a stone's throw away from here. What's your prediction? I mean, you're probably the best weatherman here in the field. Do you think that we might see some more showers, or do you think we're going to get some more green flag racing? Not what you want to see, but what do you think will happen?
It's going to quit because this track, when you run our annual Race of Champions here at Pocono with the modified cars, you'll get weather like this, and it'll linger all day long, you know, and it'll never rain. And it's really high in the Pocono Mountains up here, and it's deceiving because you're so high. I hope I'm wrong.
You have got to be waking up in the morning, pinching yourself to wonder if this is actually happening to you. Coming from up here, the dream was to be a Winston Cup driver. Tremendous race at Bristol, Tennessee. Also on ESPN at North Wilkesboro, where you nearly won it, where you came so close, and everyone said Jimmy Spencer was going to win it, but you didn't. Waltrip beat you. What'd you learn that day at Wilkesboro?
I'll tell you, I wish I had Wilkesboro over, but you can't wish for stuff, I guess, and it won't come true. I proved that to a lot of people in the grandstands and the television audience that our team was for real. Travis Carter and all the guys in the shop, the motor department, our chassis department, we could run in the front, and we proved it that day. I believe I let Darrell and Dale snooker me a little bit, a lot more experience than me. I don't believe that would happen again, but my crew come out of there with their heads hung high. And from then on, we started a string of big success. And, you know, we're off at some tracks, but every race this year, we've been consistently running in the top 15. We've had problems and finished further back than we wanted, but that's what it takes to build a caliber of a Winston Cup championship, and Travis knows how to do it, and I think that I'm the driver he needed. Banquet and Planners are the sponsors we need, and I think we can keep on going, and who knows where we'll end.
And it might just end today because, folks, the clouds just opened up and it is beginning to rain big time down here. We'll let Jimmy Spencer go get into to some dry area. And we'll check in with John Kernan, who's also corralled another driver. John?
Well, this driver loves rain. In fact, Rick Wilson says he's an amateur meteorologist. What's your prediction right now?
Well, I can say right now it's 100% chance of rain. I tell you, it's raining. We hadn't been running that good today. We've been running, just the middle of the pack. And we had to change motors yesterday, and the motor we got in today is not quite as good as what we had. But, Harry called on radio and said, hey, it looks like it's fixing to rain pretty bad. You want to take a gamble and just gas and go? And I said, hey, that's the best thing I've heard all day. And we come in and done it. Right now we're third, so if it rains it out, that'll be the best finish we've had this year.
It'd be also quite a boost considering the changes that your team's going to undergo in the next week.
Yeah, we got quite a few changes going on. We got Kenny Wilson coming on board, and there's going to be some more changes. And, we're just trying to get geared up to get up front and win races. That's what we've been trying to do, and just been some changes.
Well, I tell you what, I can get your opinion as an amateur meteorologist. You look back here, it looks like it's moving this way, doesn't it? Looks like we're going to have to get hit pretty good.
You can stand that way and it kind of blows your hairs. That's how I figure that.
Yeah, but what about the hairspray? I mean, it's getting a little bit wet up here, isn't it?
That's been gone, I tell you. But, I know it's bad there's a lot of cars there that's capable of winning a race. I mean, there's 3 or 4 of us that's hoping for rain, and there's probably 15 that's wanting it to clear up. So we're outnumbered. But right now, I think the odds is on our side.
All right, that's a word from Rick Wilson. I'm told it wasn't his hairspray, it was my hairspray, Rick, so I apologize.
It don't work too good in this stuff.
And I tell you what, the Jackalope has put on the rain gear. He's enjoying a sandwich and a drink. week as he too gets out of the rain. And I think Jimmy Spencer should go to more meteorological school, because his prediction of it's going to quit is not the way it's working out right now. It continues to rain even harder here at Pocono.
Now through July 7th, Chevrolet is offering cash on every new minivan in America. Every one. Just test drive a Lumina APV, and if you buy someone else's, we'll give you $50. Buy ours, we'll give you $1,000 cash. Plus modular seating, rust-proof, ding-resistant body panels, and one of the best rides on the road. Buy theirs, we'll give you $50. Buy ours, you get $1,000. The choice is yours. That's today's Chevrolet.
Top-of-the-line parts, expert advice. That's your Big A Auto Parts store.
Big A, the sign that keeps your car running right.
So, did you break him, Raj?
Break him? I own him. That horse and I are one. We achieved a special kind of oneness. Man and beast, speaking the same language.
What's that mean? Means they'll be talking again tomorrow.
Fast. Easy. You're done.
Yeah.
Beautiful. It's Kit. And it lasts.
We found even another animal lurking the grounds of Pocono International Raceway, as a Dale Earnhardt fan has dressed her teddy bear appropriately. We are under a rain delay here at the Champion Sparkplug 500. As you can see, it is raining quite hard now, and the track is very wet. Let's take a look at the entire field rundown. First five, Jimmy Spencer, Ricky Rudd is second, then Rick Wilson, Morgan Shepherd, and Harry Gant running fifth.
And then 6th through 10th are Dale Earnhardt, Ernie Irvan, Bobby Hillen, Mark Martin, and Darrell Waltrip.
This is after 138 laps. Derrike is running 11th, and Sterling Marlin, who led a great portion of this race, Ken Schrader, Davey Allison, last week's winner, Geoff Bodine is 15th.
And in 16th, Terry Labonte, Michael Waltrip, Richard Petty, Dale Jarrett, and Lake Speed are 16th through 20th.
And in 21st position is Alan Kulwicki, the last car, I believe, on the lead lap. Hut Strickland is running 22nd. Mickey Gibbs 23rd. In 24th is Joe Ruttman, and then Dave Marcus.
Well, Hut Strickland still is on the lead lap, Bob. He had dropped back, but he maintained staying on the lead lap. 26th through 30th are Chad Little, Rick Mast, Ted Musgrave, Jimmy Means, and Rusty Wallace.
Rusty, of course, already out of the race. Randy LaJoie 31st. Larry Pearson is out. So is Brett Bodine, J.D. McBuffy. Bobby Hamilton, the only victim of an accident here today, as he hit the wall coming off of the second turn.
And boy, losing out in points today is Bill Elliott, who will wind up 36th regardless of whether this race is restarted or not. And James Hilton will wind up the field at 37th.
We've had lots of inquiries regarding how you might be able to send a message of condolence to Benny Parsons, and the best way that we would recommend you doing that is simply to send your cards and messages to Benny Parsons in care of ESPN, Bristol, Connecticut, the zip code 06010, and we will make sure that Benny receives any message that you might have for him. Again, if you have not been with us all afternoon, Benny, of course, stayed back in North Carolina this weekend because of the illness of his wife, and Connie did pass away shortly after 1 o'clock today.
Well, Bob, we see that the safety vehicles have been brought off the track now, and here's to look at the schedule for the balance of the year for ESPN.
Yeah, and let's see, we have 2 weeks off, and then we'll go back to action for the Pepsi 400 on July 6th. Now, that's a Saturday morning, and that race has always had its share of excitement. 2 years ago was one of the best races that I've ever worked. Last year, it was shaping up to be pretty good, but half the field was wiped out at the end of the first lap, and it kind of detracted from that. But nevertheless, we look forward to going back to Daytona on July 6th. Then the Miller 500 coming up right back here at Pocono on the 21st. And then, Ned, it's back to the road course at Watkins Glen.
And boy, everybody looks forward to that one. There's always a lot of good action at the Bud at the Glen. Then on August 18th, the Champion 400 at the Michigan International Speedway.
Then we move to the Budweiser 500, the Heinz Southern 500 in Darlington, the Goodies 500 at Martinsville, the Tyson Holly Farms 400 at North Wilkesboro, the Hardee's 500, closing out the season on the 17th of November in Atlanta. John Kernan is with Alan Kulwicki as the rain is really coming down now.
Boy, you bet it is, Bob. It is really pouring down here, and we had talked to a couple of drivers who were glad that it was raining. Well, Alan, who just got his lap back and was able to come back around and join the lead lap on this caution, doesn't like the rain right now.
I'm ready to go. I wish we'd go back to racing. We just made a lap up with our Hooters Diner Lube Ford Thunderbird, and you know, the car's running as good as anyone's on the track. You know, we were catching the leaders after a pit penalty, and then when we did get a chance to line up front, we made our lap up, and so we're running very good. And you know, there's no reason why we wouldn't have as good a chance to win this race as anyone if we would just go back to racing.
You know, this year you started out great guns. You didn't have a sponsor. You got the sponsor now. You're working back up again. Everything going according to plan for you?
Well, I think so. We started the year off as we ended last year on a good note, and then, you know, we had run about 26 races without a wreck, and just the law of averages is going to catch up with you sooner or later. And we had a couple of bad races where, you know, we blew a tire or a lap car got me, and you know, now we seem to be getting our momentum back, and the team's doing well. And you know, I think we learned a little something about our engines. We lost a couple bearings, but I think we've got that solved, and things are looking up. I think we're gaining momentum and getting ready for another good second half of the season, just like last year.
But for right now, Alan's sitting here in the garage here, hoping that it dries up. And I checked with the NASCAR officials. They have checked the radar, and they're not quite sure exactly where the storm is going to go. They need a few more minutes, and they're going to check back in with it in about 15 minutes, so we may have further word then. Now let's go to Jerry Punch, who's caught up with Harry Gant.
Well, gentlemen, all the way at the very end of pit road down toward turn 1, where it is raining ferociously, we are under a blue tarp. No, Harry Gant and I have not joined the Smurf fan club. We are here with a lot of fans in the background and some of the Folgers team behind us, and Harry Gant is scampered under here for shelter. And Harry, you've got a great run going today, and let's I know you're hoping it's not over.
Well, I'm hoping, but I believe it's kind of going to be over, because it's rained a lot and takes a long time to dry the track. I think Jimmy Spencer is going to be your winner today.
Now, you always run so well up here, and again today you were the defending champion of this Champion Spark Plug 500, and today Leo Jackson, Andy Petrie, and the crew had the car dialed in. What was your strength there today? Was it getting off the turns?
It was the handling in the corners, yeah, definitely. The engine ran good. The car ran really good, you know, power-wise. Only, I think, the 4 Ernie Irvan's car, you know, can beat me off the corners. But as we run and get the tires hot, my car seems to maintain the pace to the corners a little bit better than some of the other ones the longer we run.
Now, you won at Talladega this year, and you're a contender to win if we get this thing restarted today. But on the road courses, you struggled a little bit last week.
Yeah, we had a throttle hang open, and, you know, it's pretty hard running there with the throttle sticking all day. So we had a lot of trouble. We had to come in and try to change the carburetor and get it fixed. But we fixed the linkage from hanging, but the carburetor we put on was missing too. So we didn't have a good run. A lot of things can happen on a road course that don't on the oval.
Well, Harry Gant went from 4th to 7th in the Winston Cup points last week. He was hoping to make that up today, and he's staying dry here with a lot of fellow crew members and a lot of Harry Gant race fans here behind us.
Harry Gant is 5th right now as the field sits on pit road getting rained on, as everyone is who isn't under shelter, because the Champion Spark Plug 500 has been rain delayed. It is quite wet here in the Pocono Mountains.
Brett Bodine, one tough driver, talks about Quaker State, one tough motor oil.
At North Wilkesboro, that Carolina asphalt was hot enough to fry our King Racing Buick. Our engine was running hot, 240 degrees, and I had to keep pushing it over 8,000 RPM. Now that's when you start worrying about your oil's viscosity breaking down. But when the going got tough, the same Quaker State you can buy right off the shelf was tough enough to get me to the finish line first.
Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
How do I know where to get my brakes done right?
Come to Midas. You get a lot of value for the price, and you get something else. Peace of mind. Knowing you get a thorough inspection by Midas-trained experts and a written estimate up front. Knowing every brake shoe and pad is guaranteed for as long as you own your car, and knowing the job will be done right. That's why more people come to us for brakes, knowing that nobody beats Midas.
Nobody.
Here's to you, America, for being strong, for coming through. We send our best to you. Nothing beats our best, Budweiser. Nothing beats a Bud. And we'll toast and cheer with the king of beers. Nothing beats a Bud.
Some spectators who are appropriately dressed for the weather. The rain is falling down, and they could very easily go swimming in some parts of Pocono International Raceway. You can see how heavy it has rained, and the track is very, very wet now. So it'll be at least an hour and a half or 2 hours before we can get the track drive if we're stopped raining right now. Let's go back down to Smurfland underneath a blue canopy in Dr. Jerry Punch with Mark Martin.
And I won't tell you what we were talking about during the commercial, folks, but we're having some fun day here. And of course, the drivers have to relax a little bit during these rain delays. Maybe it is a delay. Maybe it's going to be over with. But Mark Martin, probably one of the drivers, that hoping that we get back to green flag racing. Your car really dialed in now.
Our car's running real good right now. You know, it's going to be hard to take that Folgers Thunderbird to victory lane from where we're sitting, but it's running awful good. We can certainly move up if they'll get back going. And you know, we got a little bit behind with the start of the race. The car was tight, but right now everything's going good. The guys are awesome on pit road. They've had me some really good pit stops, and we're looking good right now, ready to go.
As always, the people, Steve Meal, Robin Pemberton, Jack Roush, very, very innovative. And last year you came here and sat on the pole, but everyone heard you shift gears on this front straightaway. Again, this year you still had the Jericho in. Are you still shifting during the race?
Am I supposed to tell?
Well, we won't let anybody know. Just sort of whisper it in the microphone. 50s.
We're going to let the competition figure out what we're doing or what we're not doing. And they're coming along pretty slow right now. They're not catching on very fast. I bet they'll be caught on to it by next go around. We'll have to wait and see.
Mark, the team has really come together in the past 4 or 5 events. A pole at Charlotte, great run at Sears Point. You came within a couple laps of having a shot of winning that race out there and came together with Tommy Kendall and a pole again this week. What's been the difference for this Roush operation?
Well, nothing really. We're just working together just like we always have. And, you know, we've got some bad luck riding us right now, and we're going to have to weather that storm. But as far as the team goes, the cars go, everything's fantastic, and we're ready to go get them. And we're just going to have to wait our turn, you know, for everything to work out in our favor.
Mark Martin sitting here with me in Smurf Village down toward turn 1, and we'll check in where John Kernan is out with the real people, possibly under the sun, maybe the clouds, I'm not sure, back in the garage area. John?
Well, Jerry, we're under the rain. Actually, we're underneath the tailgate of Davey Allison's hauler, and Davey enjoying a donut. Now, I got to ask you this. What kind of donut is that?
Well, you know it's a Krispy Kreme donut.
Of course. Of course, that's what you would say. Listen, Davey, today's been kind of a little bit opposite of the type of weekend you enjoyed last weekend where the car ran so well. What's been the problem today?
Well, this is the same car that we ran at Dover, and we had problems with it up there too, and we thought we had sorted them all out, and unfortunately, you know, we've rediscovered that we haven't sorted it all out. So I guess right now we'll just have to keep working and try to finish this thing out the best that we can, and go back and do some research on this car, maybe do some testing and see if we can find out what we've been missing. But I think we'll probably retire this car. This is the oldest car that we have, and we've got several new cars that are just about ready to go right now. And we'll probably run the car that we ran at Charlotte at Michigan next week.
You know, you're not exactly known to be a road racer, and last week you showed everyone that you can hold your own out there on the road course. What changes, or did you go to a driving school or anything like that?
Well, I haven't gone to driving school in a couple of years, but I did go to Bondurance 4 times, and that helped me out. But the other thing that's helped is a lot, you know, experience is always good. And Larry McReynolds, with his experience, come over there, and the two of us have been able to work together and sort things out, and he really helped us on the road course a great deal.
Yeah, you made a comment, I believe, about it's nice to be in Rusty's throne, winning on a road course.
Yeah, I told Rusty it was nice to be sitting in his throne for a while. You know, of course, he had everybody covered out there, and if it hadn't been for a problem, then he probably would have won the race.
Well, Davey, we'll let you finish that last bite of the donut, and also he's got to get together with his crew chief, Larry McReynolds, Robert Yates, and the guys, and they've been trying to sort the problems out, handling problems that they've been having today. Bob?
If they were to end the race right now, we would not go back to racing. Davey Allison would finish unofficially in 14th position. Once again, the situation here at Pocono is it is raining, and the track is very, very wet. The race is halted after 138 laps. Jimmy Spencer is the leader at this point. We'll be back with more right after this.
Do you know what open-end mutual funds are?
The Wall Street Journal Guide to Understanding Money and Markets tells you in clear, simple English.
Do you know how to spot trends in stocks?
And what stock options are?
And zero coupon bonds?
And the difference between Treasury bills and Treasury notes?
Everything you want to know about the sometimes baffling world of money and investing is in this remarkable 120-page book. And now it's yours free when you subscribe to the Wall Street Journal. Call now and you can have 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and this valuable 120-page Guide to Understanding Money and Markets. That's 13 weeks of the Journal for the news and ideas you need every business day. And this guide free, which tells you everything you want to know about money and markets, all for only $37, a 24% savings off the newsstand price. Call now, toll-free, 800-642-7400. That's 800-642-7400 for today's Wall Street Journal.
Ricky Meyer, a knockout artist looking for respect. Donald Allison making his mark in the junior welterweight division. Two rising stars on a collision course. Top Rank Boxing, Thursday night, live on ESPN.
Well, here are the standings with the champion Sparkplug 500 under a red flag because of rain. Jimmy Spencer, the leader. Ricky Rudd running second. Rick Wilson third. Morgan Shepherd fourth. And Harry Gant is in fifth. And the red flag came out at the end of 138 laps. Dale Earnhardt sixth. Ernie Irvan seventh. Eighth is Bobby Hillen. Ninth, Mark Martin. And in 10th position is Darrell Waltrip.
In 11th is Derrike Cope. Sterling Marlin is 12th. Ken Schrader 13th. Davey Allison 14th. Geoff Bodine is in 15th position. And then in 16th, Terry Labonte. Michael Waltrip is 17th. Richard Petty 18th. Dale Jarrett 19th. And Lake Speed 20th.
Running in 21st is Alan Kulwicki. Hut Strickland listed as 22nd. 23rd is Mickey Gibbs. Joe Ruttman runs 24th. And Dave Marcus shown in 25th position. 26th, Chad Little. Rick Mast. Ted Musgrave, Jimmy Means, and Rusty Wallace round out the top 30.
Of course, Rusty Wallace is out of the race, and some of these other 7 will be as well. Randy LaJoy will finish 31st. 32nd, Larry Pearson. 33rd, Brett Bodine, who blew an engine earlier. 34th, J.D. McDuffie. 35th, Bobby Hamilton. And there were 37 cars that started the race. In 36th position would be Bill Elliott, who had an engine problem, and James Hilton would wind up 37th.
Here is the Davey Allison crew. They are gathered around their driver, and they're talking about what they are going to do if and when the race should resume. Now, we will keep you updated on the situation here at Pocono, but obviously with the track very, very wet, it is going to be some time before the race will resume, if it does at all. So please stay with us here on ESPN this afternoon. We will continue to update you on the situation. We'll be back in about 20 minutes to tell you what the situation is at that time. But for right now, the track is wet. The rain continues to fall here at Pocono. And in the meantime, let's go to this week's edition of ESPN Speed Week. After 3 consecutive events on ovals, the Indy cars are back to street racing this weekend. This is the 10th anniversary of the Valvoline Detroit Grand Prix, third as an IndyCar race. And Chris McClure is in the Motor City and has this report.
Bob, the 1991 season has produced 5 winners in 5 races. And if someone different wins here tomorrow, it will be the first time since 1959 that there hadn't been a repeat winner in the first 6 races. Of course, all 5 91 winners would like to change that. Michael Andretti among them. He's fresh from victory at Milwaukee, and Detroit's been kind to him. In 89, a pole and near victory. Last year, the pole and a wire-to-wire win. First of all, let's the test. Your feeling coming back from last week?
I feel a lot more confident now that I feel I can do the job there. I didn't get as much running as I would have liked, but the running that I did get, I was, I think, pretty competitive on my times. You know, we did some overlaying of my laps over Senna's laps from a couple weeks earlier, and there was a lot of areas where I was as fast, or if not faster, and there were some areas where he was quicker, but it was more I needed to learn the car yet in the racetrack, and I felt very confident coming away from that test.
About tracks, you've led every lap until you got tangled up 2 years ago, and then last year wire to wire. You've got 2 poles here. Is there something about this place that suits Mike?
I have no idea, and I'm not complaining. I just want to keep it going if we can, but maybe we're just lucky we got a good setup here that works for my style. I don't know. It's just, I just hope the luck keeps continuing that way.
As usual, Chevrolet is the favorite here in Detroit, but Buick interests are on hand. Kenny Bernstein and his King Motorsports team are here with the number 26 car and Roberto Guerrero driving. A few eyebrows went up when they wheeled the car out, but Bernstein says it was part of the plan.
We have a contract with Buick and Quaker State to run 4 events this year, and Indy being one of them and 3 others. Detroit is the second, Denver, and then Laguna Seca. So that's our plan right now.
Also on hand here in Detroit, Willie T. Ribbs and Walker Motorsports. Last week, Derrike Walker went into his own pocket for $50,000 and brought the unsponsored car here to try and do well and win some future sponsorship. They just might do it. Now, the undercurrent of the weekend. Will Detroit be back in '92 and beyond? The question is before CART, the City of Detroit, and Detroit Renaissance Grand Prix. They all agree they'd like to have the race, but where will it be? Can they guarantee the downtown site? Would they go to Belle Isle or someplace else? What would the sanctioning fee be? A lot of questions yet to be answered before they can make a contract, and they want to do that within the next 3 weeks so they can announce the '92 schedule. And right now, it's on the fence in regard to the Motor City. From Detroit, I'm Chris McClure reporting for Speed Week.
The IMSA Camel GT Series is in action this weekend at a brand new event, the Nissan Grand Prix du Mardi Gras in New Orleans. It is the 37th different venue to host a Camel GT event and the 8th different temporary or street circuit. Marty Reed is standing by with a report.
Bob, the IMSA Race Series has come to the city of Cajun food, drinks as strong as their names, hurricanes, and of course, the sounds of jazz everywhere. This is Bourbon Street, but the real story here in New Orleans has been the rain. Even though the sun is shining now, over a foot of rain has fallen this week, and it has set track construction back by 1 full day. And with more rain predicted over the weekend, one wonders if things are going to turn out like they did at IMSA's first street race in Miami back in 1983, where it rained so hard the race was stopped after just 27 laps. When the cars finally do hit the track, all eyes will be on Davy Jones. He's coming off a dominating win at Mid-Ohio. New Orleans is special to him because his bride-to-be is from here, and it's a Nissan-sponsored event.
Well, it just seems like the last 3 or 4 years in the IMSA Camel GTP Series, it seems like there's always 5 or 6 events that's fully sponsored by Nissan. And as usual, Nissan has always won them the last couple of years. So it was just kind of a thing that you kind of get on a roll that, there's, 5 events sponsored by Nissan this year, and I'd like to see the Bud Light Jaguar team win all 5 of those.
The 10-turn circuit itself is 1.3 miles in length, carved through some of the most narrow streets of downtown, which is adjacent to the French Quarter. In what must be a record, there are 175 manhole covers for the drivers to dodge, and pit entrance will test the skills of everyone. Bob, the only other late-breaking news we can tell you is that there will be no Porsches here in the field. Rob Dyson will not be here with either the old or the new car. And another disappointment will be the debut of the Toyotas. It's going to be postponed for at least 1 more race. So I guess that leaves only one thing left for me to do, right? Joe.
Welcome to Pat O'Brien's. This is the world's famous hurricane here. You can get at Pat O'Brien's at any time of the day from 10 to 4 in the morning.
This is a great commercial.
Fun here.
This is a great commercial. It's a great drink, but I'll take it easy, Bob. I promise. Thanks, Joe.
One event that won't be back on the IMSA schedule next year is the Grand Prix of West Palm Beach. After struggling financially for the past 6 years, race organizers announced earlier this week that with a debt of $250,000 and no additional investors willing to come forward, the event will not be run in '92. The loss of Palm Beach leaves IMSA with a 13-race GTP schedule. Phil Elliott is still the top vote getter for the balloting for the McDonald's Winston Cup All-Star team. Richard Petty is now tied with Dale Earnhardt for second. To cast your vote, dial 1-900-737-TEAM.
One car manufacturer has more NASCAR victories than anyone. Winning over 350 NASCAR races, over 4 decades of racing. That car manufacturer is Ford. And that kind of winning performance goes beyond the winner's circle.
Let's go! Down in front, up for the wave. You're the greatest, you're a home run, babe. Pour it on, keep the drive alive. Give me a bun and a big high five. Yeah, nothing beats our best Budweiser. Nothing beats a Bud. So let's roast and cheer with the king of beer. Ice cold Budweiser. Nothing beats a Bud.
This is where America gets together. Every weekend throughout America, there is great NASCAR racing.
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
We are under a rain delay here at the Champions Spark Plug 500 at Pocono International Raceway. Here are the top five: Jimmy Spencer, Ricky Rudd, Rick Wilson, Morgan Shepherd, and Harry Gant. We'll be back with an update here at Pocono after more of Speed Week.
Ground transportation arranged through General Rent-A-Car, where free unlimited mileage and quality Chrysler cars are just two of the reasons people on the move are racing to General.
Don Prudhomme is celebrating his 25th year in drag racing. And he's celebrating after last weekend's victory at the Oldsmobile Spring Nationals, which broke a 21-year winless streak in the Top Fuel division. We'll have more on the snake in just a moment, but first a look at the action in the other professional categories. In the Pro Stock Finals, Darrell Alderman, the #1 qualifier, was up against his old nemesis, Warren Johnson. These two had met each other in 4 previous final rounds with the score 2 wins apiece. Alderman's slightly better reaction time allowed him to overcome a slightly faster run by Johnson and increase his points lead. In funny cars, top qualifier Jim White was in his second final round appearance of the year. He won the Arizona Nationals in February. His opponent in the near lane, making it an all-Dodge final in this Oldsmobile-sponsored event, was Mike Dunn. Dunn, who had defeated points leader John Force in the semis, drove to his second consecutive national event victory and has quietly moved to within 470 points of Force in the division standings. And now the story of the snake, Don Prudhomme, who had not recorded a Top Fuel victory in 21 years. His opponent was Joe Amato, who had been top qualifier and set the event's low ET and top speed. Amato had lane choice but smoked the tires anyway as the snake won his 6th Top Fuel victory, but first since the U.S. Nationals in 1970. The victory also moved on into the Top Fuel points lead, but the first 3 are separated by only 258 and the top 5 by less than 2,000. Earlier this week, Prudhomme was one of 10 inductees into the Motorsports Hall of Fame in Novi, Michigan. And Don joins us now. Double congratulations are in order, Don. First for your win last Sunday and for the induction of the Hall of Fame.
Thank you very much, Bob. It was an exciting moment, especially the Hall of Fame situation here in Detroit, to be honored with the greats of Dan Gurney and Al Unser Sr., people like that. It was indeed a thrill.
Tell me about the struggle you've had the last year and a half since you switched over to Top Fuel.
Well, if you watch television during 1990 on the NHRA trail, I can certainly tell you that yeah, it was a difficult time. It was probably the worst thing I've ever experienced in my 20-some-odd years in automobile racing. But 1991, of course, has been a lot different. We were fortunate to hire a new crew chief by the name of John Medlin, and he took our car from basically number 0 to number 1 as last weekend in Columbus, Ohio, and winning that event.
Don, was there ever a time when you thought you'd made a mistake by switching over to Top Fuel?
Yeah, quite a bit, actually, especially last year when it was going upside down at Montreal, Canada, doing our second flip of the year. I figured I made a huge mistake, but you know, it's something that if you enjoy what you're doing and you love it enough and you have enough determination, both myself and the crew, we knew we could overcome that, and of course, things have turned around for us.
We mentioned earlier this is your 25th year in drag racing. What motivates you to climb back in the car week after week and year after year?
Well, I'd have to think the love of the sport and what I do. I think that motivates me more than anything. And as you know, there's nothing like winning. And to cross that finish line, and especially being the #1 guy, it's indeed a thrill. And I just haven't ever felt or found anything to replace that thrill and the action that you get out there at the drag strip.
You're now leading points in the Top Fuel division. What would it mean to be the first driver to win championships in both Funny Car and Top Fuel?
well, without question, it would be the highlight of my career to be able to end up winning the 1991 Winston World Championship. It's something I'm looking forward to. It's something that, in case it doesn't happen, believe me, we'll be there in the following years, just still try and win that championship.
Don, thanks for being with us, and best of luck the rest of the season.
Great. Nice being on the show.
Others inducted into the Motorsports Hall of Fame besides Don were Art Arfons, Dan Gurney, Tony Hallman, Dean Chenoweth, Al Unser, Joe Leonard, Wilbur Shaw, Roscoe Turner, and Junior Johnson. We'll be back with more Speed Week in just a moment.
No matter what you drive, no matter where you drive it, or under what conditions, you can rely on Champion spark plugs to help your engine run smoother and more efficiently on or off the road. Champion spark plugs. No matter what you drive.
Yes, you might win a new Pontiac Grand Prix in the special days of Summer Sweepstakes. Plus, 4 special days in sweet tickets for the Winston Cup race in Charlotte, October 6th. Plus, airfare and special days in will throw in accommodations. How about 10 cruises for 2? Want to know how to win one? Register where you see this sign. Want to enter your name in the special days of Summer Sweepstakes? Call 1-800-CMC-DAYS. By the way, what is your name? Don't just sit there. Enter now.
Introducing the fastest way to stop athlete's foot itch. New Absorbine Junior. The leading remedy claims relief begins in 24 hours. Absorbine Junior takes seconds. Absorbine Junior now contains tonaphtate, a proven fungicide to cure athlete's foot. Add an environmentally safe pump spray and a money-back guarantee if that itch doesn't stop in seconds. And you've got new Absorbine Junior antifungal liquid spray. The fastest, guaranteed.
Off-road racers are still nursing their bumps and bruises following last weekend's 18th annual Score Tecate Baja 500. Steve Weiss reports from Ensenada.
More than 200 motorcycles and race vehicles lined up for this one, and most of the eyes were on the Ironman Ivan Stewart. Stewart's Toyota Yokohama team is running just half of the Score HDRA series this season, devoting attention instead to a new truck being built for 92. Competitors still can't find any weaknesses in the old model. Danny Lettner just one of many forced to run in Stewart's dust all day. Roger Mears is another veteran who always seems to do well at Baja, and following younger brother Rick's victory at Indianapolis, thought it might be nice to put another 500 trophy on the Mears mantle this summer. Roger raced Indy cars for 6 years in the early 80s with 15 top 10 finishes, but says he has no regrets about making the decision to just concentrate on off-road.
We're really happy doing what we're doing. We love off-road racing, and we think it's a great sport, and proud to be a part of it. And obviously, the selfish part is being a race car driver. I'd like to be able to do Indy too. I'd like to be able to do both.
There were some wild moments in this year's Baja 500, including this rollover by Class 8's Ricardo Navarro. The only thing Ivan Stewart rolled into was another Class 1 and overall victory in 8 hours, 54 minutes, and 38 seconds. Not bad for an abbreviated season.
We got 2 for 2. We're doing good. We want Nevada 500 or Baja 1000. We'll be happy. It's a good year for us.
Mears took home the mini pickup title, his second win in a row, but the best battle of the day was in Class 6, where the Ford Explorers of John Swift and Dan Ashcraft were within seconds of each other throughout the race. Both vehicles led at one time, but in the end, Swift won his 3rd Baja 500 in a row. From Baja, Mexico, this is Steve Weiss reporting for Speed Week.
25 years ago, this past Saturday night was a tragic one in the annals of auto racing. A double fatality crash during a sprint car race at Reading, Pennsylvania killed Red Regal and Judd Larson. Donald Davidson has more on one of the best drivers ever to compete in this form of motorsports.
Of the literally thousands of drivers who've handled a sprint car on a dirt track over the last 3/4 of a century, absolutely nobody did it quite like the husky, fun-loving Judd Larson. So spectacular was the beloved Judd that even the other drivers used to go down into turn 1 to watch him qualify. He won 5 USAC championship races, all on dirt, and while he did drive in the Indianapolis 500 twice, in 58 and 59, he didn't particularly enjoy paved tracks. A heart problem in 1959 sidelined him for several years, but by 64, he was back winning races again. And while his forte was still dirt, he started winning sprint features on pavement, although he looked as if he was still on dirt. He even changed slightly in appearance, finally letting his trademark crew cut grow out. On the day before the 66 500, Judd was up at the Winchester Speedway in the blue number 16 and winning again. Sadly, it would be his last. 2 weeks later, in Reading, Pennsylvania, he'd lose his life in a sprint car on the dirt.
Ford outsells Chevrolet and every other American competitor. Fact. Across the country, Ford outsells Honda, Nissan, and Toyota combined. Fact. Every year for the past 4 years, Ford has had the best-selling cars and trucks in America. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is number 1. Have you driven a Ford lately?
What you're about to see is a sim. Brushstrokes, runs, streaks. Now consider the new Wagner Power Painter. It has patented controls for precision, a convenient backpack for big jobs. It paints smoothly and evenly over cracks and tough surfaces. Why did we ruin this beauty? So you wouldn't ruin this one. Wagner, not just a whole lot faster, a whole lot better.
Anybody thought about dynamite?
Do you know what open-end mutual funds are?
The Wall Street Journal Guide to Understanding Money and Markets tells you in clear, simple English.
Do you know how to spot trends in stocks?
And what stock options are?
And zero coupon bonds?
And the difference between Treasury bills and Treasury notes?
Everything you want to know about the sometimes baffling world of money and investing is in this remarkable 120-page book. And now it's yours free when you subscribe to the Wall Street Journal. Call now and you can have 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and this valuable 120-page Guide to Understanding Money and Markets. That's 13 weeks of the Journal for the news and ideas you need every business day. And this guide free, which tells you everything you want to know about money and markets, all for only $37, a 24% savings off the newsstand price. Call now, toll-free, 800-642-7400. That's 800-642-7400 for today's Wall Street Journal.
This is Bob Jenkins back at Pocono International Raceway. We're live, but the Champion Sparkplug 500 has been rain delayed. Track drying procedures are underway right now, and apparently there isn't any rain in the immediate area. In fact, the skies are beginning to clear a little bit, so we have great hope that we'll be able to finish this race. We have completed 138 of the 200 laps. We will stand by here. Of course, it's going to take quite a while to dry the racetrack, so it's not going to be restarting in the next few moments. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with the King.
Indeed, the king of undisputed king of stock car racing, Richard Petty, 53 years of age, be 54 in July, just before our telecast of the Pepsi 400 in Daytona. Richard, we talked earlier about the incident last week at Sears Point, but before we talk about your injuries and the fact that you're on crutches, you are hustling this race car. The STP Pontiac running pretty well today for you.
Well, it's running pretty good. The only thing, we started in the back and we hadn't never really got caught up. We run 15th or 20th or somewhere. But we're running the same speed as the 5th and 10th place cars. Everybody runs about the same speed. It's a weird racetrack. I beat somebody in one corner. He beats me in the next corner. But when we go all the way around the racetrack, we're running the same speed. So it makes it pretty interesting. But right now, we're keeping up with the crowd anyway.
Now, the injuries from last week, we talked the fact you had some sore ribs and pretty uncomfortable, but the surgery on your leg, that'll take place, what, Tuesday or Wednesday this week?
Well, we don't know. We're going to go back and let them check on it to begin with. I hope I don't have to have it. I'm going to try to talk them out of having to cut on the thing. But if it's moved around any, then we'll just go ahead and probably go ahead and get it done and, get it healed up that much quicker. But right now, it's not hurting that much. The deal is he just figures it's going to hurt later on, when I get to be an old man.
We caught that when and this guy's still pretty young. Now, how did that happen? Now, you had the right leg. It was the inside of the right leg. And is it when you went across, you had the leg flexed or bent?
Well, what happened, the leg was bent. It was probably on the brake. And then when I hit the wall, like at about a 45-degree angle, then I had so much pressure on it. Then it went, put all the pressure on the inside joint of the knee, and it just popped that thing back up. So, I guess that's what happened. That's the angle that I hit at it anyway.
Richard Petty is still able to smile. And how much commitment to sponsorship does he have? Well, he sits here wearing his STP logo. But take a look here, folks. Even the crutches never miss a trick. He's undoubtedly the king. Well, let's check on the weather situation with our staff meteorologist, John Kernan.
Yeah, like I said in Talladega, I'm not a meteorologist, but sometimes I play one on television. Back here in the NASCAR trailer, they have got a computer that hooks up with the National Weather Service, and they're able to dial up various radar pictures. Now, I just came back from checking the most recent one. The rain has moved through. There is nothing behind it, so they're anticipating getting this race restarted as soon as they can dry the track off. At least that's the way it looks from down here, Bob.
All right, John, thank you very much. And we will be back when racing resumes, and we'll be back with periodic updates. But now last year's July race here at Pocono with 27 laps left. Well, a lot can happen in just a matter of moments, and a lot has here as Geoff Bodine has gone into the lead. Rusty Wallace has gone into second, and Davey Allison has fallen back to third. But now Davey looks to the inside and tries to get second back.
That's what I was going to say. Now, don't speak so quickly because, look, no, you're right. You're right.
Here's what happened when Bodine got the lead, and Davey got a little bit out of shape.
Going in turn one, watch this, folks. Talk about close. We see a little gap. Ooh, the gap goes away.
And Geoff Bodine was able to win the battle down the long straightaway and into turn number one, and that's how he got the advantage that he holds right now. But Rusty Wallace is the one that's showing the power right now as he's moved to second.
The question I've got is which of these cars can go all the way, or can both of them go without making a pit stop for fuel? And Jerry Punch, do you have the answer?
Well, we're surveying a little bit, Benny. It depends on how many poker players we have there in the pits. But what I understand is 3 of those top 4 cars are going to have to stop. We are told that the 6 car, the 27 car, and the 28 car will have to stop around lap 190 or 192. Now, Davey Allison apparently could run a little quicker than he's running right now. He's trying to conserve his tires for that final last 10-lap dash. He will have to come in and get about 5 gallons of fuel, according to Jake Eldrick. Now, we are told by Tim Brewer, however, the Geoff Bodine crew chief, that they fear they get great gas mileage. Remember, I told you earlier that feature Headland motor in Junior Johnson's car. They feel they can go probably 41 laps. Now, they pitted on lap 157. That would make it 43 to the checkered flag. But with the caution flag, they may just roll the dice.
10 and 25 car in a real heated battle here, Jerry. And by the way, any information on Greg Sachs and his injury as a result of that crash?
I talked to Rick Hendrick just a minute ago when he walked by me, and I walked over and asked about Greg, and he said that the car was hurt pretty bad, that Greg's going to be very, very sore, but he appeared to be otherwise okay. No major injuries at all, and that's good news about Greg Sachs.
All right, thank you, Jerry. Great battle on the racetrack. Derrike, Ken Schrader, and the 9, Bill Elliott.
Now, Bill Elliott might be one that won't have to pit. He came in on the last lap, just before the green flag came out the last time, jacked the car up on the left side, put all the fuel in that they could stick into it, so he might be able to go. I'm sure he's going to gamble the trackers.
He is looking for 9th position alongside Ken Schrader as they head for the tunnel turn, and Bill Elliott does go into 9th spot.
And up in front of him is the Derrike Cope Purelator Chevrolet. Brett Bodine trying to get by Schrader, but I think Brett is a lap down. Schrader into these laps.
Yes, he is. But Brett Bodine goes inside of Ken Schrader and passes him. Bobby Hillen is the car on the right as we look out of Brett Bodine's back glass.
Hillen takes the spot away. That is for position.
So Schrader has fallen back here a couple of positions in the last few laps. Gary Cope is in 8th and number 10, and then Elliott. And here's a battle for the lead, and Rusty Wallace takes the lead. And I would have to say that the 77 car of Ken Reagan may have played a factor in that.
I think so. I think that Geoff Bodine went down in the corner and was hesitant to move up on the outside. Let Rusty Wallace close up. When he moved up on the outside, Rusty dove on the inside.
Let's take a look at it once again.
Yes, he's following the Ken Reagan automobile in there.
Yeah, that was almost a wreck right there. Geoff wanted to get down to the inside of the racetrack. Thought Reagan, trying to call him Schrader again, would go down in there a little bit faster, but Reagan backed off thinking they were going to go on the outside of him, and Geoff ran in behind him and almost ran over him.
Looky here, watch this.
Look at Rusty take Geoff way to the bottom of the racetrack. And Geoff's going to get the lead. Or is he?
Yes, I think he will. I think you'll. Well, I don't know.
My goodness.
Side by side. Now, folks, this is the first time I think we've seen two cars run through this corner side by side all day. Now, if they go, oh, don't tell me Davy's going to make it 3 of it.
Oh,
please don't.
No.
Well, he took the lead.
Wow.
Right on by.
Rusty Wallace was leading the race the last time by, and currently he's 3rd.
Davey goes a little high. Bodine tries to come back down on the inside. Will he be able to make the pass? Yeah, looks like he will.
How many lead changes have we had in this lap? Man. So Geoff Bodine will come off the 3rd turn with the lead, and Davey Allison is 2nd with Wallace 3rd. But they are together like they're tied by a chain.
Now, Benny, as fast as they're running going into turn 2 over there, the drafting comes into play over there, doesn't it?
It does come into play, yes. I mean, we're talking about 180 miles an hour at the end of turn 1. So obviously, drafting makes a difference.
1 lap ago, here they came down the front stretch. And watch Rusty. He just heads for the bottom of the track, and Geoff had already committed to go that way, so he had to go with him.
He was trying desperately to keep Geoff behind him, but Geoff said, I want the lead, big guy. And meanwhile, Davey passed both of them.
Boy, this has been a very, very good race.
Mark Martin's back in the race.
And so is Harry Gant.
Yeah, Gant is not too far behind Mark Martin, so while they're dicing for those positions up there, well, those fellows have caught up to him.
First 5 cars right there. Let's go to John Kernan, who's with Barry Dodson.
Barry, those guys are going crazy out there, and there's still a few more laps to go.
Well, I think they all know it might come down to a gas and go. As far as we know, that's what's going to happen. Phil Elliott's in good shape, believe it or not. He came in with one to go and topped off, and we're concerned about him. Right now, we're just telling Rusty he's doing a good job. Save the tires, and let's do what we can in here for him.
Well, they say they will not be able to go the distance on the fuel that they have. They will have to make a stop about 10 laps from the end.
Well, if you have taken a nap or if you've taken a leisurely stroll outside and decided that this race wasn't all that great, don't go away for the last 19 laps because anything can happen. We've got 5 cars running right together. How many of them are going to have to stop for gas? Who's going to win? We'll be right back.
In the last 5 years, one truck manufacturer has won more off-road races than anyone, including 4 class championships in 1990 and the mini and heavy metal championships. That truck manufacturer is Ford. And that kind of winning performance goes beyond the winner's circle.
The other day I get in my car, won't start. No small problem, right? Well, I figure it's the battery, so I go down to the AutoZone and I tell him what I need. The guy says to me, let's check your old one first. It might not be the problem. Turns out he was right. All I needed was a new battery cable. Talk about saving money. Now you tell me, would another parts store done that? They made sure I got exactly what I needed. Now I'll remember that. Believe me, I will.
Here at the Champion Spark Plug 500 at Pocono, the rain delay continues. However, track drawing operations are underway, and it isn't raining right now. We will continue to have for you last July's race here at Pocono until 4:30 this afternoon, and then we're going to go to Davis Cup Tennis. When and if the race resumes after that, we will be back to bring you the race live till its conclusion here at Pocono International Raceway. So stay with us for continuing updates. We hope you're enjoying today's live coverage of the AC Sparkplug 500 Winston Cup race, live from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you today by Budweiser, the king of beers. Remember, know when to say when. By Peak Antifreeze and Summer Coolant. And by Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. Geoff Bodine leads the AC Sparkplug 500. 183 laps are completed, less than 17 to go.
And Harry Gant is the car on the move now. He's up to 4th spot, and I thought he was going to pass Rusty down the long corner, back straightaway. He is coming. He gets a tough break now, catches that slow car in the corner. Rusty caught him going in, so we can see how many positions, how many car lengths that loses him.
It's Geoff Bodine, Davey Allison, Rusty Wallace, and then Harry Gant. Mark Martin is next, then Dale Earnhardt, and Ricky Rudd.
Earnhardt and Rudd have caught this pack as well. Folks, all these cars are in the lead lap.
Now, a couple of cars, fellas, that was in the lead lap while we were on the break, Kenny Schrader and Terry Labonte, both made pit stops. And I think they stayed in the lead. In fact, I'm sure they stayed in the lead lap, but they made their pit stops early.
Boy, there's just all kind of pit strategy being played out down there. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Tim Brewer.
Well, we heard that Barry Dodson, that said they're going to have to pit with Rusty Wallace. I talked to Jake Elder. They're going to pit with 10 laps to go. Now, Brewer is the big question here in the Budweiser pits. And, Tim, how about it? You were smiling a minute ago. What's the gas mileage look like?
I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, you're right. Right. Yeah, don't play poker with this guy. Yeah.
It's going to be close. Every time we get in these situations, we don't never seem to capitalize on the thing. So we're not going to sit here and debate one way or another. We're just going to play what the rest of those guys deal us and see who comes out on top.
He should be a politician, I believe, but I think what he's telling them is if they pit and we're out there, we're going to have to run out of gas and we're going to win this race.
He's non-committal, but yeah, I think that's exactly what he's saying. If somebody comes in, then we probably will too.
I don't have a clue what he said. I don't think he said anything.
Rusty Wallace chasing Davey Allison for second position. Now it's interesting, Geoff Bodine leading this race. The best starting position to have historically in this race, third. And that's exactly where Geoff Bodine started today. Most winners have come from the third position. Could happen again here today.
Geoff Bodine today has at one point ran 38 laps on a green flag stop. And that's longer than any of the other cars have been out there. But this is 41 laps, if I'm not mistaken, that he'd have to run from the last green flag lap after the cross to the 200.
I believe it's 43 since he came in, Vinny.
Yeah, you're right.
They ran a couple laps under caution after that, so 3 of them, I think.
Here's a battle for second. Rusty Wallace takes second from Davey. Harry Gant now closes in on Allison. The race average speed 124.4 will be well off the record, which is 142.5. We've been slowed 9 times today by cautions.
I'll tell you what, folks, Davey Allison is going to try to make this all the way. Either that or his car has gone totally away. I think they've told him to just try to run about a 60-second lap, 61-second lap, and save all the fuel he can, and let's go the rest of the way, because they feel like Bill Elliott is going to be able to do it.
Well, let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Jake Gilder. We'll get that side of the story.
Well, let's check in with Jake. Jake, you guys are going to have to need a little bit of fuel here.
Yeah, we're going to pit on 189.
So about 2 laps away that pit stop. You've been named the Western Auto Mechanic of the race with $1,000 for an outstanding effort today for Davey Allison. Congratulations.
Well, I appreciate everything.
Well, he's trying to get this pit stop orchestrated. Jake Elder here in the pits are going to pit about 2 laps from now and they need about 5 gallons to finish, so we'll see what happens.
It will be a quick stop, but it will be coming up in about a lap and a half. The record for the most cars, 13 on the lead lap. Today, we have 15 on the lead lap.
That's for this race?
Yes.
Jeff,
I was going to say they had 22 on the lead lap at the race here earlier this year, but for this particular event, that's a sneezing. Look at Terry Gant go to the bottom of the track.
Trying to get some draft off the back of Alan Kowicki's car.
Jeff Bodine just lapped the car number 7 of Alan Kowicki, so now that leaves 14 cars in the lead lap.
Let's look at that again. We've just seen some unbelievable maneuvering down this wide front stretch.
Well, Kowicki was just simply moving over so the faster cars could go by, but Harry Gant wanted to get that last little bit of draft to save that last drop of fuel, so he went with him.
Geoff Bodine leading in the Budweiser Ford. Junior Johnson, Tim Brewer prepared car, and we are waiting for pit stops to happen. We're coming up on lap 189.
Well, I made one prediction as far as Bodine is concerned here today. I predicted that he'd lead the halfway lap. Well, I missed that. I'm going to predict that he's going to go all the way.
Okay. Now here comes Mark Martin. Let's go to John Kernan.
The crew awaiting Mark Martin's arrival down here at the far end of pit road, right down near turn number 1. Martin slows the car. It's going to be a gas and go very quickly, and they will go to the right rear and make a slight chassis adjustment. Now the gas is in and Mark is away. Now remember, we talked about his transmission just a little slow getting out. He had to get the push. We talked about that overdrive in his transmission, but he got in and out okay.
And he gave up 5th position when he came in for the fuel stop. So he's the first among those running up front to make the pit stop.
Davey Allison is supposed to pit this lap if Jake Elder was telling the truth.
Well, the man is out on pit road with the board in Davey Allison's pit. So we'll see if he does come in. I said I believe that he would go all the way. I think he'll try to go all the way. He might not go all the way.
Okay. Now, is Davey Allison making a pit stop?
Rusty Wallace is.
Wallace is. Allison is staying out there. Here comes Rusty.
Dale Earnhardt and Ricky Rudd both coming in.
All of them are coming in. Here's John Kernan again.
Once again, just a quick gas and go. They'll put the gas in now. Rusty keeping the car revved, and now he is down and away. A really quick pit stop. Dale Earnhardt now comes in and goes out. Ricky Rudd gets on fuel and is down and away.
I tell you, this is very smart on these fellows not to go to the very last lap that they could go. Don't take a chance, because this is one racetrack you do not want to run out of gas on. If you run out going into turn 1, you can't coast back to the pits.
You are history. Geoff Bodine continues to lead. Will he come in for a fuel stop? There are less than 10 laps to go in the AC Spark Plug 500 from Pocono.
Davey Allison's supposed to be coming in this time.
But he is not. Harry Gant, meanwhile, is 2nd place. Now Allison is 3rd. Allison appeared to be waving to his pit crew. Maybe radio communications have been lost?
Could that be?
Although he was waving, there was no question about it. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
He apparently cannot hear him, Bob. That's exactly what the problem is. They wanted him to pit on lap 189. They thought he heard him because they never came back and said anything. When he didn't come in, they called him again to come in on lap 190. He did not come in, so Jake went out on pit road and started waving the board, and Davey waved back. It should be on pit road this time.
Jerry, I wonder if Jake forgot to put his microphone back down. When you talked to him there a moment ago, his microphone was up on the forward of his head. He might have forgot to put it down. I don't know.
Look at Davey waving, though, as he comes down the front stretch.
Yes,
it's like, okay, I'll be right in, guys. Get ready. Well, let's look up toward turn number 3 now. There's Jake Elder as he prepares for, yeah, he's got the microphone down there by his mouth, so that's the problem. Here comes Davey. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
The key member of this stop will be Darrell Ferguson. He is the gas man with that big Unical can on his right shoulder. Davey will try to bring the car in and stop for about 5 or 6 seconds, and Darrell must hit that opening. He hits it, he pushes the can in, they're getting fuel, and Davey says, go, 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 go. He put it back in gear, and he is away.
You see the second gas man standing there? He was standing there in case Davey Allison overshot his pits. He was there with a second can to get it in case he overshot.
Good thinking. Bobby Hillen, who was running in the top 10, also comes in for a gas and go. He moves out. He was running in 10th position when he came in. Now there are less than 8 laps to go for the leader, Geoff Bodine. He's trying to make it to the finish.
We think. I believe Harry Gant will also try to make it to the finish. Because Leo Jackson's engines gets incredible fuel mileage.
Certainly Benny Parsons would know about that because he has driven a Leo Jackson car for a number of years.
7 laps to go. 7 to go. There's the interval between first and second. Geoff and Harry.
Bill Elliott now has moved up to 3rd position as a result of all these pit stops. Derrike Cope in the pits.
Derrike Cope was running in 9th position, relinquishes that to get the final gas he needs to go the distance. And a good run today for the Buddy Parrott crew. Derrike back out there.
Here's the 11 car. Is he or isn't he? There's the 33.
Is he or isn't he?
I really don't think I think both of them, like Ned said, I think both of them are going to try to go all the way. We'll find out if they can make it or not.
Now, if those two don't make it, the guy running in 3rd position at the moment, and it's been pretty well established that he is not going to need a fuel stop, is Bill Elliott.
Because Elliott did come in on the last lap before they got the green flag and put every ounce of fuel they could possibly put in that McClure's Ford.
194 laps completed.
I think Geoff Bodine has eased off the gas just a little bit because Harry seems to be gaining a little bit. I think Geoff is backing up, trying to save a little bit of fuel because it has to be close.
Benny, I got my unofficial stopwatch on him this lap just to see. I thought the same thing, so I put the watch on him when he came by the start-finish line the last time. See, they had been running down in the 59-second bracket. Even Davey Allison ran a 58.5 just after a pit stop when they had on new tires. They won't be running that fast now, but we'll see how fast Geoff Bodine is running.
This is the completion of lap number 196. There are 4 laps to go, 10 miles.
Took him a minute and 32 hundredths of a second that time. So yes, he definitely has backed off. He's backed off a good second.
Right about 150 miles an hour. Let's go to Jerry Punch in Bodine's pit. Is he or isn't he, Jerry?
Well, they really don't know either. As a matter of fact, Henry Benfield, one of the best gas men in the business, is here with a gas can on pit wall, but the crew is very relaxed. Junior Johnson, as you look down here talking to Tim Brewer, apparently they're going to wait for Bodine to make the call. If the fuel pressure would begin to fluctuate, they would bring him in and try to just put a drop or 2 in the tank to finish. But I think they're going to lead him out and try to win it here at Pocono.
Spin up in turn 1. Ken Reagan is spun up in turn 1.
Uh-oh, this race may end under caution. There's Ken Reagan, who has tagged the wall up in the first turn, and the yellow comes out. And this may be the break that Geoff Bodine needed and wanted to give himself the victory. He comes down and takes the checkered flag on lap number 197.
The yellow flag.
The yellow flag. And it would appear as if Ken Reagan's car did make considerable contact with the wall, indicating that it may be at least 3 laps before they can get the car off the track.
I don't see how they could get it restarted. I think the race is going to end on the caution flag. Now, can they finish the race on the caution flag? But they're not using as much fuel on the caution, so we'll just have to see if they had enough fuel or not.
Yeah, they can make it easier now than they could have before. And Bill Elliott's one guy that didn't want to see this come out. His caution.
We see Geoff Bodine, folks, he has slowed down dramatically since he has taken the caution flag. No one can pass him under the rules. He has slowed dramatically to save all the fuel he can.
Yeah, and he has no choice now but to stay out there. He is absolutely committed. Of course, he already was, it looked like.
It's his right to go as slow as he wants to because he's the leader. Well, let's hope that Ken Reagan is okay after obviously having hard contact with the first turn wall as Geoff Bodine pulls up beside the pace car and says,
slow down, you're going too fast.
Let's take it easy here, huh?
No, what he did there was he did not hit the brakes. Because if he had hit the brakes and had to hit the gas again, that would have meant more fuel.
Just a little bit more fuel. Very smart. You do come up with good things once in a while, Dave. This will be lap number 198.
Yep, there'll be 2 to go.
Well, we're going to duck away for a quick break. Obviously, they're not going to have any green flag laps here for at least a little while, so we'll take a break and be right back with more at Pocono.
Fact. For 10 years, Ford has had the best-built American cars and trucks. Fact. For 4 years, Ford has had the best-selling cars and trucks, American or import. Fact. Ford cars and trucks have more repeat buyers than anyone else, American or import. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Have you driven a Ford lately?
When doctors were asked which of these 2 pain relief formulas they preferred, #1, they chose the Goodies formula by more than 3-to-1 over BC's. And when people in the South
Goodies
choose their #1 headache powder,
Why, Goodies, of course.
Goodies wins again, because Goodies has the formula most doctors preferred, and BC doesn't. Goodies. No wonder it's the South's #1 headache powder.
What do I know about kitchen stuff?
Small appliances.
Plug.
Outlet.
Want to know any more? Ask Ace.
This Windmere 12-inch 3-speed oscillating fan only $13.99, and the Host King hose wheel is just $19.99.
Hey, Ace is the place for me.
Let me tell you.
Top-of-the-line parts, expert advice. That's your Big A Auto Parts store.
Big A, the sign that keeps your car running right.
It's one of the most technologically advanced, most rigorously tested fluids on Earth, relentlessly measured for maximum protection against the friction, the wear and tear, the heat and stress of today's engines. It is today's Quaker State. In Europe, in Japan, in America, Quaker State quality has passed the most demanding tests automakers can throw at it. At Quaker State, we don't just say we're tough, we're tested tough. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
Back at Pocono. Now, the scoreboard from which we take a lot of our information.
Quit trying to make excuses. You made a mistake.
You got to go with the information that's put up there, and it has fluctuated in the number of laps completed here greatly in the last 5 laps. They are saying that as the cars come down this time, they will complete lap 198.
Folks, he's right. He is exactly right. The scoreboard has been going back and forth.
So, it is conceivable with Ken Reagan's car off the racetrack that we will have at least 1 lap of green.
I would dare say that's what's going to happen. They're going to throw the white and the green.
Boy, Geoff
and
Bodine.
Look out. First turn wall. Whoa.
They probably will get the 1 more lap sign as they come down this time. The field currently is headed for turn number 3. And when they come down, they'll complete lap 198 and will undoubtedly be given the 1 more lap to green sign. Here is the way they're running. It's Bodine leading in Gant second with Elliott third, then Rusty and Dale. Davey Allison is 6th, Mark Martin, the pole sitter, 7th, followed by Rudd, Richard Petty, and Butch Miller. A great run in the Banquet Foods Planters Peanut car for 10th position.
1
yes,
to go.
Indeed, the sign is being given by Doyle Ford, the official flagman for NASCAR. 1 more lap to green, and that means there will be a final 2.5-mile sprint to the finish. Does Geoff Bodine have enough fuel to complete that lap under green, and does Harry Gant have enough fuel to do that? Oh, well, we did this at the halfway point. We'll do it again, and we'll go in the same order. Ned, who's going to win
I'm
it?
still going to say Bodine's going to win.
Benny?
I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue. I'll pick Harry Gant.
Okay. Jerry Punch?
Well, they're awfully nervous here in the Bodine pit right now, but I still got to say it's yes at this time.
John?
I'm just going to have to take Dale Earnhardt because of his ability on the restarts. I know he's standing 5th in line, but I think Dale can pick up some ground once he crosses that start-finish line.
Well, that's going out on a limb.
You see, the thing that's going to hurt, Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace, Bill Elliott, is the lap cars.
Yeah.
And now is where I wish that NASCAR had a rule that with 10 laps to go, the lap cars could not double up. Because what's going to happen when they get down to turn 1, these lap cars going to be on the inside, and those fellows 4th, 5th back are going to be awfully slow going through that corner on the last lap.
Hey, Bob, we didn't get your pick.
You know, I'm going to go with Bill Elliott. Huh?
That'd be a bad choice.
Okay. All right, well, somebody's going to win. Hey, the King could win this, you know.
Well,
he's still in the top 10.
Yep, but Rusty has made a pit stop. Earnhardt has made a pit stop. Davey has made a pit stop. They're all ahead of the King. But who knows?
Stand by, folks. This could be one of the better laps in Winston Cup racing that we've seen this year. It's a pretty slow restart. The pace car, as you can see, pulls off the racetrack just off of the second corner, allowing the pace to be set by Geoff Bodine, the leader of the event. You think that this is going to be a pretty slow restart?
You know, every one of these guys wishes they could pull in a hat and pull out a wand or something that could give them some kind of, they're all trying to figure out, what can I do to give me an edge? What do I need to get up on his bumper, lay back? What do I need to do? Oh, but Joe Bodine has stood on already. Look what a jump he's going to get. Geoff Bodine stood on it.
He is going to get a decided advantage over second place Harry Gant. Here they come down. The green flag and the white flag wave simultaneously. One more lap to go. Geoff Bodine has the lead as they head into turn number 1. He has a car between himself and second place Harry Gant. That is Dick Trickle in car number 66.
But does he have enough gas to get back to the start-finish line at full speed?
That is the question that we will answer in about 45 seconds. Down the long pond straightaway, 3,055 feet in length. Headed for turn number 2 with 8 degrees of banking. And Harry Gant is out of fuel. Harry Gant is out of gas, and he will not finish second. Bill Elliott now finds himself in the runner-up spot. There is Gant out of fuel off the second corner, and everybody else passing him by. It appears to be in good shape, however, for Geoff Bodine as he remains on the throttle, and the car appears to have enough gas that carries him to the checkered flag. Here he comes off corner number 3. He indeed will win the AC Spark Plug 500. Geoff Bodine wins. Bill Elliott is second. Rusty Wallace third, followed by Dale Earnhardt and Davey Allison. How about that? The gamble worked.
There's a happy guy.
Harry Gant finally rolls across the start-finish line. He'll finish last on the lead lap.
And for Geoff Bodine, it's his second win of the 1990 season, and he starts the second half off in great shape. And it'll be his 9th career Winston Cup win.
You think you'll get back? You think maybe a wrecker will have to push him back? He looks like he still has fuel, still the engine is still running.
Let's go down to Jerry Punch, who's with Tim Brewer.
Well, you made the call, Timmy. You guys put it close.
I tell you what, this race team, we're not going to take credit for that call because we all, we figured if we stopped, we were going to give somebody else something. So we're just going to get beat today. So, we just figured, we just go for it. But it's great. I mean, Doss, he figures the gas mileage, done a great job. I didn't believe him. I figured it. I still don't believe it. I'm just glad to be here.
They are indeed excited here in the Budweiser pits, and Geoff Bodine wins for the second time this year.
So the battle of the beers ends with Budweiser winning and Coors finishing second as Geoff Bodine beat Bill Elliott here in this Winston Cup race this afternoon. We'll be back to talk with a very happy Geoff Bodine after this.
I never saw you hit so well. I'm here in 3, you're here in 1. Ah, Bill.
How'd you do, Jack?
In 3, out in 3. What are you doing? You're playing your best golf, and every time I look up, you're staring at TV. Saturday cartoons make you so good?
It's a special Golf Digest instructional video. The Golf Digest schools pulled 10 instant golf lessons from their 10 cassette collection.
Graphics, instruction, real professional advice, 10 instant lessons?
A half hour of the best stuff for a golfer.
It's priceless.
It's free.
Free?
With my subscription to Golf Digest.
Get a full year of Golf Digest for $19.77. Call 800-348-3300 now and get our free half-hour instructional video with your paid subscription. Call 800-348-3300 now.
It is from Kodak. It is for the advanced photographer. It delivers the highest resolution, microfine grain, superior image structure. It is called Ektar. Sounds like the most impressive color print film ever made? It is Ektar film by Kodak. The genius is in the details.
If it happens in baseball, you'll see it on ESPN.
There he goes. He leaps. He makes the catch.
See Tuesday night doubleheaders, Wednesday night excitement, Friday night twin bills, and exclusive Sunday night action. Pittsburgh's killer bees are putting the sting to the rest of the National League. Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla lead the first-place Pirates against the Giants, live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Bob Jenkins, Ned Jarrett, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch back live at Pocono International Raceway, and we are about to resume this race. The track is drying, and NASCAR has decided to put the cars out on the track and continue to dry it, and when it's dry sufficiently, the drivers will give them notice, and we will go back to green just momentarily. In the meantime, let's go down to Dr. Jerry Punch, who's with Dale Earnhardt.
Well, Dale currently sitting sixth on the starting grid, getting buckled back in the Goodrich Chevrolet. And, Dale, the car has been running pretty well now, even though you didn't qualify real well. And you were joking about the fact that you nearly wrecked about 3 or 4 times during qualifying, but you came to the front in a hurry.
Well, the car is working pretty good. You know, we like to send our thoughts and prayers out to Benny and his family and because of his wife. But, yeah, our car is working pretty good there at the first. We came up through there pretty good, and on one pit stop the guys got me ahead of a few more people, and you know, we got a little bit of rain here, and who knows what's going to happen now. The track's going to be totally different.
There's some yellow paint on the left rear quarter panel. Ernie Irvan's up here joking with you a little bit and laughing. He's sort of semi-apologizing, saying maybe you've got all your signals straight now. You guys are having some fun up there in turn 3.
Well, it got pretty close there a couple times, but I think we got our understanding straightened out after a couple passes and moves, but it's a pretty good race in there. He ain't tried to wreck me, I ain't tried to wreck him, but you know, we just shoved each other around a little bit. But you know, if you do that, you lose so much ground on everybody else, and that's what it cost us then. You know, Harry and the guys, Darrell and a couple of them got away from us at that time. But, you know, I don't know, Jerry, how do y'all get all them people in that camera?
All of us, 57 million of them in that little camera. They're waving back to you, Dale. Hey, you know, Jimmy Spencer came by a minute ago and said he had polled the drivers, and all the drivers he had polled said it was too wet to race. Now, what do you think about that?
All the drivers in the 98 car. Yeah. It's a little wet right now, but they're getting it dried out, and you know, we looked at the radar, and it's clear from here on out west, and you know, this shower moves through, and you know, just give us a little break. It's going to put us a little late getting home after the deal, but we've got 60-some laps to run here. So, you know, I like to get ahead of the couple of them cars up there that got ahead of me on that pit stop because they didn't change tires.
Dale Earnhardt sitting in the car here, of course, and of course, Jimmy Spencer just joking, of course. He's the only driver who thinks it's too wet to race. There are about 30 other guys sitting here as Dale Earnhardt's playing with us and says, we're ready to race. And this crowd, indeed, is ready to get back to racing. Let's go further up pit road where John Kernan is standing. John?
Well, Jerry, I am with Jimmy Spencer. Jimmy, they say you think it might be too wet to race out there.
I was trying anything I could. You know, we're setting up here with the Banquet Frozen Foods Planner Chevrolet. It felt good. I think we led the longest time today. Not the most last, but the longest. But, you know, we took a chance. I owe Travis Carter a lot this year. We've been running strong. And he took a heck of a chance, put fuel in, come back out and lead this race. If it rained, we were heroes. We're not now. We got to be real careful. We're on old tires. Those guys are on new. And we got to weed our way out here, even though we are leading.
So anything special? Do you go out and just run as hard as you can, or do you have to go out and feel the track out first after you complete the drying process?
Oh, I believe that I think everybody will be a little cautious, including myself. And I'm going to let Ricky Rudd probably go on the outside of me. I respect him. He's got new tires on. And you can't hold somebody up with old tires. We got one more pit stop to go, 65 laps. I don't think anybody can go the rest of the way. So who knows what can happen in the next 65 laps.
Yes, who knows, Bob? Jimmy Spencer will be leading the charge once we get back to green flag racing.
All right, Jerry, and or rather John, the crowd has stayed around through this rain delay, and they are ready for the final 62 laps of competition. We're on lap number 138. That's how many were completed before the rains came. And as you can see, there are still wet spots on the racetrack, especially down there near the inside wall. However, back toward the outside wall, it is beginning to dry, and so the NASCAR officials have decided to fire up the cars and put them out there. Now let's take a look at our Western Auto race summary with Jimmy Spencer in the lead. He has only led the last 7 laps. We have had 5 caution periods for a total of 24 laps. 22 cars remain on the lead lap, and the average speed of the race is 126.478. Out of the race, James Hilton, Brett Bodine, Bill Elliott, Bobby Hamilton, Larry Pearson, J.D. McDuffie, and Rusty Wallace. All of those have dropped out of competition. And look at the lap leaders. Schrader, Martin, Musgrave, Rudd, Irvan, Allison, Spencer, Means, Earnhardt, Waltrip, Marlin, Gant, and Geoff Bodine. Some of those under the caution flag. But the sun is out now, Ned, and it looks pretty good here as we get set to go back to racing, and we'll run down now the way they will line up for the restart.
Well, Jimmy Spencer will start up front. Ricky Rudd starts second, Rick Wilson third, Morgan Shepherd fourth, and Harry Gant in 5th place. 6th through 10th are Dale Earnhardt, Ernie Irvan, Bobby Hillen, Mark Martin, and Darrell Waltrip.
And running at 11th will be Derrike Cope, then Sterling Marlin, Ken Schrader, Davey Allison, and Geoff Bodine. In 16th, it's Terry Labonte, followed by Michael Waltrip, Richard Petty, Dale Jarrett, and Lake Speed.
21st, Alan Kowicki, Strickland 22nd. Those are the 22 cars in the lead lap. 1 lap down is Mickey Gibbs in 23rd. Joe Ruttman is 24th after having an engine problem, sputtering around on 7 cylinders, and Dave Marcus is 25th. 26th through 30th are Chad Little, Rick Mask, Ted Musgrave, Jimmy Means, and Rusty Wallace, of course, who is out of the race.
And the rest of these guys are also out of the race. Randy LaJoie, Larry Pearson, Brett Bodine, J.D. McDuffie, Bobby Hamilton, Bill Elliott, and James Hilton. Safety tucks remain out there. However, the cars are just a few moments away from being refired and a possible restart to the Champion Spark Plug 500 here at Pocono International.
Do you know what open-end mutual funds are?
The Wall Street Journal Guide to Understanding Money and Markets tells you in clear, simple English.
Do you know how to spot trends in stocks?
And what stock options are?
And zero coupon bonds?
And the difference between Treasury bills and Treasury notes?
Everything you want to know about the sometimes baffling world of money and investing is in this remarkable 120-page book. And now it's yours free when you subscribe to the Wall Street Journal. Call now and you can have 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and this valuable 120-page Guide to Understanding Money and Markets. That's 13 weeks of the Journal for the news and ideas you need every business day. And this guide free, which tells you everything you want to know about money and markets, all for only $37, a 24% savings off the newsstand price. Call now, toll-free, 800-642-7400. That's 800-642-7400 for today's Wall Street Journal.
Ricky Meyer, a knockout artist looking for respect. Donald Allison making his mark in the junior welterweight division. 2 rising stars on a collision course. Top Rank Boxing, Thursday night, live on ESPN.
Back live at Pocono, where the track drying is continuing, and we're just moments away from the restart of this event. The sun is out, and the spectators are continuing to be very, very enthusiastic. They've been waving at our cameras all afternoon, and this 95-plus minute rain delay has not dampened their enthusiasm whatsoever. They are just going crazy, and as we pan along the crowd, you can see how excited they are about the thing restarting here in just a few moments. You can also notice the improvements. Some of the improvements are very obvious in the grandstand area and the suites there on top of the main grandstand, and some of the improvements that have been made here at Pocono just in the last 11 months since we have been here. For those of you who have tuned in to see Davis Cup tennis, because of the rain delay, we are not going to be able to show that to you this afternoon. We will continue with our live coverage of this event and stay with it until its conclusion. Again, we have 62 laps to go. Here's Jerry.
Well, Bob, there aren't many super speedways where cars can actually rub and bump and shove a little bit. We saw some of the Ernie, Irvan, Dale Earnhardt paint exchange, and here is Derrike Cope's car. Now, this is a 2.5-mile super speedway that acts like a short track and also acts like a road course. Take a look at some of the tire marks on the side of this Purelator Chevrolet. Now, Derrike Cope had a great qualifying run, qualified 6th, currently sits in 11th spot. And Derrike, you've struggled early in the year, but the team really coming together. This run today, probably your best of the season thus far.
It really is, Jerry. You know, Buddy and the guys have worked hard, and I know Lloyd McClure and Rick Boney back at the shop have worked real hard with the motor program and got a good combination today in the Purelator Chevrolet, and hopefully we can keep it up front and get it on a positive trend.
Have you struggled just a little bit getting off the corners?
Just a little bit. You know, we're just a little bit weak off the corners, and I make it up at the other end. I pull them back in at the other end, but it's kind of a cat and mice game, give and take a little bit. But hopefully we can hustle at this last little bit and get it up front and, see where we shake out.
Derrike Cope, the 1990 Daytona 500 winner, currently sits 11th here. Feels like he still has plenty of horsepower here in this Purelator Chevrolet to get a top 10 and maybe even a top 5 finish.
Derrike waits in his car, as do the rest of the Winston Cup drivers, anticipating the order momentarily to refire the engines and getting this race resumed. Ned, I think that we have joked a lot about Jimmy Spencer and the fact that he wishes that it would have rained and he would have been able to win this race. But on the other hand, I would suspect that when Jimmy Spencer wins his first race and does it without a rain delay, he's going to say, I'm glad it happened this way rather than the way it would have happened today.
I think you're right, because Travis Carter, when they did an interview with him on their decision to just gas and go, which put him up front, Travis said that they had about a 16th or 17th place car. We'll not talk too loud because we don't want to wake Schrader up there. But, yeah, they would rather win it by running out front and taking the lead from someone else running at full speed rather than this way. But they'll take them however they can get them. But you're right. I think when they win that first one, they say, hey, this is really the way we wanted to do it.
Schrader looked like he was pretty relaxed there.
He's about as laid back as anyone that you can see. He reminds me a great deal of Neil Bonnet in that respect. Neil, he could just crawl up and go to sleep anywhere around the garage area, regardless of how much noise was going on around there.
And Jerry is caught up with Geoff Bodine.
Well, Geoff's still sitting in the Budweiser car, and they've just told him to fire him up here, so we'll let Geoff get all hooked up. And what I was going to do was ask him about how the ribs were feeling, and he just had been told to get buckled up. What I will tell you is that the belt we saw him wear last week at Sonoma did its job to protect those broken ribs in the right side, but they had a problem with it as he gives you the high sign. All the fans at home watching him suit up here in this Budweiser Ford. They're hooking up some of the vent, and it's a fresh air system. It's a special helmet they have here, the Simpson helmet. This hose here bringing fresh air so that he can breathe and try to eliminate some of the carbon monoxide problems you see here behind the car. And they try to make sure these cars are extremely safe for the drivers. NASCAR allowing these kinds of systems to work. Gives us a thumbs up there. But the one problem Geoff Bodine experienced last week and they were concerned about here was that belt he wore out at Sears Point created some numbness down in his right arm. As he would lean against the side of that belt, it would cause a compression underneath some of the nerves here underneath his shoulder and up under the arm and cause numbness down the right arm. Now, we put some padding in that this week and tried to pad the upper part of that little belt he was wearing, sort of a flak jacket like some of the NFL quarterbacks wear, and apparently he just told me a minute ago it's doing its job. Everything going okay here for the Budweiser car. We're going to move off pit road because they're going to roll these cars off and go back to racing here pretty soon, guys.
Thanks very much, Jerry, and Geoff Bodine will restart this race in 15th position. So the cars have been refired on pit road now. They're going to warm up their engines just a little bit and then move on to the racetrack. As a matter of fact, they're moving on to the track right now as we get set to restart the Champion Spark Plug 500.
One car manufacturer has more NASCAR victories than anyone. Winning over 350 NASCAR races, over 4 decades of racing. That car manufacturer is Ford. And that kind of winning performance goes beyond the winner's circle.
Let's go! Down in front, up all the way. You're the greatest, you're a home run, babe. Pour it on, keep the drive alive. Give me a bun and a big high five. Yeah, nothing beats our best Budweiser. Nothing beats a Bud. So let's roast and cheer.
This is where America gets together. Every weekend throughout America, there is great NASCAR racing.
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
Champion Sparkplug 500 about to restart, and we're with Michael Waltrip carrying the Champion Sparkplug in-car camera as Michael lines up in 17th position is Pennzoil Pontiac for the restart of this event. There's the number 30 car and some black marks being shown on that number 30 car as it goes down the straightaway between turns 2 and 3.
He's been in close quarters with someone out there. We saw that a little bit earlier after he made a lengthy pit stop. He said that they'd had some problems. It feels that they have the car straightened out now. They've made a lot of changes on it, trying to get the chassis dialed in. But as I think it's Dale Earnhardt or somebody said, you know, this is a different racetrack now since it has rained on it. And I expect we'll see some cars that maybe were dialed in before that might not be quite as good now, and we could see the reverse as well with some of those that were not doing too well. Maybe this will be the situation that they're looking for. We see a couple cars coming into the pits. Dale Jarrett, Chad Little, Ted Musgrave, Jimmy Means, Randy LaJoie, all coming into the pits. We talked to one of Jarrett's spotters and said that they was going to put some rubbers in the rear springs of his cars because it was not doing too well for him today.
Let the field go through our frame here in turn number 1. Apparently they were going to run about 5 laps under caution and then ask the drivers at that time if the racetrack is good enough to race on. The Phillips 66 in-car camera with Lake Speed showing you pictures of Richard Petty just ahead. Lake lines up in 20th position for the restart.
So now he's moved up into 19th behind Richard Petty after Dale Jarrett went in the pits. He was between them. Now there's Darrell Waltrip running along a little slow. Darrell is currently being shown in the
10th, I believe.
10th position, yes. So, of course, they're just sort of feeling the track out at different places, but once they get ready to restart, they'll get in their proper positions.
The sun is shining brightly. This is about as warm and I would imagine as humid as it's been all day, and that just adds to this problem that they're going to have of getting the car to run well under much different conditions now than we've had all day.
Well, I think there is more sun shining right now than we've seen all day, even though the weather was good when we went on the air when the race started, but the sun was not shining nearly as brightly as it is right now. And, of course, as far as the engines are concerned, Bob, I don't think that it'll make a lot of difference. You can see how dry it is in the position they're in there now over in turn 3. You know, jetting and things of that nature, they can hit a pretty happy medium, and they know when they come here the humidity is going to be high, so they sort of jet them and tune the engine for that anyway.
Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Richard Childress.
Richard, a lot of speculation up and down pit road as to exactly how this weather change with the humidity and now the sun shining brightly here would affect the race cars. What do you think is going to happen as far as your car is concerned?
Well, with us not running radials here before, it sort of be a guess, but you know, we've been a little bit loose off of 3, and it should tighten us up a little, but if this sun stays out as the cars run, I think you'll see everybody start getting back loose again.
Are you concerned that we're getting the signal to a couple laps to green flag here? Are you concerned at all as far as now we're talking 60 laps at the conclusion here? Fuel mileage shouldn't be a factor. You're going to have to make one more stop anyway.
Yeah, everyone's going to have to make one more stop. You know, we'll probably take on 4 tires that stop and finish the race out.
You guys dodged a bullet big time last week.
Yeah, you know, we had a problem out there last week. You know, we was just glad to get away with it.
Richard Childress here getting ready to talk to his driver, Dale Earnhardt, putting the headset back on as they will get set to go back to racing. And, of course, 140 laps in the book. It should be quite a shootout here, these final 60 laps, Bob.
Yeah, these laps are counting under yellow. We have put 2 more on the board, now make it 140. And as you saw a few minutes ago, Doyle Ford displaying 3 fingers to the drivers, indicating that in 3 more laps we will get the green flag and the resumption of the Champion Sparkplug 500. We've been under a red flag for an hour, 42 minutes and 30 seconds. We'll be right back.
no matter what you drive. No matter where you drive it. Or under what conditions. You can rely on Champion spark plugs to help your engine run smoother and more efficiently on or off the road. Champion spark plugs. No matter what you drive.
You, yes, you might win a new Pontiac Grand Prix in the special days of Summer Sweepstakes. Plus, 4 special days in sweet tickets for the Winston Cup race in Charlotte, October 6th. Plus, airfare. And special days in will throw in accommodations. How about 10 cruises for 2? Want to know how to win one? Register where you see this sign. Want to enter your name in the special days of Summer Sweepstakes? Call 1-800-CMC-DAYS. By the way, what is your name? Don't just sit there. Enter now.
Introducing the fastest way to stop athlete's foot itch. New Absorbine Junior. The leading remedy claims relief begins in 24 hours. Absorbine Junior takes seconds. Absorbine Junior now contains tonaphtate, a proven fungicide to cure athlete's foot. Add an environmentally safe pump spray and a money-back guarantee if that itch doesn't stop in seconds. And you've got new Absorbine Junior antifungal liquid spray. The fastest, guaranteed.
Field in turn number 1 now, headed down the Long Pond straightaway with a little more than a lap to go before we get the green flag. Now, for those of you who have tuned in to see the McEnroe-Sanchez match on Davis Cup Tennis, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to bring you that right now. However, we are taping it and we'll bring you as much of it as possible after the conclusion of our Winston Cup race. We have been rain delayed here, but stay tuned for tennis coming up after the conclusion of the Champion Spark Plug 500.
Above the
pace truck with the lights on in the tunnel turn, and next time around they will be given the 1 lap to go signal. Here's John Kernan on pit road.
Well, Bob, as Jerry mentioned, they will have to make one more pit stop. Now, not a lot has been done as far as drying pit road other than the teams have gotten out the brooms, and you can see still some spots where it is drying out. Talk with Andy Petrie, Harry Gant's crew chief, to see if there was any concern about coming in on a wet pit road. He said now with that 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, it should not be of as much concern as it was in the past. However, the sun's out, and it is continuing to dry down here on pit road, so by the time they will need to make their pit stops, it should be rather nice and dry down here.
And John, I noticed a number of the teams during the rain that they took out some big tarpaulins and covered a portion of their pits, which kept that area dry, and of course it'll help them dry out that much quicker as well.
1 more lap to go. 1 more till we get the green flag. And you're right, with this sun beaming down now, the track is drying very, very rapidly. Even the area down toward the inside of the racetrack here on the main straightaway is drying nicely. So we are indeed at a situation where we can go back to race speed and a resumption of the event. The lights on top of the pace truck are out. Jimmy Spencer will be leading him down. It'll be interesting to see how things shake out when the green flag comes out. Right on his back bumper is Ricky Rudd, then Rick Wilson, Morgan Shepherd, and Harry Gant.
Well, Jimmy Spencer didn't really hold too much hope of staying out front too long, because he does have on tires that have a good number of laps on them. However, they've sat there and have cooled off quite a bit, so it might be able to run good for a couple of laps. But normally used tires just simply won't run as fast as the newer tires. And Rick Wilson is in the same shape. He's sitting there in 3rd place in the Snickers Buick number 8. But it'll be interesting to see how long they can stay up there with those fellows who have been running up front all day and who now have new tires on.
There's the in-car shot from Michael Waltrip.
And this is really, Bob, all the cars are bunched up again, and that's always, there are bigger chances of cars getting together and causing accidents when they're all running together. And then when you have some cars that maybe won't be able to run quite as fast up there, mixing it up with others, that even enhances that chance a little bit. We hope that it doesn't happen.
Pace truck has pulled off the racetrack. It takes an escape road onto the road course here at Pocono between turns 2 and 3, so it has already abandoned the field, and it leaves it in the hand of Jimmy Spencer. In car number 98, the Banquet Frozen Foods car. There's the Lake Speed shot. He's right behind Richard Petty. They're going through turn number 3 now, beginning to pick up the pace just a little bit. And the crowd waves in appreciation as the green flag comes out and the champion Spark Plug 500 resumes. Look at him fan out here again. 4 abreast racing down through here. Mickey Gibbs, Jimmy Spencer, and Ricky Rudd. 1, 2, 3. Rudd comes out with the advantage into turn number 1, and Jimmy Spencer did exactly what he said he was going to do.
He said that he would give Ricky Rudd room on the outside to make the pass, and he did indeed do that, and Rudd took advantage of it.
Now they come out of the first corner down Long Pond straightaway, 3,055 feet of racetrack. And Earnhardt also beginning to head toward the front of the GM Goodrich Chevrolet. He's in 3rd position at the moment.
He has the lap car of Mickey Gibbs in front of him. Well, Earnhardt drove in that turn hard.
He sure did. And some action behind him, too, as positions are being sorted out. Here comes Ernie Irvan on the outside. Here's Harry Gant to the inside of Rick Mast.
Of course, the one car is a couple laps down with the problems that he'd had. But, boy, look at him dicing around back in the field, Bob.
Darrell Waltrip trying to find a groove. He's right behind Mark Martin.
Now, we see Rick Wilson there in the left of the screen, just as the picture went off, that he was one of those that didn't make a pit stop, didn't have new tires. He was caught on the outside, and the train was going by on the inside.
Bobby Hillin in the 42 car as Waltrip continues to try to find a way around. He's behind Mark Martin and Rick Wilson.
Now he'll get on the inside of Rick Wilson. Rick with the older tires on his car. Won't stay down as low. Here comes Sterling Marlin. He'll try to make the pass as well.
Mark Martin heads for the outside of the racetrack to pass Chad Little. Off turn number 3 they come. Ricky Rudd is the leader. Here's the battle for 2nd position as Dale Earnhardt is on the right of your screen and Jimmy Spencer on the left. Harry Gant is lurking back there in 4th position. Earnhardt goes to 2nd.
Ooh, he got a little bit loose as he got into the turn, but it didn't take long to get it gathered back in. That was Dale Earnhardt was talking about. The back end got a little loose. Now Gant moving up on Jimmy Spencer.
Ricky Rudd has really had an advantage here because while all these positions are being sorted out behind him, he's separated himself from the rest of the field a little bit.
As Earnhardt said, when he and Ernie Irvan were racing earlier in the race, the other front runners got away from them. That can happen while cars are racing. If they run side by side just a half a lap on this racetrack, it lets everybody else get away from them.
There's Rudd. And Earnhardt. Spencer. Gant.
Yeah, make a move on the inside. Trying to take over the 3rd position. It looks like he'll get him going into turn 1.
Looks like he'll be easily able to go into 3rd spot. Harry in the Skull Band at Oldsmobile goes to 3rd position. Jimmy Spencer is back to 4th, and then right behind Spencer is a good battle. 15 of Morgan Shepherd and the 4 of Ernie Irvan, and a car in the wall. That's Mickey Gibbs.
He has hit hard, too. You can see them. And Richard Petty spins.
Petty spins to the infield. I don't think he hit anything, but Mickey Gibbs has made significant contact with the wall. The left rear of that car is damaged badly. The caution flag is out on the racetrack for the 6th time this afternoon.
And there'll be a couple. Let's see if we can see what happened here. Sterling Marlin was right behind him going into the turn, and don't know if they touched or not. Anyway, Mickey Gibbs spun around and went backwards into the wall, and you can see the damage to his Team 3 Pontiac. Richard, it looks like probably trying to avoid it, and there was some wet dirt kicked up on the inside of the racetrack, and Richard turning left to dodge the car number 24 probably hit some of that dirt, and the back end just went around him. I don't think he hit anything.
Don't think so either, and I think the car is running, so Richard may be okay. Mickey Gibbs' car is damaged badly, though. Here it is from Lake Speed's Phillips 66 in-car camera.
Well, we'll be watching Richard Petty here. Now, you can see the spin way up in front of. There are a lot of cars between Richard Petty and the car number 24. And the 66 hit him. That's what happened.
Yep, sure did.
Lake Speed just couldn't get slowed down quick enough, and he hit Petty and spun him out.
Spun him sideways into the grass down in turn number 1, but Richard has the car running again, and he's going to be okay. Mickey Gibbs, number 24, however, is damaged badly as he backed into the first turn wall with great force. And we hope that Mickey Gibbs is okay. The safety crew on the scene of the accident out in turn number 1. We'll be back with more after this at Pocono.
Fact. Ford outsells Chevrolet and every other American competitor. Fact. Across the country, Ford outsells Honda, Nissan, and Toyota combined. Fact. Every year for the past 4 years, Ford has had the best-selling cars and trucks in America. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is number 1. Have you driven a Ford lately?
What you're about to see is a sim. Brushstrokes, runs, streaks. Now consider the new Wagner Power Painter. It has patented controls for precision, a convenient backpack for big jobs. It paints smoothly and evenly over cracks and tough surfaces. Why did we ruin this beauty? So you wouldn't ruin this one. Wagner, not just a whole lot faster, a whole lot better.
Anybody thought about dynamite?
Back at Pocono International Raceway in the Champion Sparkplug 500 Winston Cup race. Richard Petty brings the STP Pontiac back into the pit area. They'll be changing tires on that car. He spun down there in turn number 1 after being hit from behind by the 66 car. Now, Mickey Gibbs, the driver of this machine that hit this first turn wall hard, has climbed out of the machine under his own power and appears to be okay. He'll be checked, of course, at the infield medical center, but Mickey Gibbs not seriously injured from that crash. And here it is once again in replay.
Okay, went into turn 1. Might have been tapped by Sterling Marlin in the rear there, Bob, as he went into the turn, sent Mickey into a half spin, and he backed straight into the outside retaining wall, and then Richard Petty was tapped by Lake Speed going into the turn, and around he goes.
And now from the Lake Speed Phillips 66 in-car camera, you will be able to see how he just barely hit Richard Petty in the back end, but it was enough to send Richard around.
Doesn't take much when you're in a turn. And right there, he hit him just a little bit and sent him around.
And more evidence of the improvements that have been made here at Pocono. A few years ago, that was boilerplate wall up there in turn number 1, and the way Mickey Gibbs hit it, he would have either gone through it or knocked a hole in it. But now they have concrete up there in the turns, and all you do is simply bounce off of it. So we're glad to see that Mickey Gibbs is okay. He's out of the car under his own power. 30 caution laps so far today, and the top 10 at this moment. The leader is Ricky Rudd. Running in second position is Dale Earnhardt. Harry Gant is in third. Morgan Shepherd fourth, and Jimmy Spencer fifth. 6 through 10, Irvan, Hillen, Martin, Waltrip, and Marlin.
Do you know what open-end mutual funds are?
The Wall Street Journal Guide to Understanding Money and Markets tells you in clear, simple English.
Do you know how to spot trends in stocks?
And what stock options are?
And zero coupon bonds?
And the difference between Treasury bills and Treasury notes?
Everything you want to know about the sometimes baffling world of money and investing is in this remarkable 120-page book. And now it's yours free when you subscribe to the Wall Street Journal. Call now and you can have 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and this valuable 120-page Guide to Understanding Money and Markets. That's 13 weeks of the journal for the news and ideas you need every business day. And this guide free, which tells you everything you want to know about money and markets markets, all for only $37, a 24% savings off the newsstand price. Call now, toll-free, 800-642-7400. That's 800-642-7400 for today's Wall Street Journal.
If it happens in baseball, you'll see it on ESPN.
There he goes. He leaps. He makes the catch.
See Tuesday night doubleheaders, Wednesday night excitement, Friday night twin bills, and exclusive Sunday night action. Pittsburgh's killer bees are putting the sting to the rest of the National League. Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla lead the first-place Pirates against the Giants. Live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Around the world, ESPN Speed World covers over 200 events this year and 1 million miles of award-winning coverage. Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania today, where there's a whole lot of different recreational activities, including sailing, that goes on here in the summertime in the Pocono Mountains. Now, for those of you, again, who have been expecting to see Davis Cup tennis, it will be on right after the conclusion of our event here. It'll be the McEnroe-Sanchez match from Newport, Rhode Island, the Davis Cup tennis here on ESPN, immediately following the coverage of the Champion Spark Plug 500, which will have 50 laps to go next time they come down. And now the spectators are basking under bright sunshine. There's Dale Inman, one of the spotters that work for the crews. They're located up here just to our right, and they're very, very valuable, especially when an accident occurs, as it did in turn number 1 a few laps ago.
Yeah, Dale has taken that position this year, Bob. Of course, he used to call the shots from the pits, but he can see so much more of what's going on the racetrack from up here, so he has taken that position now, and I think it's working out well for them. Of course, he's the crew chief and team manager, I guess he is now, for the STP team, Richard Petty.
You can see that the attrition hasn't been all that bad here this afternoon, as still 29 cars of the 37 remain on the racetrack. Mark Martin comes in for some fuel. They didn't make a tire change. Michael Waltrip also comes in for some fuel. Rick Mast goes back out onto the racetrack, as does Richard Petty. So we saw a couple of drivers come in for fuel, but everybody's going to have at least one more before the end of this race.
Yeah, Dale Jarrett came in too, and I think what they were doing, Bob, they came in so that they could go that many more laps and hope to catch a caution flag maybe, so that they wouldn't have to stop under green. It just gives them that many more laps that they can go, and with that possibility of getting a caution.
Lights are out on top of the pace truck. We should be going back to green here in half a lap. The field moves through the tunnel turn once again. That's Ricky Rudd up at the front of the field. He'll lead him down for the green. Rudd 53 points behind Dale Earnhardt in the quest for the Cup going into this event here at Pocono this afternoon. And Earnhardt is going to be right behind him when they wave the green flag. Harry Gant will start third. Lap cars, of course, lining up to the inside include Chad Little and Dave Marcus.
And, of course, those points are just like they were at the start, Bob, because both Earnhardt and Ricky Rudd have led today, so they've got the 5 bonus points. Neither of them has led enough to get the 5 bonus points for leading the most laps. Of course, we still don't know who that might be.
The 6 degrees of banking, and the green flag flies once again, and the race is underway again. Once again, look at them fan out into 5 abreast formation down this long straightaway, and then head into turn number 1, 2 abreast. Once again, Rudd has a pretty good start.
He got off to a very good start, and that's when you beat Dale Earnhardt. That much you've done a day's work.
Something to talk about. 22 cars remain on the lead lap.
Right now, Richard Petty is running in the 22nd position. He was on pit road. Came out the last car to come out. And Irvan trying to work his way up through there. Here's Harry Gant in the car number 33, holding off Morgan Shepherd. Haven't seen a whole lot of Morgan today, but he's been right up there in the top 15 all day long.
We haven't mentioned much about Morgan Shepherd today, but he finds himself in the top 5 right now. There they are again down the straightaway, and again cars go way down to the inside guardrail. That was Mark Martin that was way down low as they came down the straightaway. Mark's located well back in the field now because of the pit stop.
But he's coming back up through there at a pretty good clip. In fact, he was about 20th when he came out of the pits. But it's up to about 16th now.
Earnhardt looks like he's moving in on Ricky Rudd.
And I believe Harry Gant's maybe moving in on Dale Earnhardt. And Ernie Irvan might be moving in on all of them. He's trying to make a move on Morgan Shepherd to take over the 4th position.
Best battle on the racetrack right now is for 4th. Morgan Shepherd has it right now, but Ernie Irvan is right there. Irvan will not make a move going into turn 1.
Because Morgan covered the position, covered the line, but here he comes.
Here comes Ernie on the inside, coming off the first corner down Long Pond straightaway, pulling alongside of Morgan Shepherd. The Kodak Film Chevrolet picks up the spot, and Morgan Shepherd in the Motorcraft Ford goes to 5th position.
Morgan was one of those drivers that made a lot of gains on that pit stop just before the rains came, Bob. They might have only changed right side tires, not sure, but they picked up a number of positions. Of course, Bud Moore's crew is fast in the pits, and they might have beat everybody out that much. And he was running back about 12. Came out top 5.
There's Bobby Hillen moving to the inside. And Darrell Waltrip is right behind Bobby as they head into the turn. That's Jimmy Spencer on the outside in the 98 car.
Waltrip gets a nose up there. Now he pulls up along the side of Spencer. And here comes Sterling Marlin, 3 abreast into turn 2. Folks, that won't work. And Darrell Waltrip and Jimmy Spencer back off a little bit. And here comes Mark Martin down on the inside.
Boy, Martin saw Darrell let off because Sterling was there to cover the spot, and Waltrip found himself losing one more, too.
Well, I said Mark Martin. That was actually Geoff Bodine.
Right.
I wondered how Martin got up there that quick. Look at
this.
Just
good.
passing in and out and around each other. Terry Labonte.
Look at him
running there back there and gets a little bit loose. He and Spencer.
Look at this. 4 cars running there within an area that you could cover them with a blanket. Here's Sterling Marlin going inside to try to pass Bobby Hill. Look at this. Look at these 4 cars. Terry Labonte, Derrike Cope, Mark Martin, and Jimmy Spencer. Now they get separated there for a little while, but boy, I tell you, down in turn number 3 and all the way down the straightaway, they were right there together.
Here comes Schrader down on the inside. He pulls out trying to move around Alan Kowicki.
And that would move Schrader up into 10th position.
When they all get bunched up after a caution flag here at Pocono, it gets exciting, Bob.
I'm telling you, it does. Now, look at this. The first 3 are running nose to tail, and Earnhardt moves right up on the back bumper of that tied Chevrolet of Ricky Rudd. He may be planning a move coming off of turn number 3. Earnhardt moving to the inside. Harry Gant falls in behind him. They step on the accelerator down the front straightaway.
The Rudd has a lot of horsepower under the hood of that Chevrolet and is able to hold on to the lead going into turn 1.
Now the first 4 cars are right together as Ernie Irvan moves in on the back of Harry Gant.
Yeah, Irvan has come from pretty far back to catch this lead trio.
Ernie Irvan has been strong all day, but so have really all of these guys.
Yeah, and Gant in particular, and Earnhardt, Ricky Rudd, said during the interview during the rain that he felt he had about a 10th place car, but it doesn't look like he's got a 10th place car now. That car's running pretty well.
Yeah, but he may be losing the lead here. Let's see what happens as they go into 3. Earnhardt goes inside and passes Ricky Rudd. Earnhardt takes the lead. Let's see what Harry Gant does.
Well, they got Rudd on the outside, and that's not where he wants to be, so Gant will take advantage of it as well, and here comes Ernie Irvan. I think all 3 of them will get by him before he gets back to turn 1. See Irvan drafting on Harry Gant, trying to help to push him on down the straightaway into turn 1 so that they can beat Ricky.
Gant got him, and so did Ernie Irvan. So Ricky Rudd falls from first to fourth in one lap. Dale Earnhardt now leads the champion Sparkplug 500 with Harry Gant running second, then Ernie Irvan and Ricky Rudd. The top four running right together on the racetrack. 157 laps are complete. We'll be right back.
In the last 5 years, one truck manufacturer has won more off-road races than anyone, including 4 class championships in 1990 and the mini and heavy metal championships. That truck manufacturer is Ford. And that kind of winning performance goes beyond the winner's circle.
The other day I get in my car, won't start. No small problem, right? Well, I figure it's the battery, so I go down to the AutoZone and I tell them what I need. The guy says to me, let's check your old one first. It might not be the problem. Turns out he was right. All I needed was a new battery cable. Talk about saving money. Now you tell me, would another parts store done that? They made sure I got exactly what I needed. Now I'll remember that. Believe me, I will.
Back at Pocono International Raceway, our event 158 laps old. We had over an hour rain delay, but the action has resumed, and Dale Earnhardt finds himself out front of this race. Harry Gant is second, then Rudd and Ernie Irvan. Right. In fifth position is Morgan Shepherd. Sixth is Darrell Waltrip. Seventh is Sterling Marlin. Schrader, Hillen, and Terry Labonte complete the top 10. And the sixth car of Mark Martin, we understand, is maybe slowing down out there a little bit.
We'll see if we can find him on the racetrack. There he is.
In there behind
Davey Allison. Let's see. Looks like he's running okay off of turn 1.
He was the pole sitter for today's race and the only driver eligible for the $53,200 in Unocal bonus money.
He's currently being shown in the 13th position.
There's the statistic that we talked about quite some time ago, how starting on the pole here hasn't been exactly the place that you want to start from. Only one driver has won from the pole in this event. That was Bill Elliott back in 1985.
Now Irvan pulls out to try to make a move on Harry Gant in turn 1.
Yep, let's see. No, not going to be able to do it. Harry Gant covers the spot, holds on to second position. Here's Darrell Waltrip and Morgan Shepherd going at it, and now Darrell moves into fifth position.
About 2 laps ago, he passed Sterling Marlin, so Darrell Waltrip is on the move. Of course, he has been running strong all day long. He finds himself perhaps 2 seconds behind that front running foursome, but he has them in sight.
There are at least 6 drivers very, very capable of winning this race. And with a little more than 40 laps to go and another pit stop necessary, it could be any of them. And we're showing you the interval now between Darrell Waltrip in 5th position and the leader of the race, Dale Earnhardt. And the separation from 1st to 5th is almost 3.5 seconds. Not all that much. Ernie Irvan takes another look to the inside of Harry Gant. This time he takes it in a little bit deeper and will take the spot. That's a very, very impressive and gutsy move by Ernie Irvan.
Well, it really was, and it was also a smart move on Harry Gant's part. Once Irvan got down there, he said, hey, we could wreck big time here. I better get out of the gas and let him go on by, and that's exactly what he did, so it was smart. Now Irvan picking up pretty quickly as Bobby Hillen must have gone a little high. Look at Alan Kowicki. Boy, he is on the go. Just went around the 42 car of Bobby Hillen and now around the car number 94 of Labonte, but Labonte coming back. And here's Richard Petty. He's right in the thick of this battle.
He sure has. Remember when we restarted this, he was 22nd because of the spin. Well, now he's moved up to 14th position and he continues to march forward.
Richard, I didn't think you could pass on the outside here, buddy. And you didn't make it that time, but he sees that he's a little bit faster than some of those cars, so he's trying his best to get in there and mix it up with them.
Richard's the king, Ned. He can do anything he wants, where he wants.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Richard Petty, a two-time winner here at Pocono in 1974 and in 1976.
Back up to 14th now. He was 22nd when he came out after those pit stops on the last caution, so he has moved up through the pack.
Sure has, despite the fact that he is driving with quite a bit of pain from all the bumps and bruises that he has suffered in the last two events.
Had pain before he got in the race car during that rain spell. Right now, he doesn't have any pain.
He doesn't feel it at all, does he?
No, he doesn't feel it when he's in that race car.
Here comes Mark Martin closing in on Richard Petty. Been an up and down day for Mark. Now, Ernie Irvan is right on the back bumper of Dale Earnhardt in the battle for the lead. Irvan will take a look, but nope, he's not going to make a move going into turn one. Jerry Punch with an update on what we can expect in terms of pit strategy for the final 38 laps.
Most of the lead cars should begin to make their final pit stops around laps 160, 68, 169. We expect to see Dale Earnhardt probably pit on lap 170. He made his last pit stop for 4 tires and fuel on lap 131. Now, walking up and down pit road, you begin to wonder who's concerned about whom here as far as the pits are concerned. Now, Earnhardt's team, they're concerned about the guys in the top 5, but the primary concern they've got is Mark Martin. They said Mark Martin has the smart strategy. He came in during that last caution flag, topped off his fuel tanks. It's 12 car slogan. Backstretch Hut Strickland having a tough afternoon, but Mark Martin currently being shown in 16th spot, still on the lead lap. Now, he will only have to come in for like a half a can of fuel, make maybe a 4 or 5 second stop if we stay green. Whereas all the cars in the top 10 who have not pitted will have to come in for at least a can and a half. And remember, they have to come down pit road very slow and exit very slow. So according to the calculations here, there's only about a 9-second separation between Earnhardt and Mark Martin. And so Martin just may have the strategy, if we stay green, to have a shot at winning it.
But Jerry, we might not be able to stay green. Hut Strickland is still rolling around the racetrack, but he's coming very slow. He's got a ways to go, at least a half a mile before he gets back to the start-finish line, or at least back to the entrance of pit road. Don't know if he'll be able to make it or not. The car, he had lost a cylinder, Bob, earlier, and then the car started smoking the last couple of laps, so it looks like it's just gone away on him.
I don't know whether he's going to be able to make it or not. If I were guessing, I would say no. Here comes Earnhardt and Irvan off the third corner, and the yellow flag is out. Yep, the yellow is out because of Hut Strickland's stalled car between turns 2 and 3. And so the yellow comes out for the 7th time today. And we will be probably seeing some pit stops here with just a little more than 40 laps to go. We'll be right back.
What do I know about kitchen stuff?
Small appliances.
Plug.
Outlet.
Want to know any more? Ask Ace.
This Windmere 12-inch 3-speed oscillating fan only $13.99, and the Host King hose wheel is just $19.99.
Hey, Ace is the place for me.
Let me tell you.
Top-of-the-line parts, expert advice. That's your Big A Auto Parts store.
Big A, the sign that keeps your car running right.
It's one of the most technologically advanced, most rigorously tested fluids on Earth, relentlessly measured for maximum protection against the friction, the wear and tear, the heat and stress of today's engines. It is today's Quaker State. In Europe, in Japan, in America, Quaker State quality has passed the most demanding tests automakers can throw at it. At Quaker State, we don't just say we're tough, we're tested tough. The big Q is one tough motor oil.
I sit there and I look at him. I take a good look at him, and you can see how happy he really is. And because his son is doing this, and he gets to go home, and that's my boy.
Back at Pocono, and here comes a field down pit road. I said there were a little more than 40 laps to go. There are 34 laps to go now, and nearly everybody coming in for what is probably going to be the final pit stops of the afternoon. Here's Jerry Punch and Dale Earnhardt's pit.
Absolutely no reason they should have to pit anymore, Bob, and they will go to work. And now it's up to the pit crews. Who can get whom out the quickest? Earnhardt's Goodrich crew now changing right side tires. Up pit road, here again at his pit. John.
Gant's already got right side tires on. Michael Waltrip has come in his left and taken on 2 tires. Gant now left side's on, and here he is away as he is full. Jerry, Earnhardt has just finished his stop. He's pulling away, and Harry Gant and Earnhardt are side by side, and now Gant cannot pass him on pit road. So it'll be Earnhardt, then Harry Gant, then Darrell Waltrip as they all move back to turn 1. So they'll settle it on the racetrack, gentlemen.
Now, pit road is a very congested place as they get sorted out, coming down through the end of the pit road and back out onto the racetrack. We'll see how the standings go as the field catches up with the pace truck, which is between turns 2 and 3, or rather 1 and 2.
Of course, the cars behind the pace truck right at the moment are those that are 1 or more laps down. Under the current NASCAR rules, only those that are on the lead lap can pit the first lap when the pit is opened.
We are yellow because of Hut Strickland's stalled car, and that car has been pushed to the pit area and goes behind the wall. Back with more right after this.
Fact. For 10 years, Ford has had the best-built American cars and trucks. Fact. For 4 years, Ford has had the best-selling cars and trucks, American or import. Fact. Ford cars and trucks have more repeat buyers than anyone else, American or import. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Have you driven a Ford lately?
When doctors were asked which of these 2 pain relief formulas they preferred,
#1.
They chose the Goodies formula by more than 3 to 1 over BC's. And when people in the South choose their #1 headache powder,
Why, Goodies, of course.
Goodies wins again, because Goodies has the formula most doctors preferred, and BC doesn't. Goodies. No wonder it's the South's #1 headache powder.
Still under caution here at Pocono because of Hut Strickland's stalled car. Happy Father's Day, everybody, that it applies to. 1991 Father's Day with live racing here on ESPN, the Champion Spark Plug 500. And before the activity began, Ned Jarrett had a chance to ask some of the drivers about being a father.
Are you a good father?
Well, I think so. Christopher and Jason, I spent a lot of time with Christopher swimming, and whenever I'm home, I was home 24 hours so far this week. So I look forward to spending time with Christopher and Jason, and we have a good time.
It's tough to be a father anytime in life, but as busy as our schedule is, it really puts an extra strain on it. But we got Dale Jr. up here, and Kelly's down in college in Wilmington, and Taylor's along with us, so we got everybody here except Carrie. So.
I've come a long way in that. Star's been a real good girl, and she's done a lot, and she's changed a lot over the past, 6 months to a year, and I think she's matured a lot. And I feel like now I'm gaining on that. I don't know who the perfect father is in any situation, but I've learned a lot.
And happy Father's Day to you, Ned.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. This is a special day for the fathers everywhere. And for those that might have joined us late, we'll say happy Father's Day to all of those out there tuning in this afternoon.
John Curtin is with Bill Engel.
Bill, you may have just pulled off Michael's first victory here in a Winston Cup race with your strategy. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, I don't know about that. Still a ways to go, but we hadn't been able to run better than much than 15th. Had some handling problems all day long. Seems like this place, when they get started, they get strung out, and by the time we start running to about what the leaders were, they were so far ahead, we just couldn't catch up. So we made a stop on that last caution. We decided then we'd get 4 tires, fuel, and come back in for a splash of gas at the end and finish out. We kept to that strategy, except for we wouldn't have had enough to top off, so we came in this time, topped off, got 5 Winston Cup points. Now we're ready to go race and hopefully get a top 10 finish out of it.
Well, right now he is sitting on the point as Michael Waltrip is in first. Let's go down pit road to Jerry Punch.
Well, John, from the big winner in that pit stop, which was Michael Waltrip, of course, to the big loser, Ernie Irvan. Now, Ernie Irvan was being shown in the top 3 there when the caution came out. He came down pit road to make what looked to be a routine 4-tire change, and they had a problem. It was no one's fault, but they had a jack failure. on the left side. They couldn't get the left side tires changed. So subsequently, Ernie had to leave to keep from being lapped. He just came back down pit road moments ago and changed left side tires. So a frustrating day for the Kodak crew. Tony Glover, nothing you can do when the equipment fails, guys. And Ernie Irvan is at the far tail end of the field waiting for the restart.
Yes, he is. He's back in 21st position. That's where Ernie Irvan will take the green flag to restart this Winston Cup race.
I never saw you hit so well. I'm here in 3, you're here in 1. Ah, Bill.
How'd you do, Jack?
In 3, out in 3. What are you doing? You're playing your best golf, and every time I look up, you're staring at TV. Saturday cartoons make you so good?
It's a special Golf Digest instructional video. The Golf Digest schools pulled 10 instant golf lessons from their 10-cassette collection.
Graphics, instruction, real professional advice, 10 instant lessons?
A half hour of the best stuff for a golfer.
It's priceless.
It's free.
Free?
With my subscription to Golf Digest.
Get a full year of Golf Digest for $19.77. Call 800-348-3300 now and get our free half-hour instructional video with your paid subscription. Call 800-348-3300 now.
Getting set to restart the Champions Spark Plug 500. That's Michael Waltrip that's in the lead. Mark Martin is second, then Dale Earnhardt, Harry Gant, and Darrell Waltrip. They come off the third corner looking for the green flag, and they get it. The race resumes. Laps to go. Michael Waltrip trying to protect the lead. Mark Martin right behind him in that Folgers Ford, and here comes a charging Dale Earnhardt.
And you can see that Martin's car is a little bit stronger coming up off that turn than Michael Waltrip, and he does move on the inside of him. Looks like he'll take the lead going into turn 2.
Mark Martin has the lead. Dale Earnhardt goes to second, and Michael Waltrip drops back to third place.
Now, how long can Mark Martin hold Dale Earnhardt?
Not very.
No, couldn't even get it out of my mouth.
Earnhardt is now the leader. Michael Waltrip will take the high line around turn number 3.
Evidently, Mark Martin didn't change tires either, Bob, because he got back up. You know, he was pretty far back in the pack as a result of that late pit stop on the last caution, and he got back up front there pretty good. That's telling the tale. Now, here comes Darrell Waltrip down on the inside. He's on the prowl.
And Harry Gant is right behind him. It's going to be Martin, then Waltrip, Gant, and Michael Waltrip. So Darrell Waltrip moves to third. And meanwhile, look at this separation that Dale Earnhardt has been able to have over the rest of the field.
Yeah, he knows that he needs to check out now if he possibly can. If this thing goes green the rest of the way, he knows that Harry Gant and Darrell Waltrip have been very strong on long runs. So he needs to get as big a lead as he possibly can. Let them race each other back there, and he can conserve his tires a little bit up front there and run his own race.
We're riding with Michael Waltrip, and his best career finish was here at Pocono in June of 1988 when he ran in second spot. But Ricky Rudd now goes to the inside and puts Michael back another spot.
I'm not so sure that not changing those tires was that smart. Jimmy Spencer did that on that other stop. He had already moved back to 19th position before this last caution came out. So, boy, those used tires just don't get it.
That's Ken Schrader now moving low and pulling alongside of Michael Waltrip, and he, too, passes by. You see the number 7 car of Alan Kawicki did so earlier.
Yeah, there's not a thing in the world Michael Waltrip can do. He's sitting there driving his heart out, but when he gets to those turns, the tires just don't stick and slips up a little bit. Those with the new tires drive right under him and right on by.
And now, coming up on Michael Waltrip will be Bobby Hillen in the number 42 car, and a good run in this Sabco Racing Pontiac. And, of course, that's Derrike Cope right behind Bobby. And we look back now on Hillen and Cope from Michael Waltrip's Champion Spark Plug in-car camera. Darrell Waltrip is making a bid for second place. They almost touch. He and Mark Martin, and Darrell Waltrip goes to second. Waltrip is really showing some muscle here in these last 30 laps.
I believe he said in the interview that he might have a little bit left during the rain, and that wouldn't be surprising. I mean, hundreds of times has he done that over the years. He doesn't have hundreds of wins, but he has picked up a lot of positions in the waning laps of races in the past.
And how about Morgan Shepherd, who's running back in 5th position? There he is on the right side of your screen. Good run for Morgan this afternoon, and behind him is Ricky Rudd.
Morgan in the Bud Moore Motorcraft Ford. And look at him come up on him.
He's closing in on Gant and Martin.
Yes, he is. Hey, there is a lot of racing that will go on yet before this race is over. A lot of positions yet to be settled.
Seven laps to go in this one. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth right there.
I talked about Mark Martin. We understand that he changed tires at lap 150 when Michael Waltrip did. So he has about 20 laps more on his tires, or at least 15 laps more on his tires than do the others that change tires.
Schrader and Alan Kowicki running side by side for 7th. Schrader will take 7th position away from Allen.
He has been strong all day. Kenny Schrader, he's been at the back as a result of that screw jack backing off. And he's come back up towards the front. He led for a while, so he's been in the thick of this thing.
And I'll tell you what, Alan Kowicki is not giving up that position very easily, as he now is alongside Schrader once again. As they go into turn 1, Ken will come into turn 1 with the advantage, but Allen is giving him a gallant battle.
Allen felt he had a shot to win this thing. If it got restarted again, he just got his lap back that he was penalized for going down pit road too fast. He got that lap back just before the rains came and felt that he had a shot at him. And he's running good, but not for the lead.
There you can see 21 cars remain on the lead lap. There is Richard Petty, who is in 13th position.
And working on Sterling Marlin, who is working on Michael Waltrip. You can see how far back Michael has gone from the lead. Back in there, Petty just motors right on by. Boy, he just blew by it coming off of that turn. Don't tell me his reactions are not still good, because he saw an opportunity there, and he just moved in.
He did not hesitate one bit. Here we go again with the 3 and 4 abreast racing. That's Geoff Bodine in the Budweiser car.
There's a lot of cars really bunched up here all of a sudden, Bob, although it hasn't been that long since the green flag fell, but there's a bunch of these cars that
just can't seem to get away from each other.
No. There's Terry Labonte pulling out. Here's Davey Allison pulling out to try to go around Michael Waltrip. And Rick Wilson, Ernie Irvan in the 4 car, still stuck back there in the back of that pack. He just can't come up through there after having made that late pit stop that Jerry Punch talked about.
Now Rudd and Alan Kowicki wheel to wheel in turn 3.
It's pretty to see cars come off that turn just that close, and yet they don't touch. But then they spread out as they go down the front straightaway. Now Rudd falls in behind Kowicki.
Kowicki holding on to 7th spot.
But here comes Schrader down on the inside of Morgan Shepherd trying to take over 5th.
And he does. Schrader moves to 5th spot. Morgan Shepherd back to 6th. 28 cars remain in the race.
And 21 of them are on the lead lap.
Waltrip. Boy, oh boy, he has closed in within 1.5 car lengths of Dale Earnhardt. A long time ago, Ned, with about 15 or 20 laps completed, you and I talked about how things seemed to be settling down and how the smart guys were just taking their time and waiting for the last few laps. And here is the guy who is as good as anybody at that, Darrell Waltrip.
No doubt about it. He has done it so many times in his career. And He has sit there today taking care of his car. He has run fast. He has been up there in the top 5 most of the day. But when the chips are down, he's ready to go. And he said he had a little bit left, and now's the time to use it.
Yep, sure is. Let's see what happens as they go down Long Pond straightaway, headed for turn number 2. Waltrip is not going to be able to make a move on Earnhardt at the moment, but he is right there behind Dale.
Ricky Rudd is slowing going into turn 2. The number 2 man in the point standings has definitely slowed on the racetrack. Richard Petty just went around it. Now it looks like at this shot that he's going pretty good, but he is not up to speed. Ricky Rudd is definitely not up to speed. Let's see if he comes into the pits.
Now you can see the cars closing in on him and passing him as the battle for the lead rages on, and Earnhardt holds on to the top spot at the moment. Back in third is Martin, then Gant, Schrader, Shepard, Kulwicki, Marlin, and Richard Petty.
I think Ricky Rudd has perhaps lost a cylinder, Bob. He stayed out on the racetrack. He didn't come in the pits. He pulled down to the inside, out of the way of all the other traffic, but he is definitely losing positions.
So it will probably affect his position in the point standings. He came in 53 behind Dale Earnhardt. We'll be right back.
It is from Kodak. It is for the advanced photographer. It delivers the highest resolution. Microfine grain. Superior image structure. It is called Ektar. Sounds like the most impressive color print film ever made? It is Ektar film by Kodak. The genius is in the details.
If it happens in baseball, you'll see it on ESPN.
There he goes. He leaps. He makes the catch.
See Tuesday night doubleheaders, Wednesday night excitement, Friday night twin bills, and exclusive Sunday night action. Pittsburgh's killer bees are putting the sting to the rest of the National League. Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla lead the first-place Pirates against the Giants, live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Dale Earnhardt continues to hold on to the lead here at the Champion Sparkplug 500. The best battle right now on the racetrack is between the 7th car of Alan Kulwicki and the 15th of Morgan Shepherd, and that is for 6th position.
Ricky Rudd continues to circle the track, but he is definitely off the pace a little bit. Let's go to the pits and Jerry Punch.
Well, Ned, you were exactly right. I went down and talked to Waddell Wilson a minute ago, and apparently that's the problem. They have dropped a valve in the Tide Chevrolet, and so Rudd will try to finish the race on 7-cylinder. Now, while I've got it, I also might want to mention that the concern here in the Earnhardt pit is that Earnhardt's car has been getting looser and looser, and particularly with a car right behind him, like Darrell Waltrip, the car's really going to get loose these last few laps, so they're going to see if he can hang on, but they're a little bit concerned about DW, who's a veteran, could put the nose of his car right beneath Dale Earnhardt's car and make the car get even worse.
Well, if anybody can handle a loose race car, it is Dale Earnhardt, that's for sure. And as Jerry was talking about Ricky Rudd's problem with losing a cylinder, I think Terry Labonte has done the same thing. His car, number 94, has slowed, and he's still going around the racetrack, but he has slowed down just about the same speed that Ricky Rudd is running at.
There's first and second, and here comes the 3rd place car of Mark Martin. That's Jimmy Means running to the inside of the racetrack, not on the lead lap. Behind Mark Martin is Harry Gant. Make that Ken Schrader and then Harry Gant.
Those front 2 cars have pulled away pretty far from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars.
There they are, engaged in quite a battle to themselves, Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip.
They got a race of their own up there.
And we've got less than 20 laps to go in this one, 181 completed.
Unless something happens, the other guys are racing for 3rd place right now. This is the race for 1st, and it's a good one.
Still on the lead lap, including Richard.
Mark Martin now a little over 4 seconds behind as Waltrip looks like he wants to make a move.
Nope. Took a look, but decided that now is not the best time.
Yeah, I think he wanted to make a move, but yeah, it just wasn't the time.
He moves right up on the back bumper, though, of Earnhardt. And now, as they come off the second corner and race down Long Pond straightaway, Waltrip may have Earnhardt. Let's see what happens into turn 2. They go through there side by side, and Waltrip is going to get the advantage.
Yeah, he had the position going in there. Earnhardt had no choice but to back off a little bit because he knew Darrell had the preferred position.
Down to Jerry Punch again.
Well, a lot of concern up and down pit road. You just saw Earnhardt get passed for the lead, but possibly about an engine problem developing with some of the cars. You know, we had an hour and 41-minute rain delay, and with the kind of gears that they're putting in these cars, the valve train just won't take it. I think that's what happened to Ricky Rudd, according to some of the speculation from the engine builders, and also possibly Terry Labonte. In fact, Richard Childress told me a minute ago they're very concerned too, but they pulled a little bit higher gear. And also, Richard just signaled me just while I was talking, he said they think they may have a tire going down. Earnhardt radioed in, so we may have a tire going down. They just can't get a break.
So Darrell Waltrip has the lead, looking for his second win of 1991 and his third win here at this racetrack. He was victorious in 1978 and in 1981. Now, Mark Martin, Ken Schrader, and Harry Gant are not too far behind Dale Earnhardt, so if indeed he does have a tire going down, he will lose some positions. Here they are coming out of the third turn, and although Waltrip is moving away a little bit from Earnhardt, Dale hangs right in there.
And we can see back in that picture as they came off turn 3, Richard Petty was back there, and he has moved into the top 10. He's currently running in 9th place. Proud of that fellow today, having a great run.
And his last top 10 finish, by the way, was here last July. Richard Petty, the king, in car number 43, has moved up to 9th position. Jerry?
Just following up a little bit on the conversation between Dale Earnhardt and some of the crew members here. Apparently, Earnhardt thinks it may be the left rear tire. He's not sure whether it's going flat or not, but when he went across the tunnel turn and he was racing Darrell Waltrip, the tire began to vibrate. He's got a significant vibration in the left rear of the car, and obviously there's a lot of concern here in the Goodrich pits.
Dale Earnhardt has dropped to second position, while Darrell Waltrip now leads the Champion Spark Plug 500 with a little more than 15 laps to go.
If only your tires could talk.
It's so tiring. He babies the car, then abuses me with messy vinyl cleaner. Hey, I'm rubber. No-touch tire care. Ooh, nice foam.
Introducing No Touch Tire Care, the first product to clean, shine, and protect tires in one easy step. No scrubbing, no dirty rags, no mess.
Yeah, clean and shiny. Oh, no, bad doggy. Go away.
Treat your tires right with new No Touch Tire Care.
Today, a guy losing his hair can choose between being the man he wants to be
We look great with hair. Do something to save it.
and the man he could become.
Can't you accept nature like everyone else?
Doctors have hair loss treatment programs that are proven to work, and the sooner you see a doctor, the better.
We don't want nature. We want hair.
When you've considered the arguments,
We might look great bald.
and you decide you want hair, there's only one thing to do. See your doctor, or call this number for more information.
Darrell Waltrip leads the Champion Spark Plug 500 with now 14 more laps to go. As far as super speedways are concerned, his best finish this year is second at Talladega, but he was the winner at North Wilkesboro.
The car's certainly looking good here today.
Darrell Waltrip about to see if he can win another race here on Pocono. We ask him, how do you rate this track compared to some of the others?
It's not really one of my favorite racetracks. I've always considered turn 2 here, the tunnel turn, as one of, if not the most dangerous turn we have in racing. You come down that long back straightaway, you're running 180 miles an hour, and it's really like running 180 miles an hour into the wall if anything happens at that particular point on the racetrack. It's a very sharp 90-degree turn, very rough. Hard to manipulate that turn and really work through there every lap like you'd like to. So just because of that one reason, that one turn there, this is one of my least favorite racetracks.
But I would imagine that his outlook and his opinion of this racetrack has changed dramatically here this afternoon since he is leading this race.
Yeah, that was on Friday when he made that pass over there in turn 2. That probably didn't come back to his mind right at that time, but he probably said, hey, I like this turn. Here's a good battle.
Yep, Sterling Marlin. Who is that? Martin or Bodine? Bodine, Geoff Bodine. It's a little tough to see. It's a little hazy here after the rain quit. The haze has kind of continued. Morgan Shepherd is the third car. And, of course, to his inside, the bright yellow machine driven by Ernie Irvan.
Well, Ernie has picked his way up now into the 10th position and has relegated Richard Petty back to 11th. Richard was running 9th a little while ago, and then Geoff Bodine got by him, and now Ernie Irvan has gotten by him. There are still 21 cars on the lead lap.
Looks like that Alan Kowicki may be dropping back. He's being passed by a couple of guys.
Yeah, he's definitely off the pace.
Yeah. The Hooters Ford of Alan Kowicki has slowed on the racetrack dramatically.
He might be one of those that has succumbed to one of those valve problems that Jerry Punch was talking about, and that's something that can happen after those valves heat up. The total engine heats up the way they do, and then to sit there for an hour and 45 minutes and get completely cold, that metal changes, the strength of the metal changes, and valve springs break. That's the most common thing that happens to them.
Richard Petty pulling down to the inside to try to make a move on Kowicki. And he does nicely going into turn 1.
So now Richard's back in the top 10. I think Dale Jarrett's another of those that has succumbed to a cylinder. He has dropped back dramatically in the last 4 or 5 laps.
Richard Petty, we wondered after that crash last weekend at Sonoma if he would even be here this weekend. When he hit that wall, there were a lot of people that just held their breath and said, oh my gosh, let's hope that Richard isn't seriously injured. And not only was he not seriously injured, he is back this weekend and has come back with a vengeance. Marlin, Geoff Bodine, and Ernie Irvan right here.
Ernie just looking on the outside and on the inside, trying every way he can to try to move around Geoff Bodine as the Junior Johnson, well, that's the Flossie Johnson and Junior Johnson cars running
right
together there.
10 laps to go on this 2.5-mile tri-oval, and the Champion Sparkplug 500 will be history. Darrell Waltrip is your leader.
I've got the car. I've got the team. And I've got the drive. I'm off to a great start.
McDonald's has everything under the sun to get your day off to a great start. Hot, fluffy biscuits, scrumptious Egg McMuffin sandwiches, and griddle fresh hotcakes.
You know, when you get off to a great start, there's just no telling how far you can go.
What does it take to be a mountain man? Let's see. A mountain man must be fearless, sure-footed, willing to answer the call of the wild. But most of all, a mountain man should be thirsty for a smooth bush beer or an easy drinking bush light. So, head for the mountains and see if you have what it takes to be a real mountain man.
The closing laps of the Champion Sparkplug 500 from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania. Our Speed World presentation for this afternoon, delayed by rain for an hour and 45 minutes. Our Speed World coverage being brought to you by Champion Sparkplugs, the world's #1 selling plug no matter what you drive. By Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? Here's Darrell Waltrip completing yet another lap. 8 laps to go. Now, don't forget, you can see at the conclusion of our event the remainder of the McEnroe-Sanchez tennis match in Davis Cup competition, and you will be able to see that match in its entirety tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 Eastern Time. That's the McEnroe-Sanchez match at 1:30 tomorrow in its entirety here on ESPN. We're showing you an interval between first and second position, and Darrell Waltrip has definitely pulled away from Dale Earnhardt. More on that. Here's Jerry.
Well, you know, last year, Darrell Waltrip did something he hasn't done in about 8 years, and that's he didn't win a race. And so they decided to make some major changes in the operation. Of course, he bought the race team from Rick Hendrick and picked up the new Western Auto sponsorship. But they changed their race cars. This car he's driving today, just like the one he won with in North Wilkesboro, is a Banjo Matthews prepared front steer car with the old rear struts on it. Darrell Waltrip loves the feel of this car. He said this has been a big difference on the race team. In fact, now all of his race cars, with the exception of the road course car, is this Banjo Matthews front steer variety. Darrell Waltrip drove this car at Dover, Delaware a few weeks ago, finished 7th, said the car should have finished better, but he made some mistakes. But today, he's making up for it. Gentlemen?
Sure is, and on his way to his first win here at Pocono in 10 years. He won the Mountain Dew 500 here in 1981. And Ned, this is his first appearance here at this racetrack in a year. He was not in the July race last year because of the injuries that he suffered at Daytona. Jimmy Horton drove the car for him.
In fact, he had to sit out 5 or 6 races during the year and has come back very strong since then.
6 laps to go for Darrell Waltrip.
They just put a lap on Ricky Rudd a little bit ago, so that drops Rudd out of the lead lap. Rudd is running in 20th position at the moment. Now there are 19 cars on the lead lap.
There's Jeff Hammond, his crew chief, talking with Darrell on the radio, making sure that Darrell knows that there are now less than 6 laps to go and that Dale Earnhardt is in second position, but at the moment is not seriously threatened. Ernie Irvan and Geoff Bodine are side by side for 7th position, and Irvan goes to 7th.
So he gets between the Johnson cars. That's Clausen's car just passed, and Junior's car is right in front of him, Sterling Marlin.
Sterling running 6th. He's another driver that's had a very good day here today. Been in the top 10 just about all day long.
And led for a while.
Yep. Now Irvan begins to close in on Sterling. They come single file down the straightaway. The rest of the field coming down, including Ricky Rudd there on the right. And here's Derrike Cope and Richard Petty.
Cope just passed Petty a couple of laps ago and has moved Richard back a position to
he's
11th.
out of the top 10 again. He keeps going from 9th to about 11th, and right now he is in 11th position, and Derrike Cope is in 10th. Last year, the best finish for Derrike Cope here at Pocono at 12th. Our Western Auto mechanic of the race is Robin Pemberton. So congratulations to Robin, as he has been named the Western Auto mechanic of the race.
He's the crew chief on the Folgers Ford that Mark Martin drives. Here's this battle going on as Geoff Bodine moves back, or tries to move back around Ernie Irvan, but can't quite do it. He got on the inside for just a moment, but he couldn't get back around him. We saw Irvan pass Geoff a few laps ago, but now he can't get back around Ernie, and Ernie hasn't been able to pass Sterling Marlin.
6th, 7th, and 8th right here. I mentioned earlier in the telecast, but this is the last race of Junior Johnson's suspension, so theoretically he will be back next week at Michigan. Irvan brought the car off that corner awful high and got a little sideways coming off the corner.
Yes, he did, but that's sort of his style. He drives her hard in the turns.
3 laps to go for Darrell Waltrip as we watch this battle behind him.
Well, now Geoff Bodine pulls on the inside of Ernie Irvan, picks up the draft of his teammate. Then his teammate, Sterling Marlin, pulled back out on the outside, but Geoff had already cleared the car number 4 of Ernie Irvan and was able to take the position away.
Geoff goes to 7th. Ernie Irvan back to 8th.
Best battle on the racetrack right now as these three battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Now Geoff looks like has his sights set on his teammate, Sterling Marlin. He looks to the inside as they head for turn 3. Marlin will hold him off. And here comes Irvan.
Yeah, he's going to try it again. He hasn't given up by any means. Behind them in 9th place is Morgan Shepherd, and then in 10th is the car number 10 we saw a moment ago, Richard Petty. That's Derrike Cook, car number 10, Richard Petty in 11th. And Geoff Bodine trying to take over that 6th position.
Yep, let's see. Bodine will move into 6th, and Irvan and Marlin went into the turn side by side as we have less now than 2 laps to go for Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip went into this race 4th in the point standings, 200 points behind Dale Earnhardt, the leader. And Earnhardt right now continues to run in 2nd position, so Darrell will not make that much of a jump in terms of Winston Cup points, but nevertheless is right in the points battle. Doyle Ford has the white flag in hand. Now he begins to wave it to Darrell Waltrip, and we've got 1 more lap to go. 2.5 miles for Darrell Waltrip, and he will win the Champion Spark Plug 500.
And behind him, the battle is tightened up for 2nd place. Mark Martin has caught Dale Earnhardt going into turn 1. Almost caught him. He's still got a couple of 3 car lengths there, but he has been picking up on him pretty good the last 2 or 3 laps.
So Mark Martin is running in 3rd position, and this will be his best finish of the year if he does take the checkered flag there. He has recorded 2 4th-place finishes in 1991 at Darlington and at Bristol. But the 3rd that he's running here today will be his best of the year. Darrell Waltrip now sets up for turn number 3 for the final time this afternoon. The Western Auto Chevy looking for his 2nd victory of 1991. Into turn number 3. Keeping the car low on the racetrack, now coming off the corner. Sees the checkered flag, and Darrell Waltrip wins the Champion Spark Plug 500 here at Pocono. Earnhardt 2nd, followed by Mark Martin, then Harry Gant, Geoff Bodine, Ernie Irvan, Ken Schrader, Sterling Marlin, Morgan Shepherd, and Derrike. Let's go to Jerry Punch with Jeff Hammond.
Well, Jeff, congratulations on another great team effort today.
Thank you, Jerry. I can't say enough about this Western Auto team. I mean, they've got their heart and soul in it, and all the guys back in the shop. You know, Jake, Jake's come back out of hospital, and he's been back to the shop helping get the cars prepared. And, we're prepared. We're coming to the racetracks. We run good. The car handles good. It's a team effort. We're all working good together. And it's like Darrell says, a dream come true, and I hope that the dream doesn't end tomorrow. That's the only thing I hope right now. We got a long ways to go this year, but right now, it's a lot of it's been so sweet. It's just can't describe it.
Well, we'll let him go on to victory lane and celebrate as the dream continues here for Darrell Waltrip, Jeff Hammond, and the rest of the Western Auto crew winning at Pocono.
Congratulations to Darrell Waltrip, who has survived Pocono International Raceway, and the hour and 42-minute rain delay that we had came home a victory, with a victory here today in the Champion Spark Plug 500. Great win for Darrell. Let's take a look at the top 5 finishers. Earnhardt, of course, wound up in 2nd position and will maintain the points lead. 3rd went to Mark Martin, his best finish of the year. Harry Gant finished in 4th position, and Geoff Bodine brought Flossie Johnson's Budweiser Ford number 97 into 5th position. Ernie Irvan was 6th, followed by Ken Schrader, Sterling Marlin, Morgan Shepherd. Derrike finished in 10th place.
Schrader lost about 3 positions there, or 2 positions. He was running 5th in just the last couple of laps.
Been a long afternoon of racing. We've been on the air for 6 hours. We came on at noon. Of course, we were interrupted by that rain delay, but now here in the evening, Darrell Waltrip is in victory lane. Here's Jerry Punch.
Well, Darrell Waltrip celebrating here in the cars. We're going to try to work our way in here and get to DW to get in the car and try to get a quick comment from him. He's getting unbuckled here as we're getting all tangled up here. People jamming into victory lane. Darrell trying to get the face mask undone. Now he gets the headset off. Darrell, congratulations on a tremendous effort today. Congratulations there, DW.
Thank you very much. This one's for Benny. I thought about all that last little bit there and how much I was hurting for him. And Benny, it's for you, buddy. And, of course, for my mom and dad. Happy Father's Day, Dad. And the Chevrolet, Western Auto Chevrolet was great today. And the Goodyear tire is the best we've ever had here. And I'm so excited. I got so many emotions in my mind right now, I don't know what to say, but it sure is good to win.
Indeed, and here's the family to come celebrate with Darrell Waltrip. And so sincere of Darrell Waltrip to think of one of his colleagues, Benny Parsons, and his significant loss today. Bob?
Thank you very much, Jerry. And, of course, our sympathies also to Benny and his family. Darrell Waltrip has won this afternoon. This is Bob Jenkins for Ned Jarrett, John Curtin, and Dr. Jerry Punch. So long, everyone from Pocono.